Chapter 101 Advanced Task. Lin Shuiyu was dumbfounded. What is Mingxia Peak? Is this familiar woman in front of her really Master Own? Immediately afterwards, Lin Shuiyu couldn't help but stepped forward and pinched Shu Yuohu's face. Then, she pinched Shu Yuohu's magnificent place in front of her. What are you doing? Xiaoyu, have you finally revealed your disobedience towards being a teacher? Shu Yuohu blushed, and then said shyly. Lin Shuiyu bit her lip slightly. This touch, this scale, is undoubtedly Master Own. Master, it's time for us to go back. Lin Shuiyu continued quietly. Ah, go back? The weather is really nice today, I mean, can I not go back? Shu Yuohu dodged her eyes, then said weakly. Lin Shuiyu was stunned for a while, and didn't go back. Xiaoyu, you don't know. I came to Heavenly Dao Sect to improve my own cultivation base as soon as possible. Now, I found that Heavenly Bamboo Peak is really suitable for me. It's so cool to cultivate here. Shu Yuohu then explained. Nephew Lin, do you want to join our Heavenly Bamboo Peak and become my official disciple? Just as Lin Shuiyu was about to say something more, a clear voice rang in his ear. A young man in a blue robe appeared in front of Lin Shuiyu. I've met Master Chen. Lin Shuiyu saluted respectfully. Looking at the girl with holy qualifications in front of him, Chen Luo wanted to take her as his own disciple. After all, those of the holy grade have 10 times the return of cultivation, and Chen Luo still values it quite a lot. His Daiyuan ascension to Spirit Pond can only transform 4 disciples with holy grade qualifications in a month. Master Chen, I am a disciple of Mingxia Peak. Lin Shuiyu continued. Shu Yuohu at the side felt a little guilty after hearing Lin Shuiyu's words, and she, the Peak Master of Mingxia Peak, ran away. For such a disciple to think about Mingxia Peak so much, he is really remiss of duty as the Peak Master. 1000-year spirit fruit is unlimited. Chen Luo continued. After speaking, with a wave of his right hand, a large handful of 1000-year spiritual fruits appeared in front of Chen Luo, and the fragrance and spirit power wafted around. Master Chen, it's not about the 1000-year spirit fruit. You can eat the holy elixir as you please. Chen Fengzhu, it's really not good. Top-level holy rank cultivation technique and supernatural power martial arts secret technique. Let me consider it. Lin Shuiyu's breathing became more rapid as she looked at the many treasures in front of her. I can join Heavenly Bamboo Peak, but, my master. Lin Shuiyu then hesitated. Xiaoyu, it's okay, even if you worship Master Chen Feng as your teacher, we are still good sisters. Shu Yuohu smiled sweetly. Greetings, Master. Lin Shuiyu then respectfully greeted Chen Luo as a teacher. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching 9 disciples with the holy grade qualification, and now the advanced task is started. Advanced task, please host 10 apprentices with holy grade qualifications as soon as possible. After completion, the primary cultivation fetters will be advanced to intermediate cultivation fetters. Intermediate training bond, all disciples who join Heavenly Bamboo Peak can return double the training effect to the host, and the upper limit of primary training bonds is 5,000 people. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo was stunned. There was an advanced task? An advanced task for cultivating fetters. After advanced, ordinary disciples can return double, and the upper limit has reached 5,000. If enough disciples are recruited again, then the speed of own cultivation will increase a lot. Okay, get up. Chen Luo then helped the attractive girl in front of him. At the same time, she also gave Lin Shuiyu the cultivation technique supernatural power she promised. After getting so many top cultivation technique and supernatural power, as well as various resources, Lin Shuiyu became excited. No wonder Master is reluctant to leave. With such a good cultivation environment, anyone who comes has to stay. Senior Sister Shu, do you have any amazing talented disciples in Mingxia Peak? Why don't you also send them to me as disciples? I think it is necessary for me to train outstanding disciples from your branches. Chen Luo then asked Shu Yu danced. Shu Yu was stunned. Are there any amazing talent disciples? It's not enough for Chen Luo to abduct himself, the peak master and the best disciple, should he also take away the other disciples? However, I don't even want to stay in Mingxia Peak anymore, so. Junior brother Chen Luo, why don't you take all our disciples from Mingxia Peak? Shu Yuohu then said to Chen Luo. As soon as Shu Yuohu's words came out, Chen Luo was stunned, and took all the disciples of Mingxia Peak. If so, it's not impossible. The number of disciples in Mingxia Peak is only over 3,000, so there must be enough places for own cultivation. In addition, the disciples of Mingxia Peak are also carefully selected, and the talent is naturally not too bad. Junior sister Shu, is this really all right? After all, it's the branch you cultivated so hard. Chen Luo continued, although Chen Luo was very moved, he still wanted to ask. It's okay, let's dig out the dragon veins of Mingxia Peak later, and the spirit power concentration of our heavenly bamboo peak can be raised to a higher level. Shu Yuohu continued excitedly, her eyes were extremely excited, and she couldn't wait to now go dig out the top quality dragon veins of Mingxia Peak. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, he just wanted some disciples, this senior sister Shu directly wanted to dig out his own dragon veins. Lin Shuyu on the side was also a little stunned, what happened, why was it so sudden? Mingxia Peak will be included in Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Let's go, I can't wait, hurry up. Shu Yuohu continued to urge. Lin Shuyu. Seeing Shu Yuohu's excitement, Chen Luo didn't say anything more. The master's family has cooperated so much, it's a bit inappropriate for him to be twitchy. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took Shu Yuohu to find the sect leader of Heavenly Dao Sect. Such a big matter still needs to be discussed with the sect leader. After all, there has never been such a precedent before. A mountain top in the distance of Heavenly Dao Sect. A young man in a golden robe with a serious face and a fiery spirit power billowing all over his body drove the dragon flame chariot galloping forward. Beside the chariot, there are many cultivators in black robes. There are some weird runes carved on the black robes of these cultivators, exuding a menacing aura. Mr. Lin Yan, in front of you is the Heavenly Dao Sect where Li Yan'er is. I heard that she is now a disciple of Heavenly Dao Sect Heavenly Bamboo Peak. On the side of the youth, a cultivator wearing a black grimace mask had a gloomy expression. Road. Oh, Heavenly Dao Sect? How dare a top-notch faction dare to use Dao Sect as its name? It's really ignorant. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the young man in the golden robe. Chapter 102 by Lao's Discovery. It turned out that this young man was Lin Yan. After deciding to collect the spirit of Li Yan'er's water spirit body, Lin Yan adjusted his own state to the best, and quickly brought the people from the Temple of Soul Origin to the eastern region. After some inquiring, they found out that Li Yan'er was currently in the Heavenly Dao Sect of the eastern region. Yet, a first-class force dares to use Daoshan as its name. If you don't know, you might think it is a top-level sacred land force. The ghost mask cultivator next to it continued. This cultivator is an elder of the Temple of Soul Cloud, named Wu Chengxiao. After Lin Yan's master knew that Lin Yan was going to the eastern region, he specially sent him to follow and assist in protection. The other cultivators in black robes around them are also the elites of the Temple of Soul Essence. They are extremely powerful, and their bodies are filled with extremely powerful auras. Mr. Lin Yan, let's go directly to their Heavenly Dao Sect's sect leader. They should feel extremely honored to have a disciple of them. Wu Chengxiao then said to Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded. With the signboard of the Temple of Soul Yuan, not to mention the elder of the Temple of the Earth, it was a great face for them not to directly destroy Heavenly Dao Sect. Immediately afterwards, everyone slowly galloped forward. Xiao Yanzi, I seem to sense that there seems to be the aura of your little lover Zhou Qing'ai, and, it seems to have fallen. At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Sound. As soon as the voice came out, Lin Yan's pupils contracted violently, as if his heart had been slammed. Zhou Qing'ai has fallen? How can it be? Old Bai, did you feel wrong? Lin Yan asked in disbelief in his mind. He always thought that Zhou Qing'ai was still alive, but he didn't expect to hear the news now. My sense is not wrong. Bai Lao's voice sounded again. Lin Yan bit his lip tightly, the flames around him became more turbulent and churning. The other cultivators around were all puzzled, why did Mr. Lin Yan suddenly look not in the right mood? Could this Qing'ai's death be related to Heavenly Dao Sect? Lin Yan's heart was in a state of confusion. No, Heavenly Dao Sect is only a first-class force, Zhou Qing'ai is a sacred land holy maiden, Heavenly Dao Sect has the strength to kill Qing'ai. Mr. Lin Yan, are you okay? Asked Wu Chengxiao next to him. I'm fine. Lin Yan showed a very reluctant smile, and the anger in his heart had already exploded extremely. Wu Chengxiao nodded and continued to move forward. You want to merge Mingxia Peak into Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Heavenly Dao Sect is in a spiritual site. Li Wudao looked at Chen Luo and Shu Yu in front of him and asked. That's right, senior brother Li, this trivial matter should be fine. Shu Yu blinked her big eyes and said softly. The corner of Li Wudao's mouth twitched slightly. Trivial matter? No problem. There has never been such a precedent. However, there is no sect rule that says no. How about this? You can collect many disciples of Mingxia Peak into Heavenly Bamboo Peak, but Heavenly Bamboo Peak's top-quality dragon pulse cannot be moved, and you can dispose of other spiritual lands by yourself. Li Wudao pondered for a moment, then continued. Brother, what are you kidding? I will definitely take those dragon veins away, otherwise it would be a waste. Shu Yu pouted her lips and looked at Li Wudao with contempt. Ahem, the dragon veins of each branch are extremely important, they are the foundation of our sect, they must not be moved. Li Wudao ignored Shu Yu's words, and continued. Ah, I've been happy for so long, junior brother Chen, you don't have any dragon veins anymore, don't you want us people from Mingxia Peak? Shu Yu then took Chen Luo's arm and said, blinking her big charming eyes. Of course not. Dragon veins are not important. Our Heavenly Bamboo Peak is not short of such things. Chen Luo smiled slightly. The environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is already superior enough, and, Chen Luo often signs various spiritual objects. The role of the best dragon veins is no longer as important as before. It is enough to have enough disciples to provide yourself with double the return of the cultivation effect. Report to sect leader, there is a group of people outside who claim to be the Temple of Soul Origin, and the leader is the elder of the Temple of Soul Origin, who is approaching our Heavenly Dao Sect. It seems that the visitor is not good. At this moment, a hurried voice came from afar. A white shadow flashed past and appeared in front of several people. People from Soul Yuan Temple? The visitor is not good? Li Wudao frowned slightly, he didn't seem to have touched anyone from the Soul Yuan Temple recently. Could it be something happened before? Impossible, I handle it so secretly. Chen Luo and Li Yan'er on the side also had doubts in their eyes, people from the Temple of Soul Yuan came. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, probably for himself. Before, I had slaughtered that Zhou Qing'ai, and that Zhou Qing'ai was the confidant of Lin Yan in the Temple of Soul Essence. Senior brother, why don't you let other disciples hide at my Heavenly Bamboo Peak, where I have a powerful formation that can protect our Heavenly Dao Sect disciples? Chen Luo then said slowly to Li Wudao. Yeah, senior brother, the people in the Temple of Soul Origin are still a bit scary, junior brother Chen Luo is safe there. Shu Yu continued, with a little dodge in her eyes. It's okay, just one, cough, no, let's go and see first, if you really come to find trouble, with my 3-point face, we can still do it with Heavenly Dao Sect. Li Wudao continued. Chen Luo and Shu Yuo looked at each other, 3-pointed? When did Ancient Desolate Continent rely on face to solve things? However, neither of them said much. Li Wudao is a cautious person, so he won't exaggerate anything. Immediately afterwards, everyone galloped towards the outside of Heavenly Dao Sect. Outside of Heavenly Dao Sect, Lin Yan, Wu Chengxiao and others were standing outside the Heavenly Dao Sect's mountain gate, looking at the Heavenly Dao Sect in front of them. Wu Elder, didn't we go in directly? Lin Yan asked. Since joining the Soul Cloud Temple, Lin Yan received the highest courtesy wherever he went. No one dared to underestimate him. Originally, those forces that he regarded as high above were like ants and dared not show any disrespect to him. If this kind of top-notch force is in the middle domain, it doesn't even have the qualifications to be a dog for him. In Lin Yan's view, there is no need to wait for this kind of power, just go in casually. Mr. Lin Yan, this Heavenly Dao Sect does not seem to be very simple. There are at least dozens of holy formations in the void ahead, and it is only a small area in front. If you rush in, I'm afraid, there will be no good end. Wu Chengxiao then said slowly. Chapter 103 Son of Destiny. Dozens of holy formations. Lin Yan's pupil shrank, and then he looked at the void in the front area. Sure enough, he found that in the area ahead, there seemed to be an inexplicable energy fluctuation, but it was too weak. If Wu Chengxiao hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have been able to notice it at all. The cultivators of the other soul essence temples next to them also looked at each other in blank dismay. A mere first-class force actually has so many holy-level magic circles. Is there a mistake? This is really just a first-class force, and everyone is a little suspicious. However, don't worry too much. Some formations don't mean anything, but they are cautious enough. Wu Chengxiao continued in a deep voice. Lin Yan nodded. Wu Chengxiao is the elder of the Temple of Soul Yuan, the top-level powerhouse of the Great Saint realm. Although he is only a low-level Great Saint, he can suppress everything. A first-class force, no matter how strong it is, where can it be strong? It is impossible to resist the suppression of the Great Saint powerhouse. No matter how many holy magic circles there are, they will not be able to cause substantial damage to Wu Chengxiao. Boom! After a while, a violent roar suddenly sounded in the surrounding void. A series of tyrannical and unparalleled inspirations continued to rage around, and soon, the surrounding space was distorted. The space where Lin Yan and others were located was blocked by an inexplicable force, and every trace of tyrannical aura continued to wreak havoc. The looming tyrannical aura almost crushed everything. Wu Chenxiao's complexion changed drastically, and his expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Who dares to attack people from our Soul Yuan temple? Wu Chengxiao shouted sharply. From his point of view, it was obvious at a glance that this was an emperor-level blockade formation that surpassed the holy level, and sealed off the space here, and nothing could get out. Moreover, in this large formation, there are still a large number of offensive methods, which contain extremely terrifying offensives. If they are all launched, even with his extremely strong strength, he will have to eat a pot. Lin Yan's expression on the side also became extremely ugly. When did such a powerful formation be arranged around here? Let's talk about what you are here for first. This is the living room of our Heavenly Dao Sect. It's very safe, so don't worry. A majestic voice came, resounding in the ears of everyone in the Temple of Soul Essence. Senior Brother Li, when did our Heavenly Dao Sect have such a powerful formation? On the other side of the formation, Shu Yuo blinked her own eyes and asked. Although Shu Yuo has controlled Mingxia Peak for a long time, she has a good relationship with Li Wudao. However, I never knew that Heavenly Dao Sect had such a good thing. Chen Luo is also extremely curious, although he knew that Heavenly Dao Sect is not an ordinary first-class force. However, even this kind of imperial formation can be arranged, obviously, it is too unusual. Ahem, this is the background of our heavenly Dao Sect. After all, it has existed for so long, and there is still something that is under the box. This formation is our trump card of heavenly Dao Sect, and it cannot be used lightly. Li Wudao continued quietly. Chen Luo and Shu Yuohu nodded, the things at the bottom of the box seemed reasonable. Living room? Both Lin Yan and Wu Chenxiao's faces were livid. Unexpectedly, this heavenly Dao Sect actually has such means. Before they entered heavenly Dao Sect, they were manipulated by others. It is a bit unexpected to be true. We are people from the Temple of Soul Essence. We are here to find people. We don't want to have any conflicts with you. Wu Chengxiao continued. Today, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Although the Hall of Soul Essence is famous, but if the life is gone, then everything will be gone. Lin Yan didn't speak, but waited with a gloomy face. The feeling of being controlled by someone was really uncomfortable. Although he has a lot of hole cards, it is a shame that he has fallen into such a situation without even being seen. Looking for someone. Li Wudao frowned slightly, didn't he come to seek revenge? That's good. Shu Yu on the side also patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Since she was looking for someone, it should have nothing to do with her. The people he killed were all blamed on Heavenly Devil, and he couldn't find him if he tried to find him. Who do you want to find? Immediately afterwards, the figures of Li Wudao and Chen Luo appeared in front of Wu Chengxiao and others. Seeing the three people who suddenly appeared, Wu Chengxiao felt a terrifying chill in his heart. These people are not simple, especially that middle-aged man and that handsome young man. Their eyes gave Wu Chengxiao a super terrifying sense of oppression. Chen Luo looked at the few people in front of him, and then turned on the own system detection function. Name, Wu Chengxiao. Age, 3536. Realm, Great Saint Realm 2nd Stage Day. Identity, Elder of the Ground Hall of the Soul Essence Temple. Name Lin Yan. Age, 19. Realm, Saint Realm 3rd Stage Day. Physical, Fire Spirit Sacred Body. Identity, Disciple of Elder Du Wuxuan in the Temple of Soul Yuan Temple. Fate, Son of Destiny. Son of Destiny? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Yan next to him. A new attribute unexpectedly appeared, Fate. This is the Lin Yan who was divorced by Yan'er? It's him. Unexpectedly, he also came. As expected of a son of destiny, he broke through to Saint Realm 3rd stage at only 19 years old, leveling up faster than his own disciples. It seems that it is necessary for me to collect some son of destiny to use as a training tool for myself. We are looking for a cultivator of Li Yan'er. I heard that she has joined your heavenly Dao Sect. Wu Chengxiao then said slowly, his expression not daring to be any more casual. Chen Luo's eyes are small. Come to find Li Yan'er? Junior brother Chen Luo, those who came to look for your precious apprentices, do you want to do them directly? As long as you nod, I will immediately activate the killing array and finish these people. Shu Yuohu continued to send a voice transmission to Chen Luo. Although the Temple of Soul Origin is very strong, Shu Yuohu is not someone who has never slaughtered the Temple of Soul Origin. Now, several people are here, and Li Wudao's means, even if these guys are from the Soul Cloud Temple, they can never escape from here. Little Yanzi, Zhou Qingai's last breath disappeared from that young man's body. At this moment, Bai Lao's voice sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Lin Yan's pupil shrank, and Qingai's aura disappeared from that young man. Could it be him? He killed Qing'ai? Endless killing intent filled Lin Yan's heart. Damn it! Ding! It is detected that the Son of Destiny Lin Yan has a strong killing intent on the host, and now a special task is released. Special task: kill the Son of Destiny Lin Yan, remove the threat. After completion, the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon will be rewarded. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chapter 104 Lin Yan's Means. Lin Yan, the son of destiny, wants to kill me? Could it be that what I did before was discovered? However, the system unexpectedly issued this task. The task of beheading the son of destiny? Reward the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Chen Luo's heart was pounding, it turned out to be such a good reward. The Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon is the top Extreme Dao weapon of the Ancient Desolate Continent, possessing unparalleled destructive power. Now, there is an opportunity to obtain the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon in front of On, and he absolutely cannot miss it. As for why Lin Yan wanted to kill him, Chen Luo didn't want to care anymore. Anyway, Lin Yan's life was decided by him. Junior Sister Shu, Sect Leader, do it. Boom. Chen Luo then sent a voice transmission to the two, and at the same time, a terrifying thunder force surged from his body, and he bombarded them heavily. The power of thunder on Chen Luo's body was extremely violent, forming a violent thunder dragon that covered the area they were in. Li Wudao and Shu Yuohu next to them also inspired many killing formations in the Emperor-level banning formation. In an instant, the violent and unparalleled spirit power shock wave ravaged Wu Chengxiao and others like a storm. Violent murderous intent continued to rage and erupt in the area where Wu Chengxiao, Lin Yan, and others were located. Do you know what you're doing? Seeing so many violent attacks, Wu Chengxiao's face turned green. What's the matter with these heavenly Dao Sect people, weren't they fine just now? How can a backhand be so much slamming? Bang bang bang! Wu Chengxiao unfolded an extremely powerful shield to resist the terrifying impact from all directions. However, the surrounding offensive was too violent. In addition, Chen Luo's Great Thunder Emperor technique was too powerful, and within a few short breaths, the shield was completely shattered. Soon, a large number of Soul Cloud Temple cultivators were blasted to pieces under the terrifying attack. The sound of collision and wailing resounded throughout the space. There are even more cultivators using various means to launch the strongest defense. Bursts of fiery red flames glowed all over Lin Yan's body, and the golden robe on his body seemed to have a strong defensive power, resisting the terrifying impact of the surroundings. With the blessing of many means, Lin Yan actually blocked the impact around him. Seeing the miserable situation around him, Wu Chengxiao's face became extremely cold. These heavenly Dao Sect people are too damn it. When did he suffer this kind of loss? Even in the face of Chaos Sacred Land, it has never been like this. Now, it is a shame to lose so many people at the hands of a first-class power. Chen Luo and Li Wudao were all watching from a distance. After all, now that they have absolute fire suppression, there is no need to go up and take risks. Although Chen Luo wanted the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon very much, but without knowing what cards Lin Yan had, Chen Luo didn't want to attack rashly. Although the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon is important, the safety of life still comes first. With the impact of many spirit powers and the violent killing offensive, soon, the area in front was shrouded in countless bloody smells. Most of the cultivators in the Temple of Soul Essence were completely killed by the terrifying impact. Only a few top experts at the Saint King level, as well as Lin Yan and Wu Chengxiao are struggling to support them. Junior brother Chen Luo, that guy's tricks are very tyrannical, the Saint Wangqiang is dead, and a little guy from Saint Realm can still persist. Shu Yuohu looked at Lin Yan in the distance and said in surprise. Li Wudao on the side also felt a little unbelievable. It's incredible that Saint Realm's cultivator can persist to this point. Well, there are indeed quite a lot of methods. Chen Luo said slowly. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the son of destiny. If it were an ordinary Saint Realm, he would have died countless times. However, Chen Luo didn't care too much, now there is a large imperial formation blocking it. As long as you grind slowly, the grind can grind them to death. Lin Yan, who was in the midst of a terrorist attack, launched countless means, such as the terrifying multicolored spiritual fire, and the defense on his body was also the top holy weapon. It seems that there are many powerful medicine pills on his body. After swallowing the medicine pills, Lin Yan's aura became stronger, and some injuries on his body also recovered quickly. Lin Yan also provided a lot of medicine pills to Wu Chengxiao and others, which made their injuries recover a lot. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. If you offend our Soul Yuan Temple, you heavenly Dao Sect will die without a burial place. Now let us go, you still have a way out. Wu Chengxiao then gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of anger. Although there is a medicine pill provided by Lin Yan, the surrounding attacks are too violent. Especially Chen Luo used the Great Thunder Emperor technique to bombard them from time to time. Even Wu Chengxiao couldn't stand the terrifying Lei Dao attack. The Saint Yuan in the body has been consumed a lot. The holy soul of the great saint was also a little weak from the bombardment of the thunder. These top powerful people are really like a bird, and they have no other means except threats, Chen Luo complained in his heart. Chen Luo naturally didn't care about their threats. Since they are all offended, let's offend to the end. Brother, you have to be serious, otherwise, you won't be able to take them down for a while. Seeing that Lin Yan and the others were still insisting, Shu Yuo said slowly. No problem, look at me. Li Wudao said. Boom. As soon as Li Wudao's words fell, multiple terrifying black beams of light appeared above the emperor-level ban formation. These black beams of light shone with an incomparably cold black aura, and everywhere they went, the space was twisted into pieces. Young Master Lin Yan, we can't go on like this. We have to find a way to leave, otherwise, we are really going to die here. Wu Chengxiao saw that they were not moved at all, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Lin Yan's face was pale, and he swallowed another medicine pill exuding a strong fragrance. Old Bai, I'm going to borrow your power to completely wipe out these people. Lin Yan then said to Old Bai in his body. Well, use it, now that you have arrived at Saint Realm, you can bear more of my soul power. Bai Lao continued. Lin Yan took a deep breath, and the black beams of light around him gave him an extremely frightening feeling. If he was attacked, there would definitely be no good fruit to eat. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yan's temperament changed drastically. An aura of incomparable vicissitudes emerged from his body, and the space where Lin Yan was located seemed to have stagnated, falling into absolute silence. Lin Yan's aura is rising steadily, constantly moving towards a higher realm. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Lin Yan at this moment. Chapter 105 Let me help you. Wu Chengxiao next to him was also stunned. It was really unbelievable that Lin Yan had such a means. This method of strength improvement is really too terrifying. In a short while, it climbed to the Saint King realm, and, as if there was no limit, it continued to climb. There were bursts of intense flame power all over Lin Yan's body. The power of this flame almost burned the entire space. Swish swish swish. At this moment, a phantom finger with an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared not far away. Su Ji seemed to destroy everything, and went straight to the area where Lin Yan was. Wherever the virtual finger went, it was filled with bursts of destructive aura. Wu Chenxiao's face changed drastically, and he immediately activated the power of his holy soul, preparing to resist this terrifying phantom. Counting on Lin Yan now, nothing can happen to Lin Yan. Crack! However, the moment Wu Chenxiao's holy soul came into contact with this virtual finger, it was completely defeated. The aura on his body became extremely sluggish, as if he had been fatally attacked. The other Soul Cloud Temple disciples around were swept away by this wisp of energy, and they completely lost their vitality. The imaginary finger, which contained extremely violent aura, slammed towards Lin Yan again. Lin Yan's pupils constricted violently, and he deployed all his defenses, intending to block this virtual finger. Bang bang bang! In an instant, Su Ji had already attacked and killed Lin Yan, destroying Lin Yan's defense in an instant, and Lin Yan's body was blasted out heavily. It bumped into the edge of the emperor-level banning circle, and there was an extremely violent collision sound. The momentum of Lin Yan's promotion also stopped quickly, and the aura on his body suddenly became much weaker. None of this is dead. Chen Luo's pupil shrank. He used Huang Ling Tian Xian Chong to temporarily raise his cultivation base from Saint King 4th stage to Saint King 9th stage. After many disciples practiced during this period, the secret art of Huang Ling Tian Xian has been cultivated to the point of minor success, which can increase 5 small realms. The chaotic divine body of the Saint King 9th stage, coupled with the Devil Emperor's destroying immortal finger, even ordinary low-level great saints can be easily killed. This Lin Yan actually endured this strike without dying. Son of Destiny, so terrifying. Li Wudao and Shu Yu on the side looked at Chen Luo in disbelief. They just now naturally felt the aura of destroying everything. Although Chen Luo concealed it well, the power to destroy everything is really terrifying. Sect leader, senior sister, let's deal with this guy first. Chen Luo then said slowly. Li Wudao and Shu Yu nodded. No matter what, Chen Luo is their heavenly Dao Sect. Chen Luo's strength, naturally, the stronger the better. Ho 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 ho. At the same time, a terrifying howl sounded. A blood devil dragon full of monstrous bloody aura appeared beside Chen Luo. Swish swish swish. The blood devil dragon charged towards Lin Yan in the distance with a terrifying impact force. Although Lin Yan seems to be crippled now, Chen Luo doesn't want to risk his life. Son of Destiny, anything is possible. Seeing the blood devil dragon that suddenly appeared, Lin Yan's face became extremely ugly. The blood devil dragon of the great saint level, is there any mistake? Hoo. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yan exploded many spiritual fires in his body, and the energy in his body rose again. Started a fierce battle with this blood devil dragon. Although Lin Yan's strength is not as good as that of the blood devil dragon, the power in his body seems to be endless. Even if he is injured, he can recover quickly. On the other side, Chen Luo, Shu Yu, and others secretly attacked Lin Yan, using various means to suppress Lin Yan. Shu Yu and Li Wudao also saw that this Lin Yan was not simple, even though he was just a saint realm cultivator. However, the means are not inferior to the average great saint powerhouse. Exporting in a safe place is their consistent purpose of heavenly Dao Sect. The rest of the Soul Cloud Temple has been completely wiped out. Only Lin Yan and the dying Wu Chengxiao were left. Are you really going to die? Lin Yan couldn't bear it anymore. He could see that these people were obviously very strong, but they just couldn't come down to fight with him. Just let the blood devil dragon fight with him, and secretly shoot cold arrows. He, Lin Yan, has also experienced many battles, but he has never seen such an aggrieved style of fighting. Use whatever means you have, don't hide it, you won't have a chance later. Chen Luo said while releasing the terrifying Great Thunder Emperor technique. You guys forced me to do this, if that's the case, let's all die here. A look of madness flashed across Lin Yan's expression. Li Wudao and others were all stunned. Does this guy really have tricks? Exploding Heavenly Lotus. Lin Yan shouted loudly, and suddenly, 4 balls of spiritual fire appeared around Lin Yan. The 4 spirit fires continuously circled around Lin Yan's body, and then began to merge rapidly. Suddenly, there was a burst of destruction, and the atmosphere of burning mountains and boiling seas continued to circulate. A moment later, a 4-color lotus flower flame appeared in front of Lin Yan, and the surrounding space fell into a moment of calm at this moment. The blood devil dragon not far away stared at the 4-color fire lotus in front of him with cold eyes, not daring to go forward at all. Obviously, this 4-color fire lotus contains extremely terrifying deterrent power, making the blood devil dragon feel a terrifying sense of crisis. Chen Luo and the others also had a little dignified look in their eyes. From their eyes, it is natural to see that this thing is a super explosive force formed by the fusion of 4 different fires. If they all explode, the destructive power will be extremely terrifying. Now, if you let me go, I don't need to detonate this fire lotus. Seeing that Chen Luo and others were intimidated by the exploding fire lotus that owns, Lin Yan said coldly. This bursting fire lotus is a secret technique created by Lin Yan. Although it has no rank, it is a fusion of many kinds of spiritual fire. Once detonated, it has the power to destroy the world. Originally, Lin Yan could only fuse 3 kinds of spiritual fires, but now he has the blessing of Bai Lao's soul power in his body. Lin Yan was able to fuse the 4 spiritual fires at this time. The explosive sky lotus formed by the fusion of the 3 spirit fires is already a strong person who can threaten the peak Saint King level. As for the bursting sky lotus of the 4 spiritual fires, even the top experts among the great saints would have to be wiped out for half their lives. No need, just detonate it, forget it, let me help you. Just when Lin Yan thought he was completely intimidating Chen Luo and the others, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a flame containing even more terrifying power appeared from Chen Luo's hand. This is Absolute Beginning Divine Fire. Chapter 106. Is this your means? Lin Yan's expression suddenly changed drastically. If he saw the divine fire of Absolute Beginning in other places, Lin Yan would be very happy. You can also get an extremely powerful spiritual fire to enhance your own strength. However, now On began to have a condensed explosive sky lotus in his hands. If all of them were really detonated, Lin Yan would not have the slightest chance of surviving this terrifying impact. Senior, don't be impulsive, I was just joking. Lin Yan continued tremblingly. Things were completely out of his control. He just wanted to intimidate these people, but he didn't want to detonate this exploding heavenly lotus. Just kidding, I'm not joking with you. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then threw out the divine fire of Absolute Beginning in his hand. The divine fire of Absolute Beginning bombarded Lin Yan's body with the power of burning heaven and earth. Sect leader, senior sister, let's withdraw. After Chen Luo fired the divine fire of Absolute Beginning, he and Li Wudao and others quickly left the Imperial level ban formation. The Blood Devil Dragon was also taken back by Chen Luo. No. Seeing Chen Luo and others leave, Lin Yan was dumbfounded. How could he forget that they can leave at any time? How could I think of such a stupid way? Boom! A moment later, as Chen Luo and the others left, the terrifying divine fire of Absolute Beginning instantly arrived in Lin Yan's hands. The 4-color lotus flower in Lin Yan's hand was stimulated by such a terrifying fire of the primordial beginning, and suddenly, all the power exploded. The extremely violent impact quickly swayed away, and all the protective measures around Lin Yan's body seemed fragile at this moment. Little Yanzi, abandon your body and escape with your soul. Bai Lao's voice sounded in Lin Yan's ear. As soon as Lin Yan gritted his teeth, he could only use the huge mental energy to strip his own soul from his body. Heavenly Dao Sect, just wait for me, don't let me find a chance. Lin Yan thought viciously. Little Yanzi, it's safer to have your soul attached to me. A cunning flashed in Bai Lao's eyes, and he continued. Without hesitation, Lin Yan immediately attached his own soul to Bai Lao's soul power. After all, Bai Lao's soul power is stronger, and it is indeed safer with him. Carrying Lin Yan's soul power, Bai Lao quickly escaped from the burst area and reached the farthest edge. At the same time, the own soul secret method was launched to protect the immortality of the 2 souls. Bai Lao, even if we can survive here, we won't have any countermeasures when they come in. Lin Yan said tremblingly, looking at the terrifying impact force next to him. This time is the biggest crisis Lin Yan has encountered since his re-emergence. Even the physical body was destroyed, leaving only the soul lingering on. And, wait, when those people enter again, I still have no countermeasures. It can be said that it has truly reached a desperate situation. Lin Yan now also knows that it was the young man who killed Zhuyang Sacred Land, Taisha Shenhuo, and even Zhou King Ai, his own confidant. However, now Lin Yan doesn't want to care about this matter anymore, he still has to save his own life first. Don't worry, little Yanzi, I'll have my own means later, and nothing will happen. Bai Lao then said to Lin Yan with a soft expression. After hearing Bai Lao's words, Lin Yan Jiaoxuan's heart also slowly relaxed. Bai Lao has been with him for so long, Lin Yan is still clear about Bai Lao's character, and he is not the kind of person who talks big. Bai Lao said that he has means, so he really has means. Immediately afterwards, the two continued to wait here. That idiot is so happy to kill me, he actually threatened us with this method of killing us all. Outside the ceiling formation, Shu Yuhua showed a smile, looking straight at the ceiling formation. The blockade at this time. Chen Luo and Li Wuodao also felt a little speechless. That Lin Yan had a lot of tricks, but he was really reckless in doing things, and he didn't consider that they could leave that space at any time. Junior brother Chen Luo, there should be a powerful soul body in that guy's body. Li Wuodao seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Chen Luo. Soul body. Chen Luo's eyes are tiny, could it be that the soul body is this son of Destiny's gold finger? Soon, there was no more sound from the ceiling formation, and it seemed that there was no vitality. The few people did not waste any time, and quickly entered the block formation. Inside the ceiling formation, there is a scorching hot breath everywhere, and the boiling heat wave rushes towards the face, giving people a very strong feeling of scorching heat. Junior brother Chen Luo, that kid blew himself up. Shu Yuhua said with a slight smile. There was no longer that Lin Yan's breath around, obviously, he had been completely bombarded to death. Chen Luo didn't speak, Lin Yan should not be dead yet, because Chen Luo didn't receive the system task completion notification. Their lives are quite hard, and there are still some souls lingering here. Li Wuodao looked towards a remote corner in the distance. There seemed to be two inexplicable breath fluctuations in the corner, very subtle. Bai Lao, we have been discovered, it's over, it's over. Lin Yan's heart almost sank to the bottom of the valley. Unexpectedly, they discovered the hidden them. Senior, that brat Lin Yan has been caught by me, and now I'm handing it over to the seniors. All of this is done by Lin Yan alone. I hope the seniors can save my life. It was a familiar voice. With Lin Yan's weak soul engulfed in his arms, Bai Lao flew directly in front of Chen Luo and the three of them, begging for mercy. Lin Yan. As for the agreed method, is this your method? Sell me straight away. Lin Yan only felt that his head was buzzing, and his thoughts could not be straightened out by Bai Lao's manipulation. I trust you so much, you actually. Li Wuodao and Shu Yuhua looked at each other in dismay, so, caught? They have cooperated many times before, and this is the first time they have seen such a good enemy. Chen Luo also felt a little weird. Lin Yan's gold finger is a bit interesting. Ahem, let me tell you first, what exactly are you looking for with my apprentice Li Yaner? Chen Luo then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and looked at the two weak soul bodies in front of him. Now, both of them have no countermeasures and can be easily manipulated by him. Chen Luo naturally wants to find out the reason. Is Li Yaner your apprentice? Lin Yan asked in disbelief. He didn't expect that Li Yaner found such a terrifying master with amazing methods, moreover, he also had the divine fire of absolute beginning. On the other hand, On, a white old man, sold himself at the critical moment. This gap makes people desperate just thinking about it. Chapter 107 Unqualified Gold Finger. If you want to talk nonsense, then I can only send you on your way. Chen Luo continued calmly. As Chen Luo spoke, he let out the divine fire of On in the beginning. Immediately, the fierce and scorching breath made both Lin Yan and Bai Lao tremble, feeling as if their soul power would be burned at any moment. In front of Shen Huo of absolute beginning, his soul power was as fragile as an ant, without the slightest countermeasure. Senior, it's like this. Bai Lao didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and quickly told Chen Luo and others about the matter. 5 elements divine body? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, this little old man still has this trick. Li Wudao and Shu Yu on the side were also amazed. However, the two of them didn't care too much, they both had their own way, and the 5 elements body was not suitable for them. Then do you still have spirit stones? Chen Luo then asked. It would also be great if the 5 elements body could be mass-produced. Senior, it's gone, but I can draw out the power of Dao spirit and many spirits from Lin Yan's body. As long as I find the body of water spirit, I can condense a 5 elements body. Bai Lao then said respectfully to Chen Luo. Bai Lao, you. Lin Yan looked at Bai Lao in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Bai Lao, whom I respected so much in the past, would say such a thing. In order to survive, don't even the most basic bottom line? Chen Luo raised his brows, and he could also draw out Lin Yan's Dao Ling power and many spiritual sources. Little Yanzi, you don't have to look at me like that. I, Bai Lao, can live up to now with only a remnant soul, and I rely on being a hero who understands current affairs. Bai Lao continued to snort coldly. Li Wudao and Shu Yu on the side were both surprised that Deva, this guy, is very good. But, his body was completely destroyed. Chen Luo continued to ask. Under the impact of Wushuan's terrifying flames, Lin Yan's body was completely annihilated, so there is no spiritual accumulation left. The power of Dao spirit and many spirits are in Lin Yan's soul. I was a pill refining master of the holy rank before. I have a secret method to extract these things from Lin Yan's soul. Bai Lao then he said slowly, his eyes were full of fierceness. The pill refiner of the holy rank. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, this person is not bad, he is a talent. Pill refining master is considered a relatively rare and noble profession in the ancient desolate continent, and has extremely high requirements for soul power. A pill refining master of the holy rank, no matter which faction he is in, is like a sweet potato. Old Bai, I respect you as a teacher, you really want to treat me like this? Lin Yan's eyes were full of coldness and tyranny. Unexpectedly, Bai Lao, whom he respected so much, would actually do such a thing to him at this moment. What I said to make myself give up my physical body is for this moment. I, Lin Yan, are really blind. This Bai Lao has sucked my cultivation base for so many years. If I knew it earlier, I should have killed him with spiritual fire. Lin Yan felt annoyed in his heart. Snapped. Draining your spiritual accumulation and Dao Ling's power is to think highly of you, what are you fooling around? Bai Lao immediately gave Lin Yan's soul a heavy blow. Lin Yan's soul suddenly became dizzy after being impacted by Bai Lao's terrifying power. The already weak soul became more fragile. Then hurry up, if you can really give my apprentice Li Yan the 5 elements divine body, I can spare your life. Chen Luo continued. The soul of a holy rank pill refining master is quite valuable. Own heavenly bamboo peak has a lot of elixir, if there is such a tool man, the utilization rate of elixir can be enhanced. Bai Lao nodded, a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Bai Lao activated his majestic soul power and began to extract the power from Lin Yan's soul. No, don't, it hurts. Driven by Bai Lao's soul power, Lin Yan's soul let out a heart-piercing scream. Bursts of incomparably mysterious power emerged from Lin Yan's body. Chen Luo and the others looked at the scene in front of them with astonishment in their eyes. It is also the first time they have seen this method, which is really incredible. Bai Lao, I am percent at number at. Lin Yan's soul began to emit various magical spells. Bai Lao was not moved at all, but the speed of extraction became even faster. After a long while, many forces in Lin Yan's soul were finally pulled out severely. Lin Yan's soul became extremely weak. In front of Bai Lao, there was an essence containing incomparably pure power floating. Senior, this is the essence that contains the power of Dao spirit and spiritual accumulation. As long as this thing is absorbed by the body of water spirit, the body of 5 elements can be achieved. Bai Lao looked at the masterpiece in front of him and said excitedly. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, yes, this old man is indeed on the right track. Lin Yan's soul and body on the side were already extremely weak, as if he was about to fall at any moment, but he was still chanting the magical spell to Bai Lao. By the way, senior, these are the 4 great spiritual fires that Lin Yan worked so hard to collect. Although the grade is not as good as your absolute beginning divine fire, they can be used barely. I hope you senior don't dislike them. Bai Lao then took out 4 balls of spiritual fire, which appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I also have a magical cultivation technique, which can be combined with spiritual fire to increase the cultivation technique level and cultivation base. If seniors don't dislike it, you can also take a look. Bai Lao then continued, and took out a copy of Natural Fire Ju. Chen Luo frowned, no wonder this guy's cultivation base improved so quickly, it turned out that he had such a terrifying cultivation technique. The 3 then took a look at the cultivation technique, and found that this cultivation technique really had such a heaven-defying effect as Bai Lao said. However, after practicing this cultivation technique, qi deviation is very likely, especially after reaching the Holy Realm. The damage to the soul is very great, and it is easy to cause very extreme consequences. It seems that the Son of Destiny became like this, and it is also inseparable from this natural fire art. This Bai Lao is a cheat, an unqualified gold finger. Thinking of Bai Lao's performance just now, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a little speechless for Lin Yan. A good template for a Son of Destiny, it has been cultivated like this. Sect leader, senior sister, share this spirit fire with you, I don't need this thing. Chen Luo then said to Li Wudao and Shu Yuhou. After knowing the disadvantages of this cultivation technique, Chen Luo has no interest at all. There is no need for me to take this outer sect evil way. As for the spiritual fire, Chen Luo didn't need it either. The divine fire of absolute beginning was enough to suppress everything. It's better for you to accept it, it's useless if we want this. Li Wudao and Shu Yuhou said. Both of them have their own way, and they don't need it. Moreover, they don't have any disciples to cultivate, so holding it is a waste. Then I'll take it. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Since everyone doesn't use it, let me press the bottom of the box. With a light wave of his right hand, Chen Luo put away all 4 spirit fires. Next, it will be Lin Yan, kill him, and there will be an Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Chapter 108 Samsara Life and Death Diagram. Chen Luo then looked at Lin Yan next to him. At this time, Lin Yan was already hopeless, his breath was weak, and he no longer had any desire to survive. Bai Lao's betrayal, coupled with the extraction of many spirits in his soul, Lin Yan was already in complete despair. Now he has nothing, even if he has the chance to escape, he has no chance to grow up again. Senior, use the spiritual fires I gave you to kill Lin Yan. The elder of the Temple of Soul Cloud has already imprinted Lin Yan's soul. Using those spiritual fires can create the illusion that Lin Yan's spiritual fire is out of control. Reduce unnecessary trouble. Bai Lao saw that Chen Luo already wanted to do something to Lin Yan, and then gave Chen Luo an idea. As soon as Bai Lao's words came out, Chen Luo's heart froze. It's true, if there is an old man in the family, if there is a treasure, everyone knows this. Create the illusion of qi deviation, this old man has a lot of brains. Li Wudao and Shu Yuhou next to him were also stunned. This old man must be too good-natured. But this is also good, if it can be less troublesome, then it will be less troublesome. Lin Yan, who was already heartbroken, heard Bai Lao's words, and there was endless tyranny in his eyes. Bai Lao's words were like sharp needles, piercing his heart fiercely. Bai Lao, whom he respected as a teacher in the past, now has such a far-reaching calculation for him. Percent number yuan percent yuan. Lin Yan couldn't bear it anymore, and with his last breath, the magical spell was once again crazily output to Bai Lao. Senior, why don't I come, I can help you. Bai Lao then said to Chen Luo and others respectfully. No need, let me do it. Chen Luo smiled slightly and continued. The system task is to let him kill Lin Yan, but Chen Luo doesn't know whether he has completed the task if Bai Lao kills him. In order to prevent accidents from happening, it is better to do it yourself. Hoo. Immediately afterwards, with the thought in Chen Luo's mind, he directly activated 2 of the spiritual fires given by Bai Lao. The moment the 2 spiritual fires approached Lin Yan's soul, Lin Yan felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, completely lost consciousness, and the magical spell in his mouth stopped abruptly. A moment later, 2 spiritual fires exploded on the dying Lin Yan's soul body. Following a burst of heart-piercing screams, Lin Yan's weak soul power was instantly smashed into pieces amidst the terrifying crackling sound. Lin Yan, a generation of arrogance, was killed by 2 spiritual fires. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of beheading the son of destiny Lin Yan, and getting the ultimate reward, Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, Samsara Life and Death Map. Samsara Life and Death Map. The Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon of Samsara Great Emperor contains the power of Samsara, and its power is unparalleled. It can control the world, break life and death, and destroy Samsara. As Lin Yan's soul melted away, a system notification sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Samsara Life and Death Map. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Yes, the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon of Samsara Great Emperor. Samsara Great Emperor is the first strong emperor who resounded throughout the ancient desolate continent 10,000 years ago. He is extremely powerful. He has killed true immortal in the Great Emperor realm. He has countless great emperors in the ancient desolate continent. All of them are extremely high-ranking figures. A true legend of the ancient desolate continent. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon that rewarded Samsara Great Emperor. Now that I have such a powerful Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, I should be able to barely protect myself. There was a burst of joy in Chen Luo's heart. Although Chen Luo can't completely activate this terrifying Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, as long as he can use a ray of power, it is enough to kill most of the enemies. Junior brother Chen Luo, since the matter is over, let's deal with the matter of merging Mingxia Peak into Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Xu Yuohu then said charmingly, looking directly at Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded. Now that the matter here has been dealt with, it is indeed time to deal with another matter. I am looking forward to the intermediate cultivation fetters. EX. Senior, what about me? I can not only pill refining weapons, controlling beasts, I can do everything, don't kill me. Bai Lao then looked at Chen Luo and the others hesitantly. Now, Lin Yan has completely fallen. Without Lin Yan to provide him with enough nutrients, if he doesn't have enough spiritual objects, even if Chen Luo and others don't kill him, he won't be able to live for long. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. This old man is very good, he knows so many things. Come back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak with me, and integrate this essence into my apprentice's body. Chen Luo then said to old Bai. On's big apprentice Li Yaner is the sacred body of Shuiling. With the fusion of this essence, it should be able to transform into the 5 elements divine body. After all, Chen Luo is the first disciple to follow On, and Chen Luo still has a lot of affection. Yes, Master. Old Bai was very clear about On's status, so he said hastily. Immediately afterwards, everyone cleaned up the surroundings, and after confirming that there was no problem, they left. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Back Mountain Spirit Power is extremely rich area. Lin Shuiyu took Chu Sisi, another amazing disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and they were walking slowly towards Chen Luo's place. Senior Sister Lin, do we really want to merge Mingxia Peak into Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Chu Sisi bit her red lips lightly. Lin Shuiyu took a deep breath, then nodded heavily. That's right, Sisi, from now on we will all be disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and the identity of Mingxia Peak has become a thing of the past. Lin Shuiyu continued. In other areas of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Shu Yuo is leading many disciples to relocate all the spiritual lands of Mingxia Peak to Heavenly Bamboo Peak except for the top-grade dragon veins. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is full of buzz. Many Mingxia Peak disciples looked at their surroundings excitedly. I heard that the cultivation environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is comparable to Sacred Land, and even better. Now, after seeing it, it is indeed so. There was a little loneliness in Chu Ceci's eyes, but soon his fighting spirit was rekindled. She joined Heavenly Dao Sect to become stronger. If she can become stronger faster at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, then why not practice at Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Immediately afterwards, Chu Ceci restrained her thoughts and walked towards the depths of the back mountain. Soon, Chu Ceci completed the apprenticeship ceremony and became Chen Luo's disciple. Chen Luo also gave her the same treatment as Lin Shuiyu, allowing her to practice better and return her cultivation effects. Having received many cultivation technique martial arts resources bestowed by Chen Luo, Chu Ceci was also ecstatic in her heart. The uneasiness in her heart no longer disappeared, and some were just longing for the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the advanced task. The primary practice bond has advanced to the intermediate practice bond. Intermediate practice bond. All disciples who join Heavenly Bamboo Peak can return double the cultivation effect to the host, and the upper limit of primary practice bond is 5,000 people. Chapter 109 The New Initiation Manual. Following Chu Ceci's admission, the voice of the system sounded in Chen Luo's mind. The advanced task has been completed. The moment the task was completed, Chen Luo felt the power in his body rising continuously. Countless spirit powers are churning at extreme speed, like ocean waves, crazily hitting the higher realm. Wild! Chen Luo's heart was full of joy. The double return coupled with the surge in the number of Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples made Chen Luo's cultivation base continue to move towards the Saint King 5th stage. Boom! After a few breaths, an aura of suppressing the world appeared on Chen Luo's body. The violent and unparalleled breath kept rising and falling. Saint King 5th Stage Day. Chen Luo's realm broke through Saint King 5th Stage in just a short breath. Moreover, under the rapid growth of spirit power, the realm of Saint King 5th Stage quickly stabilized and steadily moved towards a higher realm. The fetters of intermediate cultivation are too strong. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and a majestic force surged in his body. Let's see how Yan'er's 5 elements is integrated. After returning to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo asked Bai Lao to fuse the essence of Lin Yan with his own apprentice Li Yan'er. Chen Luo's thoughts moved, and then he walked slowly towards where Li Yan'er was. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A huge square. At this time, a large number of disciples from Mingxia Peak gathered in the square. These disciples of Mingxia Peak looked curiously at other places in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In other areas of the square, there are quite a few Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples who are cultivating, but they don't seem to be in a good state. They have a common feature, that is, dark circles, which seem to have not rested for a long time. Many people are still talking about another knife. Quite a few people were breathless, and some even fell into a pool of blood, with blood rushing down. What are they doing? If you don't cultivate well in such a good cultivation environment, it's a waste of time to waste your time. Yeah, I see, these Heavenly Bamboo Peak people seem to be a little bit wrong, and they don't understand at all. As soon as I came in, I found out that this Heavenly Bamboo Peak feels weird. Many disciples of Mingxia Peak in the square commented that they were all curious about the other Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples around them and didn't understand what they were doing. Li Dalong, Wang Feng and Mo Xiaocheng stood above the square, and then began to announce some things about Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After knowing the benefits of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, these disciples of Mingxia Peak are all fried pots. There is unlimited supply of the ultimate spiritual Qi Dan, and there are also various medicine pills that can heal injuries and relieve mental fatigue. This Heavenly Bamboo Peak is simply heaven. Although the welfare of their Mingxia Peak disciples is considered good, compared with Heavenly Bamboo Peak, it is simply a heaven and an earth. Moreover, they are also very excited about the practice competition. Every first place is a chance to transform into a holy product qualification, which makes their hearts thump and their eyes are extremely fanatical. Due to the sharp increase in the number of disciples, the quantity and quality of rewards each time have also been correspondingly improved. The top 300 disciples will receive corresponding huge rewards. However, there is still only one person who transforms into a holy grade qualification at a time. Cultivation speed? I'm a tinpin cultivation talent. As long as I work hard, the number one is within my grasp. That's right, I've never been afraid of anyone compared to my cultivation speed. The first place next time must be mine. That's right, Daddy set a record of 5 days and 5 nights without rest, and practiced desperately. First, I think I'm very hopeful. After hearing the words of Li Dalong and others, the fire in the hearts of many disciples of Mingxia Peak was completely ignited. If you don't cultivate well in such a place, isn't that a desecration of life? It seems that those people in Heavenly Bamboo Peak have been completely lost by these superior conditions, and they don't practice hard. These strange things are really too boring. Not far away, a disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak saw the excitement of these people, and unconsciously remembered how passionate he was when he first entered Heavenly Bamboo Peak. At the beginning, I was full of confidence, but unfortunately, alas, the sky failed to fulfill my wish. These people in Heavenly Bamboo Peak are more than animals, and they don't regard themselves as human beings. These people are still too young to have experienced Heavenly Bamboo Peak's severe beatings. The disciple murmured in a low voice as he casually stabbed On's thigh with a black eye. The other Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples just laughed and said nothing. First? Hehe, I don't even know how to practice self-harm when I first came here, but I still want to take the first place. I'm really too young. However, many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak did not have any malice or ridicule towards these disciples. After all, no one knows whether among these disciples there will be someone who, like Mo Xiaocheng, has stepped out of a school of his own. This thing is called Mensin Initiation Manual. You can read it. If you have no doubts, then you can go to practice. Li Dalong at the top of the square took out a bunch of pamphlets and handed them out. Mensin Initiation Manual? Many disciples were stunned. What does Mensin mean? Someone asked in a low voice. Mensin refers to those of you who have just joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There are 2 powerful cultivation methods in this manual, as well as some precautions for Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Li Dalong continued to explain. Mensin? It's a good name. It's cute and new. It sounds much better than new disciple. Yeah, I like the name Mensin, it sounds nice. Many newcomers who just joined started to speak, and then began to check the Mensin Initiation Manual in their hands. Mensin Initiation Handbook contains 2 revisions of the Broken Pulse Practice Method, and 5 updated versions of the Self-Harm Practice Method. The content in it is very detailed and very suitable for novices. In addition, it also records some sacred places of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Medicine Pill, and introductions of various regions. After Chen Luo destroyed Zhuyang Sacred Land and Blood Spirit Sacred Land before, he moved their treasures and various spiritual lands to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After several transformations, Heavenly Bamboo Peak has completely become a very powerful practice sacred land. Spirit Medicine Garden, Spirit Beast Hall, Pill Refining Hall, Artifact Refining Pavilion, all kinds of departments are readily available. It's just that the disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak are all obsessed with cultivation, and no one is interested in these things at all. Moreover, Heavenly Bamboo Peak has no shortage of training resources, and does not need to do tasks. Self-mutilation cultivation method, pulse-breaking cultivation method, can this work? It's too scary. Yeah, there is no one who cultivates like this, is there really no problem? I don't care. I just practice step by step honestly, this kind of cultivation method is really terrible. That's right, with so many top-quality spiritual chi pills, there's no need to fix them. My talent is so strong. As long as I work hard, I dare not say the first one. The top 100 will definitely be easy. Many disciples who have just joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak have seen the 2 cultivation methods recorded in the Mensin Initiation Manual, and they all talked about it. Li Dalong and others above the square heard it, but they didn't care. When they see other disciples using this method to make great progress in the cultivation base, they will know the power of these 2 methods. P.S. Happy New Year, auspicious year of the rabbit, thank you for your support. Chapter 110 Bai Lao's Past. With the release of the Mensin Initiation Handbook, Li Dalong and others once again answered some doubts of many disciples. It is to disband many disciples and let them practice on their own. The entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak has also become more lively, and there are many disciples practicing in the spiritual places everywhere. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There is a spiritual place where 5-color spirit power flows in the back mountain. This is a spiritual land with 5 elements spirit power, which Chen Luo found from the sacred land. In the 5 elements spiritual land, Li Yan'er is like a fairy in a painting, sitting cross-legged in the center of the spiritual land. On Li Yan'er's head, there is still a group of essence exuding an incomparably exquisite aura, which continuously releases power and rushes towards Li Yan'er's body. The surrounding 5 elements spiritual sites also released pure spirit power, rushing towards Li Yan'er's body. With the blessing of many forces, Li Yan'er's temperament has become more and more outstanding, and the spirit power in her body is also rising more and more. Not far from Li Yan'er, a white spirit body was carefully examining the scene in front of him, his eyes full of seriousness. Chen Luo has already told Bai Lao that if something goes wrong with the fusion essence, Bai Lao will spend the rest of his life in the burning of spiritual fire. Although Mr. Bai was 99% sure, he was still extremely apprehensive and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. How is the fusion now? A clear voice sounded. Chen Luo hugged Xiao Bai and appeared in the 5 elements spirit ground, staring straight at Li Yan'er who was merging the essence. Master, everything is going well. Everything is going well. Ms. Li is a water spirit sacred body. It only takes 7 days to successfully fuse and transform into a 5 elements divine body. Bai Lao then said to Chen Luo respectfully. Now, Bai Lao has no temper in front of Chen Luo. The environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is also beyond his imagination, even more superior than the Temple of Soul Essence. Here, even if you don't have any cultivation resources, you can slowly recover your vitality. Although he didn't understand the strange behavior of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's disciples. However, that didn't stop him from liking it here. It's fine, let's talk about your affairs. You know so many tricks, and you're also very mastery. You shouldn't be some unknown person. Chen Luo then asked slowly. Bai Lao showed Chen Luo a lot of methods, whether it is pill refining, formation, talisman making. They are basically at the top holy level. Chen Luo was still quite curious about the identity of such an all-round master before. Master, a few 10,000 years ago, many people called me Biao Venerable. Bai Lao continued weakly. Biao Venerable? Chen Luo's micro-eyes turned out to be a venerable character. Venerable, the title only available in the Great Saint realm to a very strong realm. From this point of view, this old man was still a peak Great Saint before he died. Seeing that Chen Luo seemed to be interested in On's past, Bai Yao then briefly talked about On. It turned out that this Biao was a top arrogant of the fire spirit tribe before, and he had reached the peak of the Great Saint's realm after less than 1,000 years of practice. Moreover, all kinds of skills have reached the realm of extreme mastery. The fire spirit race is an extremely ancient race in the Ancient Desolate Continent, belonging to a branch of the spirit race, and is extremely powerful. The astonishment of the background is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Biao was originally the peerless arrogance of the fire spirit clan, and his reputation at that time even surpassed that of their young patriarch of the Fire Spirit clan. Many people even proposed that Bai Yao be the young patriarch, and become the patriarch of the Fire Spirit clan in the future. Naturally, Biao himself has no interest in it, and has expressed his own position many times, and only wants to pursue the Dao. Later, when attacking the realm of Quasi-Emperor, he was attacked by his girlfriend and good brother of the Fire Spirit tribe, and finally died. Fortunately, Biao's methods were astonishing, and he left behind a remnant soul, lingering on his last breath. This Biao must be the son of destiny. 10,000 years ago, he reached the peak of the great saint in less than 1,000 years. This is a perfect peerless arrogance. Moreover, various skills have also reached the point of super strength. This talent, even in the entire Ancient Desolate Continent, is also a very strong existence. It's a pity that in the end, it can only be reduced to a soul body, not even a physical body. Chen Luo froze for a moment. This experience felt inexplicably familiar. Goldfinger suddenly turned into a Son of Destiny template, which feels a bit strange. So, you plan to train Lin Yan and take revenge on those members of the Fire Spirit clan? Chen Luo then asked. Master, no, I just want to live a good life, revenge, or something, it doesn't matter, after so many years, I have already let go, as long as I can live, I am willing to do anything. Bai Yao then said with a sigh. A few 10,000 years have passed, and the vicissitudes have changed. Biao no longer wants to dwell on the past. Moreover, years of pain had already exhausted him. Enemy? Maybe they're dead, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. It took 10,000 years to wait for Lin Yan, and that Lin Yan was unlucky enough to be tormented by your natural Huoju. Chen Luo shook his head slightly and said. Lin Yan was originally a template for the Son of Destiny, but unfortunately, he practiced this easy chi deviation Neiwoju. A good Son of Destiny was directly raised and abandoned. Actually, Lin Yan is not the only one. Before him, dozens of Tianjiao have practiced Neiwoju, without exception, all of them died of chi deviation. Biao continued. Dozens? Chen Luo felt question marks all over his head, and looked quietly at Biao in front of him. CO authored, this is not a Goldfinger grandfather, is it really a cheat? Can kill dozens of Tianjiao, this old man is really a talent. No wonder he finally let himself use 2 spiritual fires to extinguish Lin Yan's soul. It turned out that he had already experienced it. Lin Yan's template for a Son of Destiny was taken away by a wonderful old man, Goldfinger. Ahem, after countless times of refinement, the probability of chi deviation in this Neiwoju is much smaller. Lin Yan's ability to quickly cultivate to the saint level is the proof. Seems to be aware of the frightening experience of owning yes, Bai Yao continued. Chen Luo. Chen Luo can see it, this old man is using those guys to experiment with cultivation technique, perfecting it step by step. The scientists of the Ancient Desolate Continent. It's also thanks to Lin Yan's Son of Destiny, so changing his life is not so hard, the grass on the grave is probably several feet high. I don't care what cultivation technique you want to study, if you dare to have any bad intentions towards our heavenly bamboo peak and other heavenly Dao Sect disciples, you will understand the consequences. Chen Luo then said lightly. Chapter 111 Yunkyungsu. Chen Luo doesn't care about Bai Lao's cultivation technique. As long as he doesn't attack his own people, he can do whatever he likes. Don't worry, I know, Master, I dare not do anything to our own people even after eating bear's heart and leopard courage. Bai Yao then hurriedly said. After bringing Bai Lao back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo has already used the top-level soul secret technique to completely control Bai Yao's life and death. Biao's life and death all depended on Chen Luo's thoughts. No matter how much Tongdian's tricks were used, it was impossible for him to turn over in Chen Luo's hands. After knowing that it would take 7 days to successfully integrate the essence to achieve the 5 elements divine body, Chen Luo did not continue to stay in the five elements spiritual land. Instead, he left and rested elsewhere in Heavenly Bamboo Peak to improve his strength. Many disciples of Mingxia Peak have fully integrated into Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and they are all practicing hard to provide Chen Luo with a large amount of cultivation spirit power. Although they haven't started using Heavenly Bamboo Peak's two unique cultivation methods. However, just ordinary practice with the help of the best spiritual Qi Dan, the spirit power provided to Chen Luo is also massive. Coupled with Yaoxi and Shu Yuo's full-scale cultivation, Chen Luo's realm is growing rapidly, climbing towards a higher realm. Middle Domain. Seoul Yuan Temple. In a great hall with violent black aura surging, a gaunt man with a sullen face sat above the great hall. In front of the man was a mysterious mirror shining with a strange light, and the man stared straight at the picture in the mysterious mirror. I saw that there seemed to be a mark in the mysterious mirror, which was affected by two extremely hot breaths. Immediately afterwards, it exploded, destroying all life around it. Could it really be that the spirit fire got out of control and died of qi deviation? The man murmured in a low voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. For Lin Yan, Du Wuxuan valued him very much, and invested a lot of resources in him. Now it turned out to be death, not even a single remnant soul remained, which really made Du Wuxuan's heart ache. However, the picture in front of him made him have to believe it. Du Elder, the spirit fire is an extremely dangerous spiritual thing. It is extremely risky for Mr. Lin Yan to control 4 spirit fires by himself. Qi deviation is not impossible. The space next to it was distorted, and a black-robed cultivator from the Soul Essence Temple slowly appeared beside Du Wuxuan. I still feel that something is wrong, his heart is so firm, forget it, since the person is gone, qi deviation is still dead, there is no other way, but, we have to pick the right seeds again. Du Wuxuan then sighed. Du Wuxuan accepted Lin Yan as his disciple, besides valuing his character, he also had other purposes. Elder, this is the list of candidates we left behind. You can check to see if there are any suitable candidates. The black-robed cultivator then took out a booklet and handed it to Du Wuxuan. Du Wuxuan nodded, then took the booklet and began to flip through it. This pamphlet records the powerful and amazing talents that the Soul Yuan Temple found in various places in the Ancient Desolate Continent. Superior. This Xiao Fan is a good candidate, but unfortunately, he has a lot of connections with the Zhang family. Du Wuxuan looked at a handsome young man on the brochure, and said in a low voice. This booklet records their detailed information, making it easier for Du Wuxuan to check. Du Elder, it's not impossible to win over this Xiao Fan. I have some secret news here. Xiao Fan doesn't seem to be very satisfied with the Zhang family's attitude towards him. The black-robed cultivator next to him continued. Du Wuxuan's eyes are small, Xiao Fan can fight for it. A good seed who broke the shackles of the desolate ancient sacred body, with even better potential than Lin Yan. Although the desolate ancient sacred body is just a sacred body, its combat power and reputation are not inferior to ordinary divine bodies. However, I don't know how his attainments in soul power are. Although the seeds selected by Du Wuxuan have extremely high requirements for talents, they also have requirements for the attainment of soul power. Then try to touch it, desolate ancient sacred body, I'm looking forward to it. Du Wuxuan then murmured, a gleam of red flashed in his eyes. The cultivator in black robe nodded, then his body turned into a cloud of smoke, and disappeared directly into the great hall. Lin Yan, what a pity. Du Wuxuan sighed deeply. Du Wuxuan shook his head, then put away the mysterious mirror, restraining his own thoughts. Du Elder, Her Majesty Goddess is here. Just as Du Wuxuan was about to enter the state of cultivation, a respectful voice came. Du Wuxuan's eyes narrowed, and there was a flash of surprise in his cloudy eyes, and His Royal Highness the Goddess actually came. Please come in quickly. Du Wuxuan continued in a deep voice. After a while, a tall, slender, and stunning woman in a light white dress came slowly from the great hall. The woman's clothes are fluttering, her slender long legs are extremely attractive, and there is a purple gold phoenix hairpin on her hair. She has a noble and cool temperament, just like a goddess in the sky. I have seen Her Majesty the Goddess. Du Wuxuan then respectfully knelt aside and saluted. This woman is the goddess of the Soul Yuan Temple, Yun Kyungsu. Get up, Du Elder. Yun Kyungsu said slowly with her cherry lips slightly parted. Du Wuxuan then got up slowly, and stood aside respectfully. Although the strength of the goddess is not as good as him, Yun Kyungsu is the most powerful disciple of the contemporary talent in the Soul Yuan Temple, and has a very high status in the Soul Yuan Temple. Even if Du Wuxuan is the elder of the Temple of Heaven, but facing the goddess, his status is still lowered. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. I don't know what orders Her Majesty Goddess has. Du Wuxuan then asked respectfully. Du Elder, I heard that Lin Yan, your disciple who was accepted not long ago, died. Yun Kyungsu said calmly, without the slightest emotion in her expression. Du Wuxuan's heart froze for a moment. Her Royal Highness really knew Tong Tian, and he knew it not long after he got the news. That's right, Your Highness Goddess, my disciple Qi Deviation lost control of his spirit fire and died. Du Wuxuan suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and continued. Yun Kyungsu frowned slightly. Qi Deviation? She had checked on that Lin Yan before, and she had a very good temper. She shouldn't have. I wonder if Du Elder has any new candidates for his disciple. Yun Kyungsu suppressed the thoughts in her heart and continued. No matter how that Lin Yan died, it has nothing to do with her, as long as she can get what she wants. Du Wuxuan lowered his head respectfully, his eyes were cloudy and cloudy. What exactly does His Royal Highness Holy Maiden want to do? Already looking for something, I believe there will be a result soon. Du Wuxuan continued. I have a suitable candidate here, I wonder if Du Elder would like to take a look. Yun Kyungsu said slowly, with a little sparkle in her eyes. Don't dare to bother Your Highness Goddess. Du Wuxuan hesitated. My candidate is a good candidate for the soul power of innate saint realm. You must definitely not take a look. Yun Kyungsu ignored Du Wuxuan's polite refusal, and then said softly. Chapter 112 My knife is fast. Innate Holy Realm Soul Power. Du Wuxuan raised his head in disbelief, his eyes were full of shock. Unexpectedly, Her Majesty the Goddess would throw out such a qualified candidate. The soul power of the innate holy realm represents that one is born with the soul power of the holy realm. Such seedlings are extremely rare throughout the endless history of the ancient desolate continent. Goddess, His Highness Goddess said, it is true. Du Wuxuan's body trembled a little, and he looked at Yun Kyungsu in front of him expectantly. Do I have to lie to you? Yun Kyungsu continued calmly. I was worrying too much. If Her Highness Goddess can give this person to me, Her Highness Goddess can just open her mouth. No matter what happens, I will do my best to satisfy Her Highness Goddess. Du Wuxuan took a deep breath, and then said firmly. The soul power of innate holy realm is enough for him to drop everything. That's not necessary, I just need Du Elder to promise me a small condition. Yun Kyungsu smiled slightly. It's just that there seems to be a coldness that freezes everything in those smiling eyes. The mountain behind Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Senior Sister Lin, their Heavenly Bamboo Peak's self-mutilation cultivation method and pulse-breaking cultivation method are really unique. Many of our disciples have used it, and the cultivation efficiency has at least doubled. In a spiritual land in the back mountain, Chu Sisi spoke while absorbing the pure spirit power in the spiritual land. Beside Chu Sisi, there is another beautiful and charming woman, it is Lin Shuiyu. Can it be improved so much? Lin Shuiyu's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief. Lin Shuiyu did not expect that such a cruel cultivation method could increase the cultivation speed by at least twice, which is really unbelievable. No wonder those people are so crazy, desperate to self-mutilate. Chu Sisi nodded, actually, twice the speed is the most basic speed. I heard that in order to compete for the first place in the training competition, they have secretly updated the self-harm training method to the 10th version, which can improve more speed. Practice speed. Lin Shuiyu was a little dumbfounded. In the 10th version, these people are too crazy. Not long ago, the self-mutilation practice method on the Mensin Initiation Handbook was updated to the 5th edition, and secretly it turned out to be the 10th edition. Due to the decline of the practice method of breaking the pulse, relatively few people study and practice it now. In addition, in the results of the last practice competition, none of our newly joined disciples won the top 300. The top 300 were all won by the disciples who joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak before, and even our heavenly rank none of the disciples who practiced talent got in the top 300. Chu Sisi continued. Lin Shuiyu was silent. She was the senior sister of Mingxia Peak before, but she knows how talented and hard-working those people in the own branch have. However, no one has won the top 300. The blow to the morale of these disciples who had just joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak was too severe. Junior Sister Chu, let's try this method too. If we don't make progress, we will definitely be surpassed by other disciples. Lin Shuiyu then gritted her teeth. Although this method is cruel, but in order to become stronger, so what if you suffer a little bit? Senior Sister Lin, I have already used it. Senior brother Wang Feng helped me chop a few knives. Chu Sisi continued weakly. Lin Shuiyu. Then I'll ask junior brother Wang Feng to give me a few knives to try the effect, I really can't do it myself. Lin Shuiyu took a deep breath and continued. Senior Sister Lin, I'm here. As soon as Lin Shuiyu finished speaking, she heard a faint voice behind her. A stream of light flashed, and Wang Feng, holding a double blade, appeared in front of Lin Shuiyu, staring straight at the beautiful and moving Lin Shuiyu in front of him. There was still a little fierceness in those eyes. Looking at Wang Feng with a fierce look in front of her eyes, Lin Shuiyu suddenly felt her hairs stand on end, and her body almost froze. When Wang Feng appeared, he didn't even notice. Junior brother Wang Feng, calm down, let me take the exam again. Lin Shuiyu swallowed and said tremblingly. Senior Sister Lin, don't worry, my knife is fast. Wang Feng licked his lips and said softly. No. Don't. Lin Shuiyu hurriedly said. Stab. Before Lin Shuiyu could finish her words, Wang Feng's double blades precisely slashed at Lin Shuiyu's body. 3 streams of blood spattered out, and several wounds appeared on Lin Shuiyu's body, and the blood flowed out slowly. Lin Shuiyu, who was slashed 3 times in an instant, fell down straight, feeling a little fuzzy. Is this what it feels like to be hacked? It seems that it doesn't hurt much. It's cool. I finally killed Senior Sister Lin. Sure enough, it's cool to cut a good-looking girl. Wang Feng couldn't help but shouted. Senior brother Wang Feng, why didn't Senior Sister Lin get up to practice? Chu Sisi seemed to have discovered a blind spot, and continued. Wang Feng was stunned for a moment. That's right, why didn't Senior Sister Lin get up? Oh, I forgot to take the medicine pill for wound healing. Hurry up, Senior Sister Lin is the first time, so it's better to take the medicine pill as soon as possible. Wang Feng realized the problem, and continued. Those skilled disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak usually hold the healing medicine pill in their mouths. After the injury, you can see the right time to swallow it yourself, which can improve the effect and save time. Chu Sisi's eyes widened, and she forgot to take the medicine pill. Such an important thing has been forgotten. Why don't you slow down, so that I can give Senior Sister Lin the medication in advance? Chu Sisi complained, then helped the injured Lin Shuiyu, and gave her the medicine pill. Don't worry, just get used to it. If it's a big deal, don't you just cut it 3 times? Last time we had a disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I cut him 5 or 6 times for the first time. There is no problem, my saber technique is fast and good, it won't be fatal. Wang Feng then said triumphantly. Chu Cixi ignored Wang Feng, but recovered Lin Shuiyu. After a while, Lin Shuiyu regained consciousness after swallowing the medicine pill, and immediately entered the state of cultivation. So effective! Lin Shuiyu's eyes lit up, and she felt that the spirit power in her body increased a lot faster. Not only that, but the affinity of my physical body to spirit power seems to be much higher. Although it was only 3 swords, Lin Shuiyu felt that the speed of own cultivation was at least twice as fast as normal. This person who invented the self-mutilation practice method is really a genius, Lin Shuiyu couldn't help but think in her heart. Moreover, when spirit power flows through the wounds that are slowly recovering, there is a tingling and extremely refreshing feeling. It seems that the soul of the whole person has been cleansed, coupled with the rapid improvement of cultivation base. Lin Shuiyu feels as if she is falling into the clouds, and her mood is extremely happy. Chapter 113 Suandi Forbidden Immortal Technique. Lin Shuiyu couldn't help thinking why she didn't use this self-harm practice method earlier. It's such a great feeling. 2 hours later, Lin Shuiyu came back from the state of cultivation, and the improvement of cultivation base made Lin Shuiyu extremely happy. How about it, senior sister Lin? I didn't lie to you, this formula is extremely powerful. Wang Feng smiled. Lin Shuiyu nodded, and continued, senior brother Li Dalong is indeed a genius. I am too superficial to think of such a heaven-defying practice method. Chu Cixi on the side also agreed, this method is really too powerful. However, it can only be widely promoted in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After all, the medicine pill is not Chinese cabbage. Moreover, not everyone has such a rich experience of self-harm. Junior Wang Feng, give me a few more knives, I want to experience the feeling of 5 knives. Lin Shuiyu then licked her lips and looked at Wang Feng in front of her expectantly. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In the 5 elements spiritual land. After 7 days of absorption and fusion, Li Yan'er's whole body was filled with a very sacred aura. The essence on Li Yan'er's head has been completely absorbed. Countless powers of Dao spirits and spirits circulated in Li Yan'er's body, transforming her body, transforming towards the 5 elements divine body. Master, everything is going very well, Miss Li should have completed her transformation. Bai Yao looked at Li Yan'er in front of him, and heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Luo nodded, he also felt that Li Yan'er's body was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Boom! After a long while, a powerful aura rose from Li Yan'er's body. A brilliant spiritual light scattered in all directions, and Li Yan'er's body lit up with 5-color divine light. There are countless visions appearing behind Li Yan'er, under the backdrop of many visions. Li Yan'er seemed to be a 9 heavens goddess, and sacred was inviolable. Ding! Congratulations to the host's apprentice, Li Yan'er, for successfully transforming into a 5 elements divine body, and now I'm reissuing a gift package of divine apprentice training. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Physique, 5 elements divine body. Qualification, divine grade. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, Yan'er had successfully transformed. At this time, Li Yan'er is still absorbing the spirit power in the essence, frantically improving her own realm. Opening the big gift bag, Chen Luo muttered in his heart. Ding! The apprentice gift package is being opened, please wait a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level high-grade cultivation technique, 5 elements Suandi Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level high-grade secret technique, Suandi Forbidden Immortal Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial grade middle grade medicine pill, Imperial pill * 100 bottles. With Chen Luo's thought, a system notification sounded in his mind. 5 elements Suandi Sutra, the Emperor Xian's original creation can be combined with 5 elements spirit power, which has incredible magical effects. Suandi Forbidden Immortal Art, Emperor level secret art, with extremely terrifying suppression and sealing ability, cultivated to the highest realm, can seal true immortal. Suandi Immortal Forbidden Art, Chen Luo's microscopic eyes, turned out to be a terrifying forbidden secret technique, which can seal true immortal when practiced to the highest level. Yes, yes, this secret technique can also be used as a trump card. There was a burst of joy in Chen Luo's heart. Master, I succeeded, 5 elements divine body. Li Yan'er, who was not far away, slowly opened her eyes, with an excited expression, and immediately threw herself into Chen Luo's arms. As the first disciple accepted by Chen Luo, Li Yan'er was under a lot of psychological pressure. The personal disciples that Chen Luo accepted later became more perverted than the other, making Li Yan'er feel that this senior sister is useless except to help the master with some affairs. Now that she has transformed into the 5 elements divine body, Li Yan'er finally let go of a lot in her heart. The powerful 5 elements divine body gave Li Yan'er a lot of confidence and allowed her to regain her dignity as a senior sister. Well, you succeeded, and you will practice hard in the future. Chen Luo stroked the girl's hair in his arms, feeling the tenderness of this big apprentice. Now Li Yan'er's realm has reached the Good Fortune Realm 9th stage day, and will soon break through the Holy Realm. At that time, I can successfully return 20 times the cultivation effect to myself. Thinking about it is very flattering. After 7 days of hard work by many disciples and others, Chen Luo's cultivation base has now reached the Saint King 6th stage day. This speed is simply astounding. Just 7 days is a breakthrough of a small realm, which is still an extremely difficult Saint King realm. Moreover, Chen Luo estimates that even if realm increases its own cultivation base, the improvement speed will not be too slow. Because, now those newcomers are already starting to roll up. Li Yan'er was enjoying Chen Luo's embrace in Chen Luo's arms, feeling extremely comfortable. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo taught Li Yan'er both 5 elements Suandi Sutra and Suandi Forbidden Immortal Art. The 2 cultivation techniques were created by Emperor Xian, and they are extremely suitable for Li Yan'er. Thank you, Master, I will definitely practice hard in the future. Li Yan'er whispered in Chen Luo's arms. After being warm in Chen Luo's arms for a while, Li Yan'er continued to practice and absorb 5 elements spirit power. Now it has just transformed into the 5 elements divine body, and there are still many spirits that have not been absorbed. If you absorb them all, you can increase your strength a lot. Chen Luo then didn't bother Li Yan'er anymore, and let her practice by herself. He left the 5 elements spiritual land with Biao. You did a good job this time, this is your reward. Chen Luo then threw to Biao an elixir that exudes a warm aura. This elixir is called Soul Replenishing Sky Leaf Grass, and it is a 1000-year elixir that is very effective in nourishing the soul. Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. Seeing this, Biao immediately took the 1000-year panacea and said gratefully. Although the environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is very friendly to Biao, it would be even better if there is an elixir that nourishes the soul, which can quickly restore Biao's soul. You're welcome, as long as you do things well for me in the future, I won't treat you badly. Chen Luo continued with a slight smile. From now on, I will do whatever my master asks me to do. I will do whatever I want. I will never hesitate to have any complaints or opinions. Biao hastily expressed his loyalty. Chen Luo didn't speak, and Chen Luo didn't care about Biao's words. Now his life and death are completely in his mind. Don't have any worries. You said that you are pill refining, all kinds of skills are at the top of the Holy Realm. Chen Luo said. Of course, except for those old monsters of the imperial rank, I dare say that there is no more all-round master than me in the entire Ancient Desolate Continent. Bai Yao patted On's chest and said. However, Master, I don't have a physical body now, so I can't control the spirit fire for a long time. Bai Yao seemed to have thought of something, and then said hesitantly. It's okay, I have prepared something for you, this is the new body I arranged for you, you can use this body. Chen Luo continued. After speaking, he took out the body of a black dog with pitch-black fur and no breath from the own interspatial ring. Biao. Chapter 114 Development. Master, this. Bai Yao's expression froze. It was a black dog. Want to use a black dog as my body? I said to go up the mountain of swords and go down into the sea of fire for you. You want me to be a dog? How can there be such a trick? Why, you don't want to? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, looking straight at Biao in front of him. I am willing, I am willing. Bai Yao said hastily. After knowing Chen Luo's methods, Bai Yao did not dare to disobey Chen Luo at all. For fear of offending Chen Luo, he directly burned himself. After finishing speaking, Bai Yao didn't wait for Chen Luo to say more, and directly got into the body of the black dog. Biao released his soul power, fully fused with this brand new body. Actually, I have other physical bodies here. Chen Luo continued quietly. Biao. After Chen Luo destroyed the blood spirit sacred land, he found the bodies of many powerful monster races in the blood spirit sacred land. The soul inside has been drained long ago, but it can still be used. Many of them are the bodies of the top monster races, which are extremely powerful. It's okay, Master, Wang. I like this body. Bai Yao's voice came from the black dog's body. In order to fuse this body just now, Biao has already used all his strength. If he interrupts the reselection now, he will lose a lot of soul origin. If he is a little careless, it is possible to lose his soul. For you have the foresight, this body is that of the Nether Dog clan, and it's the treasure at the bottom of the blood spirit sacred land. Chen Luo then said slowly. The Nether Dog clan is a top secret monster clan in the Ancient Desolate Continent. There are few people in the clan, but each of them has extremely powerful and terrifying strength. The power of the netherworld it masters is even more famous, with terrifying damage. Bai Yao nodded. He had already felt that although this black dog looked unremarkable, it was even a bit rustic. However, the black dog's body had a very mysterious power, which made Bai Yao feel that his soul was being nourished. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo once again took out a lot of treasures to help Biao fuse with the ghost dog's body. After a while, Biao successfully fused and took control of this body. By the way, it is possible to use this body to pill refine and refine. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. Wang, Master, no problem, pill refining is a technology job, as long as I can use spiritual fire and soul power. Bai Yao said lying on the ground, pulling out the spiritual tunnel next to him. Okay, then let's refinish the heavenly bamboo peak pill well from now on. If there are good seedlings, you can teach them various skills. Chen Luo continued to order. Chen Luo has already made up his mind, since he has such a powerful all-round master. It would be a huge waste if it is not used. Among the rewards he signed in, there are quite a few elixirs, even ancient pill recipes, refining methods. With these things, as long as there is Biao, most of the medicine pills can be refined. After all, there are more and more disciples at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and if they only rely on signing in, it may not be able to satisfy everyone's cultivation in the future. It is best to take precautions now and cultivate a complete self-sufficient circular ecology. It's on me, isn't it pill refining? It's a small problem, as for teaching disciples, it's my old job, leave it to me, sure. Bai Yao continued, waving his paws. If you dare to mess around, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Luo glanced at Bai Yao lightly and said. Although this Biao has outstanding ability, he has cultivated quite a few favored sons of heaven, so he is an experienced person. However, we still have to beat, lest he make any more messes. Bai Yao hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking rice, not daring to disobey in the slightest. After that, Chen Luo arranged Biao into the pill refining hall of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and asked him to start refining medicine pill and various treasures for his own Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In order to let the disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak come to learn pill refining technique and various skills more passionately, Chen Luo also promised a lot of rewards, although there are still relatively few people participating. However, Chen Luo believes that once the seeds are sown, there will always be a day of flowering. After Biao joined, many people also began to learn various pill refining techniques from Biao. The entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak seems to have become more prosperous and lively. Moreover, since the upper limit of the number of disciples in the intermediate cultivation bond has reached 5,000, Chen Luo also launched a new round of apprenticeship. Many Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples, if there are suitable disciples, can be brought to Heavenly Bamboo Peak for assessment, and if they pass, they can join Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Some disciples have already started to invite relatives and friends to participate in the assessment one after another. After all, the environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is really superior, although the competition is fierce, it looks very tragic. However, everyone in Heavenly Bamboo Peak knows that the growth rate here is completely unmatched by other places. Even in Sacred Land, there are no such favorable conditions. The number of people at Heavenly Bamboo Peak is also slowly increasing. In addition to his disciples, Chen Luo also found a lot of powerful rogue cultivators saints and asked them to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak as guest elders. After all, the cultivation effect is doubled, and a cultivator with a high realm is definitely more effective. Under Chen Luo's superior conditions, many rogue cultivators also joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Half a month later. A little to the left, a little to the left, the flame spirit power is stronger. In the elegant room at the back of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Mu Luli, who was wearing a light green long dress, was kneading Chen Luo's body with the flame spirit power. The warm flame spirit power continuously circulated in Chen Luo's body, making Chen Luo feel extremely comfortable. Mu Luli's weak and boneless hands gave Chen Luo a different kind of experience. Master, your physical body is too strong, my blazing spirit power can hardly penetrate it. Mu Luli said slowly, with a little sweat on her delicate nose. The black hair like a waterfall of blue silk is scattered on the white jade shoulders, quite pure. Chen Luo was lying on the 10,000-year Xianbing bed, and Mu Luli was standing beside Chen Luo. A faint fragrance emanated from Mu Luli's body and penetrated into Chen Luo's nasal cavity, with a breathtaking feeling. In particular, Chen Luo's mental energy also reached an extremely powerful realm with the help of Dayan Shen Shu and Purple Emblem Star Soul Art. Even if Chen Luo didn't intend to radiate, he could clearly see everything in the room. As a result of practicing the Divine Wind Nirvana Sutra, the power of bloodline in Mu Luli's body has been awakened a lot. Although she was still very immature, there was already a bit of Su Fenghua's noble temperament between her brows. Sentimental and noble temperament coexist on Mu Luli's body, making Mu Luli's original pure and charming temperament even more attractive. However, Mu Luli was still like an innocent girl in front of Chen Luo, like a little maid. Chapter 115. Then you have to improve your strength, otherwise, in the future, you will have to let your senior sister do it for me. Chen Luo rubbed the girl's hair and said softly. Master, I've grown up, I can't touch my head casually. Mu Luli said with slightly rosy cheeks. Hearing this, Chen Luo looked at the girl in front of him. Due to the awakening of bloodline, Mu Luli's figure was already in full bloom and became more charming and charming. However, the front is still not particularly magnificent, it looks like a little white rabbit that has just grown up. Okay, Luo Li has grown up, so I won't touch her anymore. Chen Luo smiled slightly, without thinking too much. However, if master wants it, you can do it there. You. Don't you think I'm young? I heard that if you rub it more, it will help it grow. Master Mu Luli noticed Chen Luo's gaze, his face became more rosy, and his voice became extremely weak. There? The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, although he didn't know what this little girl meant, but this quirky little girl didn't have anything good in her mind. Don't think about it, train me hard, as soon as possible. Chen Luo knocked on Mu Luli's head. Mu Luli curled her lips and looked at Chen Luo with aggrieved eyes. Master, I thought of a good way, maybe it can help me awaken bloodline quickly, can you help me? Mu Luli seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was stunned. Is there any other good way to awaken bloodline? If it can help this little girl awaken more bloodline power, it seems pretty good. Increasing her bloodline concentration can also increase her cultivation speed, and the returned cultivation effect will be even greater. However, what can this little girl think of? Since she has so many treasures, she can't speed up, so what can this little girl do? Tell me. Chen Luo then said softly. Our phoenix family has a true phoenix pond that contains the power of phoenix. At that time, if it is in the true phoenix pond, Master, if you use that method to help me awaken bloodline, it will definitely speed up the efficiency a lot. Mu Luo Li then said slowly. True Phoenix Pond. That's spanking in the true Phoenix Pond, it's okay, it's no different, it's just a matter of little effort. Okay, I will help you when the time comes. Chen Luo yawned. Master is really kind, by the way, when the time comes, I may need the help of the elder sister, can I let her come with me? Mu Luli continued to hug Chen Luo's arm and said coquettishly. If you think it's okay, then it's fine. Chen Luo then reached. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Mu Luli's eyes were filled with joy, and there was a lot of anticipation in the joy. Master, the information on the number of people who have joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak in the past few days has been sorted out. Just then, a clear voice came from outside the room. Chen Luo frowned, it was Ye Chen's voice. Come in. Chen Luo continued. Mu Luli on the side also restrained her own shyness and stood by Chen Luo's side. Ye Chen pushed open the door, saluted Chen Luo, and handed Chen Luo a booklet. Chen Luo opened the brochure handed over by Ye Chen, which contained a list of new disciples and elders who had recently passed the assessment and joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Although the news has only been released for a few days, many people have already passed the assessment and joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Not bad, not bad, hundreds of disciples and elders were recruited in just half a month. Chen Luo looked at the list in his hand, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. In just half a month, the number of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's disciples has reached nearly 4,000. Moreover, these disciples and the elder quickly adapted to the environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak and entered the state of cultivation, providing Chen Luo with massive cultivation effects. It is precisely because of the hard work of many disciples and elders that their double cultivation returns. In just half a month, Chen Luo's cultivation base has reached the Saint King 8th stage day, and is slowly approaching the Saint King 9th stage day. Good job, Chener, you have worked hard during this time. Chen Luo smiled slightly, then took out a holy level spirit sword and handed it to Ye Chen. During the recent period, because Li Yan'er is trying her best to integrate the spirit of the divine body. So, many things are handled by Ye Chen. This is what a disciple should do, thank you, Master. Ye Chen took Chen Luo's spirit sword, and said respectfully. Mu Luli next to her stood obediently, like a little maid. By the way, Master, our Ye family's Tian Shan sword pool is about to open, I want to go back first and participate in the competition for the sword pool. Ye Chen then said to Chen Luo, and then explained the relevant information of the Tian Shan sword pool. Tian Shan sword pool is a very special spiritual place of the Ye family. It is said that there are many ancient sword spirits inside. If you can fuse the powerful ancient sword spirits in those sword pools, there will be huge benefits. Of course, not everyone can enter the Tian Shan sword pool, they have to go through a cruel selection process, even the Ye family's big young master is the same. If you can't stand out successfully in the selection, you are not eligible to enter the sword pool to select the sword spirit fusion. Moreover, every time the sword pool is opened, only 3 people can enter. The competition is brutal. Tian Shan sword pool. Didn't expect such a thing to exist. Chen Luo has signed many treasures, none of which are so magical. As expected of a family of saints, he still has some background. No problem, go ahead, Heavenly Bamboo Peak will always be your solid backing. Chen Luo continued with a slight smile. Yes, Master, I'll be right back after I finish the selection for Jianqi. Ye Chen continued. Why, don't you want to be baptized in Jianqi? Chen Luo raised his brows. On this apprentice, it seems that his confidence is not enough. Master, there are a lot of evildoers in this generation of our family, my apprentice, don't have much confidence, Ye Chen smiled wryly. Although he has great confidence in the future of On, after all, he hasn't practiced for long enough, and he is definitely incomparable with those long-established talents in his family. The chances of getting a place for the baptism in Jianqi are extremely slim. If that's the case, then you can accept this thing, maybe it will be of some help to you then. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, then took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Ye Chen. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. This thing will help me compete for the spot for the baptism in Jianqi. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chen took the interspatial ring and checked the contents inside. Ye Chen's eyes lit up when he saw what was inside, and his breathing seemed to become short. Thank you, Master. With these things, this disciple has a 98% chance of getting the baptism in the sword pool. Ye Chen took a deep breath and said excitedly. Only 98%. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Chapter 116 This fate does not belong to you. Is it only 98%? It doesn't feel stable, you can accept this too. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice. After speaking, Chen Luo took out an interspatial ring again and handed it to Ye Chen. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. 98% sure isn't enough? The quota is already basically locked. Ye Chen then took Chen Luo's interspatial ring in a daze, and checked it out. Master, this. I just participated in the selection of the sword pool of a younger generation. Is it too exaggerated to use this thing? Looking at the things in the ring, Ye Chen was a little dumbfounded. It doesn't matter, since this sword pool has a great effect on you, you must be sure to be 100% sure. Chen Luo continued slowly. For things that are useful to his disciples, Chen Luo will not be stingy about owning them. Although these things are signed by myself through hard work. Thank you, Master, with this thing, I'm 100% sure to get a spot in the sword pool. Ye Chen then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and continued. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, and he was 100% sure. Chen Luo prepared a lot of spiritual pills for Ye Chen again, and then let him leave. Master, we have agreed that when the Phoenix clan's true Phoenix Pond arrives, you and eldest sister will help me awaken the bloodline together. After Ye Chen left, Mu Luli then said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, indicating that there is no problem. By the way, didn't you awaken bloodline for you today? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then looked at Mu Luli next to him. Yes, Master, please help me, Master. Mu Luli blushed pretty, as if thinking of the scene that would appear later. A little excitement suddenly burst out in my mind, and my body trembled slightly. Soon, there was another rhythmic sound in the room. Wang Xin, are you really unwilling to leave Heavenly Bamboo Peak with me? In another sacred place of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Yaoxi in a red dress said to the resolute young man next to her with a complicated expression. Beside Yaoxi, Wang Xin is sitting cross-legged to absorb the spirit power of the surrounding world, while still inciting the secret martial arts in his mind. Yaoxi Elder, I think Heavenly Bamboo Peak is very good, and I can also quickly become stronger here, saving the possible crisis you mentioned. Wang Xin opened his eyes, with a confident edge in his eyes. Looking at Wang Xin, who is completely different from his previous life, who is confident and sharp, Yaoxi's eyes are a little dazed. Perhaps, in Heavenly Bamboo Peak is really good, Wang Xin can also change in the future, and even Chen Luo. Yaoxi's mind recalled the terrifying picture of the future, and her body trembled. No, how can such a future really come? No. Wang Xin, do you still not believe me? Yaoxi took a deep breath and asked. Yaoxi elder, I believe in you, but I also believe in my master. Wang Xin said slowly. For this woman who made him feel familiar, Wang Xin had a lot of trust in his heart. Moreover, the master also said that this Yaoxi should not be a bad person except for her bad brain. Wang Xin, when your sensing Dao's sacred body is awakened, you are no longer the useless paranoid boy you were at the beginning. Maybe the days of practicing cultivation technique and insight martial arts at Heavenly Bamboo Peak every day are very happy and relaxed. Maybe the days with many senior brothers and sisters are also very pleasant, but, this fate does not belong to you, you have more important things to do. Yaoxi parted her cherry lips slightly, and continued, her tone full of determination. Wang Xin raised his head slowly, looking at Yaoxi who made his heart soft, he actually felt a little touched. Perhaps, she was right. This ridiculous idea actually appeared in Wang Xin's heart. Does not this fate belong to me? Wang Xin didn't speak, but slowly got up and walked towards the outside of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Yaoxi didn't say any more, just walked silently beside him. In various places of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Wang Xin is walking forward, and everywhere you can see disciplines who are working hard to cultivate. Fifth senior brother. I have seen the fifth brother. Hi, fifth brother. There are many disciples from Heavenly Bamboo Peak around, saying hello to Wang Xin. Of course, more disciples are falling into extremely devoted cultivation. Occasionally, wailings of excruciating pain and cries of relief can be heard. Wang Xin likes the atmosphere of Heavenly Bamboo Peak very much, everyone is practicing very hard. In the distance, Wang Xin could still see a handsome young man, Li Wengxuan, who was jokingly called Li's second child. He has won the second place these 2 times, and he is working hard to improve his own spirit power, trying to hit the first place. Wang Xin saw the shadow of own in Li Wengxuan, with the same perseverance and determination. Such disciples can be seen everywhere in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and everyone is working hard. There are laughter, sweat, pain, and wailing. Although they don't appear often, there are masters who have changed their destiny, the beautiful and gentle elder sister, the gentle second elder brother who is as gentle as jade, the third elder brother who is low-key and motivated, and the fourth elder sister who is eccentric and elegant. These, everything, Wang Xin likes very much. In the future, really, all of this will disappear. Wang Xin looked at the plants and trees of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and continued. Wang Xin, I can't reveal too much, and, now, I can't capture every future, the choice is yours. I have already asked your master, no matter what choice you make, it will be obstructed. Yaoxi then said slowly, looking at Wang Xin expectantly. Is it really possible that such a powerful and beautiful Heavenly Bamboo Peak will be completely annihilated? Wang Xin murmured in his heart. How is it possible, but, why does my heart throb a little? Yaoxi didn't speak, but waited silently by Wang Xin's side. Wang Xin big brother. At this moment, a soft voice like a silver bell rang in Wang Xin's ear. Wang Xin's body froze, and this voice made his soul tremble. Wang Xin big brother, here I come. A pure and charming girl in a light-colored dress hugged Wang Xin with tears in her eyes. Xi Yao. Looking at the girl in front of him, Wang Xin's expression softened. The girl is Wang Xin's little sister, Xi Yao. Fifth senior brother, luckily, we brought you here safely. Not far away, 2 Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples cupped fist. Troublesome juniors. Wang Xin said gratefully. Originally, Wang Xin wanted to wait for his own strength to improve and let those guys in Mingguang City see that he was not a waste. However, after Wang Xian knew the importance of strength, he no longer felt anything about that kind of thing. Why should the elephant care about the ridicule of the ants? Chapter 117 Half-Demon Tang Qi. Wang Xian big brother, you can really cultivate, it's true. Xi Yao wiped the corners of own eyes and wept with joy. Wang Xian looked at his own little sister with an extremely gentle expression. However, he always felt that Yao Xi seemed to have an aura very similar to Xi Yao. It should be because the two stayed together before, Wang Xian thought in his heart. That's right, Xi Yao, I can already cultivate. Wang Xian opened his own palm, and a vigorous spirit power was churning. When the girl Xi Yao saw the spirit power in Wang Xian's hand, her eyes were full of joy. She knew how much her own big brother had sacrificed to be able to cultivate. Now, own big brother has achieved her wish, she is really very happy. Wang Xian, if the future really changes, no, your little sister will also. Yaoxi said, and the voice came into Wang Xian's ear. Wang Xian looked at the well-behaved Xi Yao in front of him and the heavenly bamboo peak around him. Will all this be completely annihilated in the future? No. I can't let this happen. A trace of firm will appeared in Wang Xian's heart, even if there was only a slight possibility. Middle Domain. Yao Yun Zhou. Yayun State is a large state in the middle domain of Ancient Desolate Continent, and there are many top-notch demon clans here. It belongs to a state that is extremely chaotic and the struggle is extremely fierce. In an extremely huge arena, fierce battles are going on the arena. In the arena, a black-haired young man in a blue robe was engaged in an extremely fierce battle with a bull demon exuding a tyrannical aura. The young man is tall and slender, with two blue lotus grasses emitting blue fluorescent light wrapped around his hands. The blue lotus grass is entwined. The young man spoke up, and after finishing speaking, the blue lotus grass in the young man's hands was like chains, crazily entangled towards the bull demon's body. The bull demon's eyes were red, and the tumbling demon power almost tore apart the surrounding space completely, and the surrounding air waves became incomparably rising. However, the blue lotus grass of the young man is extremely tough, even if the bull demon's demon power is extremely strong, he still cannot cut off the blue lotus grass. After a while, the blue lotus grass tightly entangled the bull demon, no matter how hard the bull demon tried, he couldn't break free. Lao Nu, admit defeat, your brute force can't break through my blue lotus grass entanglement. The young man said lightly, his eyes full of self-confidence. Humph, a mere half-demon dares to speak so brazenly, I'm going to be serious now. The bull demon snorted coldly. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The true body of the longhorn. The cow demon shouted angrily. After finishing speaking, the monster power on his body expanded rapidly, with a lot of black aura attached, and his body began to grow huge. After a while, the demon power on the bull demon completely burned the blue lotus grass wrapped around his body into ashes. Seeing that his invincible blue lotus grass was wiped out, the young man's expression became serious. Tang Qi blue lotus grass entanglement was broken. It's really rare. That Niu Chao is worthy of being the top talent of the primordial demon bull clan. He is really powerful. That's right, Tang Qi has fought 49 matches in Tianji Arena and won all of them. This is the first time I've seen him lose with the blue lotus entanglement. A mere half-demon, and even a weak half-demon of the blue lotus grass family, has such a powerful strength, it is really unimaginable. Around the arena, there are many monster races, all watching the battle in the arena with fanatic expressions. Because Yayun State is keen on fighting, there are various arenas everywhere. Tianji Arena is one of the more famous arenas, where fierce battles break out every day. Fighting in the Tianji Arena, if you win, there will be huge rewards. Tang Qi is exactly that young man, a half-demon formed by the combination of the Blue Lotus clan and the human race, and a rising star who has recently made a name for himself in Yayun State. Half monsters are usually extremely weak, but this Tang Qi is extremely powerful, with unfathomable strength. Relying on the upgraded Blue Lotus grass, he won 49 consecutive victories in the TNG arena and accumulated a lot of popularity in the TNG arena. This is his 50th battle. If he can win, then he will achieve 50 consecutive victories. Not only will there be huge rewards, but the reputation will also rise to a higher level. It broke my Blue Lotus grass entanglement, it seems that I have to be serious. Looking at Niu Chao, who was becoming more and more imposing in the distance, Tang Qi said lightly, the blue spirit power on his body was boiling slightly. You're just a waste half-demon of Blue Lotus grass, you really treat yourself. Niu Chao's expression turned cold when he saw Tang Qi tone. Stab. However, before Niu Chao finished speaking, Niu Chao felt a sharp pain in On's abdomen, and a sense of weakness welled up in his heart. How can it be? Niu Chao lowered his head, and at some point, a blue lotus grass exuding strong spirit power turned into a blue spear, and the blue spear had already penetrated On's abdomen. Blood was continuously flowing from the wound. Niu Chao's mind went blank, and he felt extremely absurd. I was defeated by a lowly half-demon. Immediately afterwards, my tall body fell straight down. With Niu Chao's fall, the entire ring became completely silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene on the field. Niu Chao was killed in seconds, so suddenly? Ha! You don't think that I only know the trick of entangling the blue lotus grass? Tang Qi continued slowly. Tang Qi is awesome, Tang Qi is awesome. Mr. Tang Qi won 50 consecutive victories, and our TNG arena has finally produced another top player with 50 consecutive victories. I thought the entanglement of Blue Lotus grass was Mr. Tang Qi whole card, but I didn't expect that he has a stronger method. After a moment of dead silence, thunderous applause broke out in the surrounding arena. Everyone looked at Tang Qi on the ring with fanatical eyes. No matter which arena it is, those who can achieve 50 consecutive victories have great potential, and they may not be able to reach the peak of the great saint in the future. Moreover, Tang Qi obviously didn't use his full strength. No one can predict what kind of glorious future he will have, and it may even be possible to hit 100 consecutive victories. After enjoying the cheers and flattery from the crowd for a while, Tang Qi left the TNG arena. Mr. Tang Qi, I have your letter. On the bustling street, Tang Qi walked slowly towards his own residence. There are quite a few monster races around saying hello to Tang Qi, and Tang Qi responded one by one. After a while, a Yaezu respectfully handed Tang Qi a letter. Tang Qi opened the letter in his hand while walking forward. Heavenly Dao Sect, Heavenly Bamboo Peak, after joining, there will be an unlimited supply of top-quality spiritual Qi Dan, serious cultivation and high rewards, as well as the opportunity to improve cultivation talent. Tang Qi pupils shrank. How could it be possible? Isn't Heavenly Dao Sect just an ordinary first-class force in the eastern region? Chapter 118 Wang Xin leaves. Tang Qi looked at the letter in his hand and remained silent for a long time. This letter was sent to him by one of Tang Qi brothers, Tang Lai. Originally, Tang Qi lived in the Tang family life, another peaceful human state, and there was also a very close friend Tang Lai in the Tang family. After Tang Qi knew about On's half-demon bloodline, he came to Yeyun State to find On's life experience. Tang Lai went to the East region to participate in the selection of Heavenly Dao Sect and joined Heavenly Dao Sect. Tang Lai won't be deceived. Tang Qi murmured in a low voice. Tang Lai's letter introduced various benefits of Heavenly Dao Sect Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and Tang Lai also solemnly invited Tang Qi to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak. How could there be such a sect? This Heavenly Bamboo Peak must have other plans, and it might not necessarily be to take away Tang Lai's body. Tang Qi thought in his heart. In Yeyun State, Tang Qi saw all kinds of dirty and scheming things. Sect like what Tang Lai said is definitely a big problem. It is impossible to have good things for no reason, and things like falling from the sky. Tang Qi understood this truth when he was very young. Wait until I get stronger, and then go rescue my good brother. Tang Qi said slowly. For this good brother Tang Lai, Tang Qi still has a little affection. After finishing speaking, he directly crumpled the letter in his hand and threw it on the street next to him. Sure enough, it's the soul power of the innate holy realm. That's right, young man, would you like to join our soul essence temple? At this moment, a hoarse voice came into Tang Qi ears. Tang Qi suddenly felt his body stagnate, and a deep fear that penetrated the bone permeated his whole body. A few days later. Junior brother Wang Xin, is this your little sister? So cute. Among the mountains behind Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Mu Luli looked at the cute and delicate Xi Yao in front of her with extremely excited eyes. Xi Yao timidly hid behind Yao Xi and Wang Xin, like a shivering little white rabbit. That's right, senior sister Mu, this is my little sister, Xi Yao. Wang Xin said slowly. I've seen the Peak Master, I've seen senior sister Mu. Xi Yao then also came out from behind Wang Xin and Yao Xi. Chen Luo nodded slightly, then looked at Xi Yao in front of him. Is this the Xi Yao in this time and space? Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. Name, Xi Yao. Age, 16. Realm, none. Identity, little sister of Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciple Wang Xin. Physical, space-time divine physique, frozen. Qualification, none. This time-space divine body is quite miraculous, the two of them can be in the same time-space. However, what does this freezing mean? Is it the protection mechanism of time and space? This young Xi Yao is also a time-space divine body, but her time-space divine body has been frozen, and she has no aptitude at all. There was a trace of doubt in Chen Luo's heart, but Chen Luo didn't pay much attention to it, and this matter had nothing to do with him. Master, I want to leave Heavenly Bamboo Peak with Yaoxi Elder and practice for a period of time. I hope Master will allow you. Wang Xin knelt under Chen Luo, and then said slowly. Leaving Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Chen Luo looked at Yaoxi in front of her. Yaoxi had talked to Chen Luo before, but Chen Luo didn't refuse and let her and Wang Xin decide for themselves. Yao Xi raised her own powder fist, her eyes full of confidence. It seems to be promoting his sovereignty over Wang Xin. Okay, you can go if you want. Chen Luo smiled slightly, ignoring Yao Xi's small movements. Wang Xin, since you become the great emperor, you must have a lot of opportunities yourself. Yaoxi came from the future, and she should be able to gain a lot of benefits by being with Yaoxi. Perhaps, it would be faster to practice outside with Yaoxi than in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. No matter where Wang Xin practiced, as long as he could become stronger, he would be able to provide himself with a return of cultivation effects. Thank you, Master, my little sister Zhao is too young and unable to cultivate, I want my little sister to stay at Heavenly Bamboo Peak first. Wang Xin then said slowly. Xi Yao gritted her white teeth lightly, and stood beside her somewhat restrained. No problem, I'll ask elder sister to take care of her more. Chen Luo continued. This Chen Luo was still on the right track, and he didn't refuse. Yao Xi, who was not far away, raised a smile, which was extremely bright and charming. You take these things, and don't forget to practice outside. Chen Luo continued. After speaking, Chen Luo handed Wang Xin an interspatial ring. There are all kinds of top-level resources in it, and there are many powerful martial arts supernatural power secrets. Originally, Chen Luo planned to practice slowly for Wang Xin in the future. However, if Wang Xin wants to leave Heavenly Bamboo Peak now, then give it to him first. Thank you, Master. After Wang Xin took over the interspatial ring, he kowtowed heavily on the ground a few times. Chen Luo, you just said that if I can convince Wang Xin, you have to lend me your addiction blood devil dragon. Yao Xi on the side then looked at Chen Luo, her eyes were full of fiery intent. No problem, it's just a blood devil dragon. Chen Luo then said slowly. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo summoned the blood devil dragon. The blood devil dragon exuding strong qi and blood power stood docilely aside. At dash dash. Chen Luo waved his right hand, and immediately, a bloody token appeared in Chen Luo's hand. This bloody token is the token that controls the blood devil dragon. Here you are. Chen Luo then directly threw the token to Yao Xi. After Chen Luo explained some things to Wang Xin again, he let Wang Xin and Yao Xi leave. The young Xi Yao was taken away by Mu Luli and became familiar with Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Buzz. Just when Chen Luo was about to continue looking for a place to rest, suddenly there was a slight humming sound from the interspatial ring. With a thought, Chen Luo directly took out the vibrating thing from the interspatial ring. Is a token engraved with 9 sun runes. Joyong Supreme's hidden token. Is there any change in the secret collection of Joyong Supreme? This hidden token was found by Chen Luo in Zhuyang Sacred Land when he destroyed Zhuyang Sacred Land, and there is also a treasure map that records its location. Mu Luli has already determined the area where the secret treasure is located, which is in the chaotic heaven state in the Northern Territory. Since there is nothing to do now, let's go and have a look. A supreme secret, I hope there is something good. Chen Luo immediately made up his mind to go to the Northern Territory to take a look. Now Chen Luo thinks that he has a little self-preservation power, and it shouldn't be a big problem to get a supreme secret. Moreover, everything in Heavenly Bamboo Peak is in order now, even without Chen Luo, it can still run very well. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo summoned his remaining few direct disciples. Tell them that they are going out to the chaotic heaven state in the Northern Territory. Chapter 119 Did you smoke? In the spiritual place, Li Yan'er and others stood aside respectfully, listening to Chen Luo's instructions. Master, I want to go with you too. When Mu Luli heard that Chen Luo was going to the Northern Territory, her eyes lit up immediately, and she arrived at Chen Luo's side, hugging Chen Luo's arm tightly. Obviously, although the environment in Heavenly Bamboo Peak is good, Mu Luli is still a little girl after all. When I was in the Phoenix clan before, I was always bored in the clan, and I didn't experience the scenery of other places in the Ancient Desolate Continent outside. Li Yan'er and Hua Yuntian were much calmer, listening carefully to Chen Luo's instructions. Just practice hard at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, why not join in the fun? Chen Luo pinched Mu Luli's exquisite Kyung nose. Mu Luli gritted her teeth slightly and shook Chen Luo's arm, looking like a coquettish little girl. Master, I want you to awaken bloodline, have you forgotten? Besides, in a different environment, maybe the effect will be better. Mu Luli then said with a slightly red face. Li Yan'er next to her frowned slightly, didn't she agree to get together? Do you want to eat alone now? Also, Master, when you are outside, you always need someone to serve tea and water. I can still take care of Master when I am outside. Mu Luli blinked her eyes and said. Chen Luo's heart moved, what this little girl said made sense, and it's good to have someone to take care of her. Moreover, it is my duty to help her awaken bloodline, and I cannot let it go. Okay, then Luo Li and I will go, and you can practice hard at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After returning, I hope to see that you all have made great progress. Chen Luo then looked at Li Yan'er and Hua Yuntian. Li Yan'er hesitated to speak, but respectfully agreed to Chen Luo. Chen Luo took a meaningful look at Li Yan'er. Recently, Li Yan'er and Mu Luli got very close, and they often blushed when they chatted. Chen Luo suspected that they had some bad intentions. Chen Luo saw that Li Yan'er also wanted to go with him, so he blocked the road ahead of time. Moreover, Li Yan'er also broke through to the Saint Realm a few days ago, and now she can provide 20 times the return of the cultivation effect. Chen Luo naturally wanted her to practice hard at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After a while, after Chen Luo explained some things, he bid farewell to the two, and left Heavenly Bamboo Peak with Mu Luli and Ziobai. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In the rugged mountain road outside. There is also a strong spirit power floating everywhere here, and there are occasional spirit birds flying in the sky. On the mountain road, there were two young people walking quickly, galloping towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Cousin, is this Heavenly Bamboo Peak really as good as you said in your letter? One of the burly young men yawned, looking drowsy. Humph, Xiaopan, when did I tell a lie? I restrained myself in my letter. You'll know when you get to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. This place is simply heaven. Another young man, whose eyes were full of red blood and stared at the big black circles, looked extremely weak and snorted coldly. This young man's name is Yang Chengwang, he is a disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and he has practiced in Heavenly Bamboo Peak for a long time. Another young man named Lu Pan was Yang Chengguang's cousin. Lu Pan is a top-notch cultivation talent, and originally planned to join a party to practice in the sacred land. Unexpectedly, he received a strong invitation from his cousin Yang Chengwang to participate in the assessment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak and join Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Although Lu Pan is an amazing talent, he has a shortcoming, that is, lethargy, and he can often fall into dreams at every turn, so his cultivation base has not been considered the top. Heaven? Cousin, take a mirror and look at yourself, and see what you look like. Lu Pan ignored Yang Chengguang's words, but took out a mirror. Yang Chengguang was stunned for a moment, then took the mirror, and saw himself in the realm, although he was in good spirits, but he was already in vain and out of shape. Ahem, what do you know? My strength is real. These are not important. You will understand in the future. I and you are cousins, and that's why I brought you to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. I don't invite ordinary people. Yang Chengguang frowning slightly, he continued. Cousin, tell me the truth, have you smoked? Lu Pan then restrained his own thoughts and asked seriously. Lu Pan knows that there are all kinds of attractive and addictive things in Ancient Desolate Continent. There is a magical thing, which is very addictive, called Shengxianzan. After inhaling, the whole person will fall into the crazy realm, imagining that he has a very bright future, and sinking into the virtual illusion. Even the gods couldn't stand it after inhaling that fairy powder. Yang Chengguang's vain appearance now is exactly the same as that of Shenxian powder. Lu Pan was already 90% sure that his cousin had sucked it, and this time he went to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, he must save his cousin and get him out of that place. UFG smoked it. I'm normal, okay? This is my medal, my mark, and this is the proof of being strong. Yang Chengguang was anxious when he saw that Lu Pan dared to talk to him like that. With that said, Yang Chengguang was about to slap Lu Pan. Lu Pan's pupils shrank, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. A Spirit Sea environment couldn't even break my defense. Immediately afterwards, Lu Pan immediately activated his own spirit power, forming a spirit power shield. Boom! However, the facts were completely beyond Lu Pan's expectations, and Lu Pan's spirit power shield was instantly broken. Lu Pan's body was blown away heavily. Lu Pan only felt his head buzzing. I was overwhelmed by a Spirit Sea realm? How can it be? Cousin, aren't you just in the Spirit Sea realm? How is it possible? Lu Pan asked in disbelief. Yang Chengguang scratched his head, with a slight apology on his face. Forgot to tell you, I'm already in Nirvana. Yang Chengguang then said slowly. Nirvana realm? Impossible, you were only in the Spirit Sea realm before. Lu Pan continued puzzled. He clearly remembered that Cousin On was only a low-level Spirit Sea realm not long ago, but now he suddenly became a master of the Nirvana realm. Oh, it's recorded in the Mensin Initiation Handbook that our Heavenly Bamboo Peak should keep a low profile outside, and at least hide a large realm outside, so as to catch people by surprise and better protect ourselves. Yang Chengguang continued. One big realm. Lu Pan's heart froze. Whoever trademark Cultivation Base hid, didn't they all want to show it? What is the meaning of this heavenly bamboo peak? What the hell is this Mensin initiation manual? Immediately afterwards, Lu Pan got up quickly, came to Yang Qingguang's side, and grabbed Yang Qingguang's hand. 8th stage days in Nirvana, not far from good fortune realm. Moreover, Yang Qingguang's body didn't have any problems. Although he looked weak on the outside, his body possessed extremely powerful strength, and his condition was unprecedentedly good. Cousin, I really didn't suck. It is impossible for a person who has taken Shenxian powder to have such a healthy body. Is everything my cousin said true? Lu Pan's eyes lit up. Cousin, I'm starting to believe what you said, hurry up, let's go to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I'm going to see this paradise. Lu Pan then urged. Chapter 120 Trials. Yang Chengwang curled his lips, he was displeased just now, but now he knows the urging. However, Yang Chengwang didn't say much. Not long after leaving Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Yang Chengwang already misses Heavenly Bamboo Peak very much. Without any pause, the two quickly galloped towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak. North Territory. Chaotic State. In a prosperous super city in Chaotic Heaven State. A young man wearing a black robe, whose face cannot be seen clearly, is walking in the bustling street with a small milky white fox in his arms. Next to the youth, there was a slim girl wearing a silver mask. The two of them walked on the street together, looking at the many customs in the city, and savoring the food here. Master, when are we going to find the secret treasure of 9 Suns Supreme? The stunning girl said softly while holding the young man's arm. Don't worry, come out after a long time, let's play around first. Chen Luo continued. Chen Luo was just curious about this secret treasure. When you come to find the secret treasure, take a look at the customs of the Northern Territory by the way. Xiaobai in Chen Luo's arms was looking around, looking for all kinds of delicacies. Mu Luli pouted, but didn't say much. Just after leaving Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Mu Luli was still a little excited, but after looking around, she found that it was just that. Nothing interesting to do at all other than having fun at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo and the others then wandered around the city. After a while, a few people found a well-known restaurant in the city and went in to taste the food. Soon, the table was filled with many delicacies. The alluring fragrance whets the appetite. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo and the others began to eat and enjoy the delicious food on the table. Have you heard that Wang Tong from the royal family of Chaotic Heaven State is going to marry little princess from the Zhang family of Jiangdi State? Wang Tong, is that Wang Tong who has the qualifications of the great emperor? That's right, that's Wang Tong from the Wang family. He has a very strong Chaotic Heaven great emperor bloodline. He is extremely talented and blessed. It is said that he is the most hopeful person in the Wang family to surpass the Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor. Hey, didn't you say before that the little princess of the Zhang family is fighting with the hot desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan recently? Why are they now with the Wang family? In that case, can that desolate ancient sacred body bear it? The own woman wants to marry someone else, I guess he's going to make a big move. Who knows? We can't figure out the affairs of those big men, we can just eat melons quietly. In the lobby of the restaurant, there are quite a few people swapping glasses and chatting. Wang Tong, the capital of the great emperor? Want to marry the little princess of the Zhang family? Also related to desolate ancient sacred body? Chen Luo, who was enjoying the delicious food on the second floor, was moved. Chen Luo knew that the royal family of Luantian State, like the Zhang family of Jiangdi State, was an imperial family with extremely deep heritage, and had a great reputation in the ancient desolate continent. Especially the great emperor Chaotic Sky, whose power is boundless. When he was alive, he had pacified many restricted areas, and his statement was extremely prominent. It is a big deal for two imperial families to marry. And, desolate ancient sacred body is also involved. I wonder if this desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan will destroy this engagement. Master, let's go and have a look. It's so exciting. The marriage of the two imperial families, I know Wang Tong. I heard about his reputation when I was in the Phoenix family. It's quite resounding. Father Wang Mo talks about my son Wang Tong's qualifications as the great emperor every day, as if he was afraid that others would not know. Mu Luli, who was on the side, ate the delicacies on the table, and then said, the fire of 8 trigrams was burning in his eyes. As the little princess of the Phoenix clan, Mu Luli seldom leaves the Phoenix clan, but the imperial clan is still very clear about the top forces of the ancient desolate continent. Especially the Wang family of the great emperor of Chaos Sky, which is extremely high profile in the northern territory. Xiaobai, on the other hand, enjoyed the delicious food, ignoring any surrounding sounds. Okay, let's take a look after we finish eating. Chen Luo said with a slight smile. He is also very interested in this matter. Anyway, Zhuyang's supreme secret treasure can't escape, so don't worry. Let's go and see what the Emperor clan of Chaotic Heaven State is like, and Wang Tong, who is owned by the Great Emperor. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo and others quickly wiped out the delicacies, and then slowly marched towards the place where the royal family of Chaotic Heaven State was. Ancient Desolate Continent. Zhonggaihu, Ye family. On a huge square, there are many members of the Ye family on the edge of the square. The patriarch of the Ye family and many high-level officials gathered together, and it was extremely lively. Today is the 3rd day of selection for entering the Tian Shan sword pool. After several days of fierce competition, many Ye family disciples have been eliminated. Now, there are only 24 members of the Ye family left, vying for the 3 spots. 24 members of the Ye family stood in the center of the square with solemn expressions, waiting for the start of the trials. Among the 24 clansmen, 23 are Saint Realm's top experts, and there is even a realm who has reached the high rank Saint King, and his strength is extremely powerful. In the center, there is a white-robed young man from Good Fortune Realm 8th stage, standing there with a calm expression. The cultivation base of Good Fortune 8th stage was extremely conspicuous among the crowd gathered in this saint environment. The other clansmen around looked at the young man with a little complicated look in Chengdu's eyes. Even many Saint Realm powerhouses on the stage did not dare to underestimate that young man, even though he is just a Good Fortune Realm 8th stage cultivator. Patriarch Ye, what a tiger father and no dog son, Mr. Ye Chen can break into the top 24 with the realm of Good Fortune Realm 8th stage. This talent's strength is really astonishing. Next to the patriarch of the Ye family, the city lord of Anhai City spoke out, his eyes full of admiration. Before the top 24 is decided, it is an internal competition. Only after the 24th will people from other forces be invited to watch the ceremony. Yes, yes, Patriarch Ye, your family has produced a peerless genius, and a supreme will be produced in the future. That's right. It's really unprecedented to be able to enter the top 24 with the realm of Good Fortune Realm 8th stage. Many other powerhouses from other major forces beside him also commented one after another, looking at Ye Chen with admiration. The number of places in Tian Shan sword pool is extremely important, and every member of the Ye family will fight for it with all their strength, and there will be no leaking or shady situations. Even if he is the son of the head of the family, it is the same. This year's quota competition is also the most intense, and it is not comparable to the previous ones. The corners of Patriarch Ye's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say much. Chapter 121 Who said I only have one? The talent is peerless, maybe, after all, he has never made a move, who knows? Thinking of the battle scene of the Ye Chen competition before, Patriarch Ye's heart felt complicated. I don't know whether to be happy or worried. Soon, the trials began. The top 24 will advance to the top 12. In the first match, Ye Chen will face Ye Jiaja. With a solemn voice, Ye Chen and Ye Jiaja both stepped onto the arena in the center of the square. Ye Chen, you admit defeat. I already have a way to crack your sword pill. You don't think that you can get the quota of Tian Shan sword pool with only one sword pill? Ye Jiaja said lightly on the battlefield Dao, the tone is full of confidence. Although Ye Chen's talent is strong, but after all, his strength is still low, and he is nothing compared to the strong saint. In the previous competitions, Ye Chen had never made a move, and only relied on a top-notch sword pill to defeat all opponents. There are even a few strong men in the Holy Realm. Jianwan is an extremely powerful sword repair treasure, with extremely terrifying destructive power, and its speed is very fast. Even a low-level saint, there is not much to do in front of Jianwan. However, after previous observations, Ye Jiaja had already thought of a way to win. Although Jianwan is powerful, it is not omnipotent. The other members of the Ye family off the field were also complicated looking at Ye Chen on the stage. There was nothing wrong with Ye Chen's previous victory. After all, there is no rule that sword pills cannot be used. It's just that this way of winning makes others feel somewhat aggrieved. It's okay, I still want to give it a try, just in case I can win. Ye Chen said with a slight smile. Now, Ye Chen is very grateful to Master On for preparing such a useful thing for himself, otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. Okay, Ye Chen, then you have to be careful, a sword pill can't protect you. Ye Jiaja continued slowly. After finishing speaking, the spirit power on Ye Jiaja's body was running slowly, and a spirit sword containing storm spirit power appeared in Ye Jiaja's hand. The cultivation base of the Saint 5th Stage Day was undoubtedly revealed, and the atmosphere of the entire arena suddenly became solemn. Thank you for the reminder, but who told you, I only have one sword pill? Ye Chen continued slowly. Swish swish swish. After finishing speaking, 9 spiritual lights flashed from Ye Chen's body. 9 sword pills with sharp aura appeared beside Ye Chen, and the majestic sword intent almost tore everything apart. The fierce and unparalleled sword intent scattered around the entire area, almost tearing the entire area apart. Ye Jiaja. Everyone else in the audience was stunned. 9 sword pills? F***ck, 1 sword pill is already extremely difficult to deal with, 9 sword pills, even if the ancestor of the Saint King came, he would still have to leave half his life behind. The eyes of many tribesmen looking at Ye Chen became more complicated. Are his sword pills wholesale? 9 of them came as soon as they came, which was outrageous. When did sword pills become so worthless, and there were so many of them all at once? The faces of many other strong players who participated in the trials below turned green. Do you want to play like this, a sword pool trial? You take out 9 sword pills, it's better than a hammer. Let you enter the sword pool directly, no need to compare. I admit defeat. Ye Jiaja's mouth twitched slightly, and he said without hesitation. Although his sword has no eyes, once the 9 sword pills are thrown out, even the soul will be annihilated if he is a little careless. Although the number of sword pools is important, life is even more important. A look of disappointment flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Don't you even try? I haven't seen the destructive power of 9 sword pills coming out together. Ye Chen wins and enters the top 12. The referee not far away saw that Ye Jiaja had left the arena, and then he reacted and announced the result of the competition. Ye Chen arched his cupped hands, then jumped off the arena, waiting for the start of the next round. Seeing the scene on the arena, the top leaders of many top forces around the patriarch of the Ye family fell silent. 9 sword pills, is this what a good fortune realm expert can have? Patriarch Ye, your young master is really good, what a source of blessing. City Master Enhai next to him was silent for a while, and then said with a complicated expression. The other people beside him also praised it one after another. Being able to have a sword pill is a first-class source of blessing for sword cultivators. Not to mention Zhu Mei, that is simply Heavenly Dao's illegitimate child. Patriarch Ye silently glanced at Ye Chen in the distance. He didn't even know that his son, On, had such a means. However, Patriarch Ye felt extremely relieved when he thought that this was his own son. As expected of my child. Patriarch, many contestants below are saying that the use of sword pills is prohibited. This is really against the original intention of the selection competition. Although using sword pills is not against the rules, but at this moment, a Ye family member not far away, the elder, walked over quickly. Can't use Jianwan? Patriarch Ye frowned slightly. Although he also felt that such a method was not very good, but since this was done by his son, it would be fine. Ahem, you all know that I didn't give things like sword pills, and luck and blessings are also part of strength. Patriarch Ye then said lightly. It is good for his son. Ye Patriarch has a sick mind to agree to this matter. Patriarch, the ancestor also meant the same thing. The elder continued. Even the ancestors were shocked. Patriarch Ye's eyelids twitched wildly, who couldn't afford to lose, and even found the ancestor. Ancient Desolate Continent. Northern Territory, Chaotic Heaven State. Chaotic City. Chaotic Sky City is the largest super city in Chaotic Sky State, and it is also the super city where the Wang family is located. This place is extremely prosperous, full of traffic, and many top practitioners. You can still see the guards of the Wang family patrolling everywhere, guarding the order of this chaotic city. Brother Fan, that little princess from the Zhang family is going to marry Wang Tong from the Wang family. This is planting grass on your head. Can you bear it? You must FK him. In a luxurious private room, Yuan Shan said indignantly. Beside Yuan Shan, Xiao Fan didn't say a word, drinking bowl after bowl of fine wine in the private room. Brother Fan, just say something, as long as you give an order, I will even lead someone to fight with that kid Wang Tong, who dares to rob my brother's woman. I really want to die. Seeing Xiao Fan not speaking, Yuan Shan, drinking all the time, he continued. Soon after, it will be the day of Wang Tong and Zhang Xian's engagement. Seeing that Xiao Fan remained unmoved, Yuan Shan was very worried for Xiao Fan. Yuan Shan, isn't tomorrow the engagement day? Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. The Zhang family and the Wang family will pay the price they should pay. Xiao Fan threw the bowl in his hand to the ground heavily, and said with a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 122 Immortal Soul Body. After listening to Xiao Fan's words, Yuan Shan felt a little relieved. Having known Xiao Fan for a long time, Yuan Shan understands Xiao Fan's temperament, and he is not the kind of person who can talk big. Since Xiao Fan said that he would make them pay the price, there must be a means. Xiao Fan continued to pick up the wine jar next to him and drank it in big gulps. It's just that in my mind, I unconsciously remembered the picture not long ago. Xiao Fan, here are 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, and a set of first-tier emperor-level body refining cultivation technique. You leave our Zhang family quickly, our poetry has nothing to do with you in the future. That's right, if you really like Xian, you should think about her future. Only Wang Tong, who has the talent of a great emperor, can be worthy of the little princess of our Zhang family. Xian will never see you again, leave here, you have a better future, don't do stupid things. In the valley where spiritual qi was strong, many senior Zhang family members spoke to Xiao Fan indifferently, telling him to leave the Zhang family. Although Xiao Fan's potential is astonishing, the uncertainty of desolate ancient sacred body is too great. No one can guarantee that he can really grow up. However, Wang Tong is different, with the bloodline of Chaos Heaven Great Emperor, and the support of the Wang family, plus the support of the Zhang family. The chances of rising up in the future and becoming an emperor are almost infinite. Faced with Wang Tong and Xiao Fan, the Zhang family chose Wang Tong without hesitation. In the end, Xiao Fan didn't say any harsh words, but just picked up the gift from the Zhang family and left the Zhang family silently. When she finally left, Xiao Fan never saw Zhang Xian again. Brother Fan, as long as you know what's in your mind, drink it, and you'll rest when you're drunk. Yuan Shan then also picked up the wine jar and sipped the fine wine. By the way, Yuan Shan, is there any result on the matter of Hua Yuntian that I asked you to investigate earlier? Xiao Fan seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. Oh, you said that the descendant of the magic pot, Hua Yuntian, seems to have been taken away by the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, and he has disappeared. Yuan Shan said slowly. Heavenly Devil Sect leader? Xiao Fan's brows were slightly frowned. That would be difficult. The sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect came and went without a trace, there was no one who couldn't find him. Is there any news about other members of the Heavenly Devil Sect? Xiao Fan continued to ask. Hua Yuntian is quite useful to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan wants to find the Heavenly Devil Sect leader as soon as possible and determine Hua Yuntian's location. I'm angry when I mention this. Last time, there were a few people who said they knew where to see the elder of the Heavenly Devil Sect. I went to see it. There were only 2 bad old men from Good Fortune Realm. How could those guys be the Heavenly Devil Sect? My elder, you really have no brains at all. I sent those bad pens on the road on the spot, trying to lie to my spirit stones, there is no way. Yuan Shan seemed to have thought of something, and then said depressedly. Xiao Fan frowned slightly, how could Good Fortune Realm be the elder of Heavenly Devil Sect, isn't this pure fraud? However, the Heavenly Devil Sect was hidden too well, so many people couldn't find its location. It seems that we can only talk about it later. Hey, Brother Fan, I want to eat something delicious, so let's go. Yuan Shan then said with a smile. After finishing speaking, Yuan Shan called out a few beauties from the monster tribe who were indifferent and charming. These women are charming and charming, their tenderness is like water, and the atmosphere of the room soon becomes charming with the appearance of these women. Brother Fan, why don't you give it a try? These are all new products. I paid a lot of money to buy them. Yuan Shan pulled the 2 women over and began to taste them. Okay, I'll give it a try. Xiao Fan then also hugged the 2 monster girls into his arms. Yuan Shan was stunned for a moment. Brother Fan is enlightened. Never done this before. Ha ha ha, this is the real man, come on, I still have a few top quality goods, today, let's play with Brother Fan. Yuan Shan continued laughing. Damn, it's Zhang family, wait for me, fighting against me for a mere Wang Tong is the most stupid decision your Zhang family has ever made. Xiao Fan played with the softness in his arms, a hint of tyranny appeared in his heart meaning. Soon, an extremely moving voice sounded in the room. Chaotic City. The central area of Chaotic Sky City is the core area of Chaotic Sky City. At this time, festive red lanterns are hung everywhere in the central area, and there are many powerful guards around to maintain order. In various places in the central area, there are faint Saint Chi machines hidden around. Just what Chen Luo sensed, there are more than 100 ways. Obviously, there are a lot of top powerhouses hiding here. Master, it's a coincidence that we came here. Tomorrow is their engagement day. I don't know if something exciting will happen tomorrow. Mu Luli, wearing a silver mask, held Chen Luo's arm and said expectantly. Chen Luo nodded. They had already heard a lot about this engagement along the way. There are too many things involved in the marriage of the 2 great emperor clans. Not everyone wants to see the 2 combined. After all, they are 2 top imperial clans. Although the ancestors of both sides are no longer there, after so many years of development, the background of the clan is unfathomable. If the 2 parties join forces, it will have a huge impact on the structure of Ancient Desolate Continent. However, if the Zhang family and the Wang family dared to marry each other, they must have prepared means to solve possible troubles. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo and Mu Luli found a place to rest, waiting for the engagement banquet to start the next day. The The central area of chaotic Sky City was filled with joyful and lively voices. The entire central area is decorated with brilliance and is unusually eye-catching. There are also many pedestrians around the street, moving back and forth. Master, look, that is the little princess of the Zhang family, Zhang Xian. Mu Luli looked into the sky not far away. In the sky, there are 9 Kylan auspicious beasts, pulling an incomparably luxurious chariot, driving towards the central area of chaotic Sky City. Around the chariot, there are many top-ranking holy kings, guarding the chariot. In the center of the chariot, there is a stunning girl in a long red dress and a purple gold phoenix crown. The girl is pure and sweet, with fair and delicate skin, and a slim figure, which is extremely attractive. The pure and sweet face, coupled with the noble temperament, is like a goddess of 9 heavens, which makes people slowly have the desire to conquer. Name, Zhang Xian. Age, 21. Realm, Saint Realm 5th Stage Day. Physique, Immortal Soul Body. Identity, Ancient Desolate Continent's Hongaiu, Little Princess of the Zhang family. Qualification, Divine Grade. This Zhang Xian turned out to be an immortal soul body. Chapter 123 Engagement Banquet. The immortal soul body is a powerful physique in legends. It is extremely miraculous, and possesses incredible mysterious power. It is said that as long as the will is immortal, the soul can be guaranteed to be immortal, which is regarded as a top-level physique for the immortality of the soul. More importantly, this immortal soul body has a huge effect. It can help others to condense the immortal holy soul. The holy soul is the symbol of the great saint cultivator, and only after the holy soul is condensed can it be considered a breakthrough great saint realm. If the immortal holy soul is condensed, it can be the same as the immortal soul body, and its own will is immortal, then the soul can live forever. Immortal heavenly soul body, such a good physique, but you can't miss it. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. Now Chen Luo is the peak realm of the Saint King 8th stage. There is only one step away from the Saint King 9th stage day, and the next step is to consider the achievement of Great Saint Realm by condensing the Holy Soul. If he can condense the immortal Holy Soul, Chen Luo will also have the attribute of immortal soul. It must be taken, and Chen Luo's heart suddenly became more thoughtful. Master, has that Zhang Xian been controlled? It looks weird. Mu Luli seemed to have discovered something, and then asked in amazement. Hearing this, Chen Luo took a closer look at that Zhang Xian. Immediately, he found that the expression on that delicate and charming cheek was slightly stiff, and there were strands of mysterious energy permeating his body, as if he was imprisoned by some force. The maids beside Zhang Xian seemed to be paying attention to Zhang Xian all the time, for fear that there would be any changes in Zhang Xian. It seems that the rumors are true. This marriage, the little princess of the Zhang family, is not very willing. Chen Luo whispered. Mu Luli nodded, and the two of them stayed in chaotic Sky City all night and heard a lot of rumors. Among them, Zhang Xian did not agree to this marriage and was forced to do so. Looking at it now, it is indeed the case, otherwise, there is no need to use such methods. The crowd of onlookers all stared straight at Zhang Xian in the sky. Most of the words were praises of Zhang Xian's appearance and temperament. There are many people who are envious of that Wang Tong. Not only the talent is amazing. Moreover, she is about to get engaged to Zhang Xian, the great beauty of the imperial family, and with the support of Jiang's family, the road ahead will be smooth. She is simply a winner in life. Under the envious eyes of everyone, the chariot continued to drive towards the central area of chaotic Sky City. Soon, they entered the core area of the Wang family. Okay, the heroine has gone in, let's go in too. Seeing Zhang Xian's chariot entering the core area of the Wang family, Chen Luo continued. Now, since it is decided to get rid of this immortal holy soul, it must go inside to look for opportunities. Outside, there are many guards, which is a bit risky. Master, do you have a way to get in? Mu Luli's eyes lit up. It would be great to be able to enter inside. Even though she could get in by revealing her own identity, Mu Luli didn't want to cause any complications. Mu Luli also knows that the purpose of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is to keep a low profile and develop obscenely. Of course. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, a stream of light flashed from Chen Luo's body, and the mysterious stream of light enveloped the two of them. Under the streamer's wrap, both are. It is easy to enter the heavily guarded Wang family area. After entering the area of the Wang family, there are people who can see the Wang family patrolling everywhere. There are still many top-level formations around, the spirit power is surging, and the air is filled with terrifying auras. Obviously, there are many top-level magic circles hidden in the surrounding void. However, the people around seem to be totally unaware of Chen Luo and Mu Luli. This is Chen Luo's powerful Dayan divine art. After so long of practice, and Wang Xian's return of practice, Chen Luo's Dayan divine art has reached an extremely advanced level. Except for those old monsters of the Great Saint, and the mental energy cultivator whose soul power has reached the Emperor level, no one can see through Chen Luo's concealment. The two then walked slowly towards the inside of Wang's house. Congratulations, congratulations! The marriage of the two great emperor clans today is truly a grand event for my ancient desolate continent. That's right, Mr. Wang Tong and Miss Zhang Xian are both talented and beautiful, a match made in heaven. In the future, Mr. Wang Tong will go to the godless realm together, and recast the glory of the great emperor of chaotic heaven. In the great hall of the Wang family, the top leaders of all the top powers gathered together. There are many sacred land-level forces, even Chaos Sacred Land, and the top monster races have sent top experts to watch the ceremony. People with first-class influence don't even have the threshold to enter. Above the Great Hall, Wang Mo, the patriarch of the Wang family, had a red face and an extremely excited expression. Originally, own child Wang Tong had the qualifications of the Great Emperor, and now, after marrying with the Zhang family, he will definitely dominate the entire ancient desolate continent in the future. People from other top forces around are flattering Wang Mo, which makes Wang Mo feel extremely useful. Not long after, a tall young man wearing brocade robes walked out of the inner hall of the Great Hall. The young man was filled with an aura of calmness and prestige, and his eyes were full of confidence and disdain, as if nothing in the world could catch his eyes. The youth is none other than Wang Tong who possesses the qualifications of the Great Emperor. After Wang Tong appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The sense of sharpness on that body made those Saint Wang Qiang of the older generation feel a little stinging. Obviously, this Wang Tong is extremely powerful. Although it is only a saint realm, its combat power is definitely as high as that of a saint king. Xian, you finally came to me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Tong ignored the appreciative gazes around him, but met Zhang Xian who was supported by several maids. Zhang Xian just had a stiff smile on his face and didn't speak. However, Wang Tong didn't care, and walked to Zhang Xian's side like a spring breeze, and the two walked towards the Great Hall side by side. Others also noticed Zhang Xian's abnormality, but they didn't say much, everything was as usual. The Great Hall suddenly became extremely lively. These people are really hypocritical, that Zhang Xian is so pitiful, he was forced to be engaged to such a guy. In the far corner, Mu Luli muttered softly, sympathizing with Zhang Xian's experience. Since she has enjoyed the glory of the imperial clan, she must have lost something. Chen Luo said meaningfully. Mu Luli pursed her lips, bit her lips slightly, and continued to look at the scene in front of her. Today is the engagement banquet for Guzi and Xian. First of all, thank you for your support. Next, Guzi Wang Tong will be witnessed by everyone. Not far away, Wang Mo, the head of the Wang family, said, his voice covered the whole great hall. Many guests stopped discussing and listened to Wang Mo's words. Wang Tong below was smiling, full of vigor, looking softly at Zhang Xian next to him. For Xian to get engaged to that evil pen, have you asked my opinion? At this moment, a solemn voice suddenly sounded. Wang Tong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Chapter 124 Xiao Fan Do Wang Tong. Someone dared to say such a thing at his engagement banquet. Did he really want to die? Not only Wang Tong, but also the other people at the banquet were stunned. Obviously they did not expect this to happen. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a slender young man in white robes with a handsome face appearing above the great hall not far away. The white-robed young man was filled with golden light. Above the sky, it was like a scorching sun. The majestic momentum continued to surge on his body, tearing apart the surrounding space. It's Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan appeared, that kid from desolate ancient sacred body. I'm so overwhelmed, I really thought that I would be able to soar into the sky if I broke the shackles of the sacred body. If I don't have enough strength, no matter how strong my potential is. That's right, breaking the engagement banquet now is a way of death. That's right, the Zhang family was the one he was able to climb up to. The surrounding guests all recognized it. It was Xiao Fan who had recently gained fame. Not far away, Zhang Xian also saw Xiao Fan's appearance with disbelief and a trace of joy and worry in her eyes. It's just that the faces of the Wang family and the Zhang family became extremely gloomy. Especially those from the Zhang family, who had already given Xiao Fan enough resources to make trouble. This is a slap in the face of their Zhang family. Master, that desolate ancient sacred body still has a bit of guts, dare to rush in alone and ruin this engagement banquet. Mu Luli whispered. Chen Luo didn't speak, but looked at Xiao Fan, and turned on the system's detection function. Name, Xiao Fan. Age, 21. Realm, Saint Realm 6th Stage Day. Physical, desolate ancient sacred body. Identity, the Taoist chosen by the Empress of Yaokai. Qualification, Divine Grade. Fate, Son of Destiny. Sure enough, it is the Son of Destiny, the breaker chosen by the Empress of Yaokai? What is this? A burst of doubts arose in Chen Luo's heart. It seems that this Xiao Fan should be the Empress of Yaokai's attention. Xiao Fan, what do you mean? Why do we need to ask your opinion on our Zhang family's affairs? Zhang Hengbo, the head of the Zhang family not far away, said coldly. Xian can only belong to me, no one can get involved. Xiao Fan's gaze also became extremely cold. Compared to the Wang family, he hated the Zhang family even more. Humiliate yourself with those things, treat yourself like garbage that comes and goes with a wave. Xiao Fan, you dare to behave wildly at my engagement banquet, even if the Heavenly King Daddy comes, don't try to protect you. Wang Tong said coldly. Boom. After finishing speaking, Wang Tong activated the spirit power on his body, and the fierce and domineering spirit power turned into a mountain-heavy bombardment and went away. Boom. Xiao Fan just punched heavily, and the huge spirit power mountain was completely smashed into pieces by the terrifying force. Wang Tong, if you are a real man, come with me for a one-on-one duel. The loser is not worthy of being with Xian. Xiao Fan then looked at Wang Tong. Do you really think that breaking the shackles of the sacred body will allow you to heaven-defying? I'm going to let you know what real strength is. Don't check meddling and let me kill this little BD. Wang Tong roared loudly. After finishing speaking, the terrifying spirit power surged out of his body as well. The terrifying red spirit power writhed all over Wang Tong's body. Under the rendering of the red spirit power, Wang Tong seems to have become a god of war, with a peerless aura. Bang bang bang! The two of them didn't speak anymore, and collided directly. The golden spirit power and the red spirit power were intertwined, creating an extremely violent air wave. The entire Great Hall was severely suppressed by the majestic momentum. These two are so strong. Their strength is no less than those of the ancestors of the Saint King. I don't know which of these two is stronger. Mu Luli looked at the battle in midair and said excitedly. Name, Wang Tong. Age, 22. Realm, Saint Realm 7th Stage Day. Physique, Ling Yuan King Physique. Bloodline, Chaotic Bloodline. Identity, Ancient Desolate Continent, the young master of the royal family in the Northern Territory. Qualification, Divine Grade. Saint Realm 7th Stage Heaven, Chaotic Blood Emperor Veins, Chen Luo's eyes are small. It seems that this Wang Tong is indeed the bloodline with Chaos Great Emperor. Although it is only a royal body, but with the blessing of the Great Emperor bloodline, its aptitude has already reached the level of a god. The desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan should win. Chen Luo continued slowly. After all, he is the son of destiny, and also has contact with the Empress of Yaokai. Although the cultivation base is a little lower, it must be no problem to play Wang Tong. No way, Master, this Wang Tong is not simple. He has the bloodline of the Great Emperor of Chaos, has the capital of the Great Emperor, and that Xiao Fan has a desolate ancient sacred body. Mu Loli beside him said with a look of astonishment. The son of destiny is unreasonable, what bloodline, as long as there is no accident, it will be killed. Some realm gaps are nothing at all. Just watch it. Chen Luo continued, while looking at Zhang Xian who was not far away. Although Zhang Xian's body was under control, there were still many guards around her, and the head of the Zhang family had already arrived at Zhang Xian's side to protect her safety. The battle between Xiao Fan and Wang Tong became more and more fierce, and both of them used various powerful and invincible martial arts supernatural power. The terrifying impact is like a wave, constantly surging around. Xiao Fan's body has bursts of thunderous power, surging, and the powerful desolate ancient sacred body gave Xiao Fan extremely powerful strength, and his every move is full of tyrannical aura. On the other side, Wang Tong was full of vigor and blood, and the red spirit power was like a wildly killing beast, tearing apart everything around him. That tyrannical red spirit power is no less powerful than Xiao Fan's desolate ancient sacred body. Soon, both of them fought real fire, and there were many injuries on their bodies. The surrounding guests watched the battle between the two with great interest. Obviously, they also wanted to know about the resources of desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan and Great Emperor Wang Tong, who were even better. Both of them are so strong, obviously they are only Saint Realm, but their combat power is catching up with Saint King. Young people nowadays are really getting more and more fierce. Yeah, that Xiao Fan deserves to be the desolate ancient sacred body. Even though realm is even lower, he can still compete evenly. The potential is evident. Wang Tong's strength is also extremely strong. Bloodline with the Great Emperor will only get stronger as he fights. I think Xiao Fan is in danger. The thunderbolt on Xiao Fan's body seems to be from the Zhang family's body refining martial art, and it looks like it's not a low grade. Could it be that Xiao Fan came here to act wildly at the behest of the Zhang family? Many people in the fringes whispered about the battle between the two. Someone else noticed the thunder on Xiao Fan's body and pointed out that it belonged to the Zhang family. Chapter 125 Xiao Cheng's Sacred Body. The patriarch of the Zhang family not far away had a slightly ugly expression on his face. At the same time, there was some regret in his heart. The potential of this Xiao Fan seemed to be no less than that of Wang Tong. The top cultivation technique given to him not long ago can be used so quickly, and his martial arts attainments are quite powerful. If you continue to support this Xiao Fan, maybe. Everyone, this cultivation technique was given to him by Xiao Fan who was dismissed before. Now, he is taking revenge and destroying the marriage between our Zhang family and Wang family. Our Zhang family is incompatible with him. Zhang Hongbo, the head of the Zhang family, continued with a gloomy expression. The surrounding guests were all taken aback, dismissing Xiao Fan and sending them off with cultivation technique. This Zhang family is generous enough, worthy of being the imperial clan, magnificent. Don't worry, in-laws, we still have this level of trust. This little Feinan will avenge his revenge. He is really an unfamiliar white-eyed wolf. Wait for my child to kill him. Wang Mo on the other side also said. For owning Wang Tong, Wang Mo is very confident, just a desolate ancient sacred body, although he can fight Wang Tong in a short time. However, as time goes by, it is not so simple. White-eyed wolf, it's obviously the Zhang family. They agreed to let Xian follow me, but they turned their backs on what they said. What kind of imperial clan is just a group of villains who are obsessed with interests? Xiao Fan, who was fighting in the distance, heard the two if so, then said loudly. Boom! Just as Xiao Fan was speaking, the red spirit power on Wang Tong's body became even more violent. The space seems to be somewhat distorted by this violent red spirit power. You still dare to be distracted from fighting with me? I'm really tired. The red spirit power on Wang Tong's body turned into a burst of spirit lines and shot away, quickly covering the area where Xiao Fan was. Bang bang bang! The red spiritual thread was like a cannonball, destroying a large area. Xiao Fan was also hit by this terrifying spirit line impact, his body became weaker immediately, and a scarlet color appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected of a descendant of the great Emperor of Chaos Heaven, he is indeed powerful. Xiao Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Fan has also experienced many battles before, and his strength is extremely strong. Among the same ranks, Xiao Fan's strength has always been the top. Even a genius who is a few realms taller than himself can win the battle. Now, Wang Tong, who is only one realm taller than himself, suppressed himself. Xiao Fan couldn't accept it at all. I admit that you are very strong, but in front of me, what desolate ancient sacred body is a chicken and a dog? In the future, I, Wang Tong, will definitely ascend to the Emperor's realm and restore the supreme glory of my royal family. Wang Tong said confidently, eyes full of contempt. However, do you think that just now is my true strength? Xiao Fan continued coldly. After finishing speaking, Xiao Fan took off a glittering golden bracelet from his hand and threw it directly on the ground. Boom! Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The moment the bracelet fell to the ground, a huge deep hole was smashed into the ground. Obviously, this bracelet contained an extremely terrifying weight. That's a divine power bracelet made of Sanyuan Lingjun. Xiao Fan has been wearing the divine power bracelet to fight Wang Tong. This is too scary. No wonder this Xiao Fan is so arrogant, she really has some capital. Everyone around recognized it, this bracelet is a divine power bracelet. After wearing it, a terrible gravity will be added to the body all the time, which is equivalent to being under a huge load all the time, which is of great benefit to body refining. However, when fighting, this gravity will greatly limit its strength. It's easy now, Wang Tong, I'll show you now, what is real strength. Xiao Fan twisted his neck, and the spirit power in his body erupted loudly. The body jumped out extremely quickly, like a huge mountain, trying to destroy everything. Wang Tong's pupil shrank, and his body quickly moved away. However, after taking off the divine power bracelet, Xiao Fan's speed and strength have improved to a very large level. Wang Tong couldn't dodge in time, and was hit, his face became extremely pale, and a heavy dent appeared on his body. How is it possible that someone can suppress me, even if realm is lower than me? Wang Tong's heart was full of look of disbelief, and at the same time, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Is the desolate ancient sacred body really so powerful? The other people around were also stunned, this desolate ancient sacred body is too powerful. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fan activated the spirit power in his body again, continuously bombarding Wang Tong. Wang Tong suddenly fell into a comprehensive disadvantage. Even the burning emperor blood in Wang Tong's body could not make him regain the initiative, and could only be suppressed by Xiao Fan. Master, this Xiao Fan is too powerful. He even suppressed Wang Tong. Maybe Xiao Fan can really destroy this engagement banquet. Mu Luli in the corner muttered while gnawing on her duck paw. It's not that simple. Chen Luo continued while eating the delicious food in front of him. Although Xiao Fan was able to defeat Wang Tong, there were already many old monsters around. Obviously, they are all from the Zhang family and the Wang family. These old monsters are extremely powerful and powerful. If Xiao Fan didn't have any shortcomings, even if he defeated Wang Tong, he might suffer a big loss. The members of the Wang family in the distance looked as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. Usually they played loudly, but Wang Tong, who was a great emperor, was actually suppressed by a desolate ancient sacred body, which is really a shame. Wang Tong, you know how useless you are. Xiao Fan blasted out with a heavy punch, directly blasting Wang Tong into the air, and a large building was smashed to pieces by the terrifying impact. Wang Tong clenched his teeth, the feeling of weakness on his body made him completely unbelievable. He still couldn't accept the fact that he was suppressed and defeated. The frustration of failure caused him more pain than the injuries on his body. Enough, Xiao Fan, I have to admit that you are a genius, comparable to the genius of our young master of the Wang family. If you are willing to join our Wang family, we are willing to train you and let you ascend to the supreme realm. Wang Mo then said slowly. Joining your royal family, you are also worthy? Any woman who dares to touch me will die. Xiao Fan continued coldly, and looked at Wang Mo in the distance. Chen Luo continued to enjoy the delicious food calmly, being the owner of the melon-eating crowd with peace of mind. At the same time, be prepared to find the right time to shoot. Little guy, although your talent is powerful, it's a bit too arrogant. It seems that you must be disciplined and disciplined. Just as everyone was in shock, a hoarse voice sounded. In the void where Xiao Fan was, countless spirit power chains suddenly appeared, locking the area where Xiao Fan was. Not far away, an old man in white robe appeared in front of everyone. Behind the old man, there is an incomparably terrifying holy soul exuding a majestic aura. Oh, finally can't bear it anymore, what imperial clan is just a bunch of trash, just do whatever you can, a big great saint is not enough for me to kill. Xiao Fan continued with a sneer. After finishing speaking, a streamer lit up in Xiao Fan's interspatial ring. A golden body exuding vicissitudes of life and containing unparalleled momentum appeared in front of everyone. Impressively, it is a desolate ancient sacred body whose great saint realm has already completed the sacred body. Chapter 126 I Want This Girl Doll. The moment the golden body appeared, everyone's eyes were attracted, and their expressions were extremely astonished. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan had this kind of means to obtain a body of Xiao Cheng's sacred body. Desolate ancient sacred body all belong to the same source. If Xiao Fan has a body, he can use this body for a short time to exert the strength of Xiao Cheng's sacred body. The old man who just appeared also became extremely dignified. He felt a great sense of oppression on this body. Shua! A moment later, Xiao Fan directly turned into a stream of light, which got into the body of Xiao Cheng's sacred body. Boom! After controlling Xiao Keng's sacred body, Xiao Fan immediately launched an attack on the old man of the great saint level. Xiao Fan's fist blasted with the impact of destroying everything. With the sound of a violent collision, in an instant, the old man was smashed into pieces by this terrifying fist. Countless blood and minced meat splattered everywhere. This scene made everyone present stunned, their eyes extremely frightened. Killing the great saint with one punch, is this the power of Xiao Cheng's sacred body? It's too scary. Little BD, do you know what you did? Wang Mo, the patriarch of the Wang family not far away, said with a gloomy expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan was so powerful that he killed a top elder of his family in an instant. What did you do? You Zhang family and Wang family, it's time to pay your price. Xiao Fan's eyes were full of coldness, and then carrying the power of Xiao Cheng's sacred body, he rushed to the area where Wang Mo, Zhang Hengbo and others were. All clan elders, please take action and destroy this guy. Seeing this, Wang Mo shouted immediately. Suddenly, the surrounding void trembled, and several top great saint powerhouses appeared again, launching a fierce attack on Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan immediately fought against the three top great saint powerhouses who reappeared. The majestic spirit power almost overwhelmed the entire world, constantly wreaking havoc around. As expected of a son of destiny, there are such means. Chen Luo continued to watch the battle not far away, his eyes were full of strange colors. It's just that Saint Realm has such a trump card, which is really strong. Xiao Fan, who has the body of Xiao Cheng's sacred body, is unparalleled in combat power. He can fight against the three great saints by himself, and he still does not lose the wind. Even, as time went by, it was gradually suppressed. The surrounding onlookers were all stunned. They never expected that a famous desolate ancient sacred body would have such a means. Not far away, Zhang Hengbo, the patriarch of the Zhang family, felt remorseful. If I knew this Xiao Fan was so fierce, I shouldn't have abandoned Xiao Fan and married Wang Tong. Daughter, perhaps, you are right. Zhang Hengbo, the patriarch of the Zhang family, sighed insignificantly. However, it is too late now, and there is no chance to turn back. Zhang Xian's eyes were full of wonder, seeing Xiao Fan's methods. Zhang Xian was also amazed. Xiao Fan had never shown this trick before. Also, he actually defeated Wang Tong head-on. This potential is too great. Not long after, an old man among the three great saints was smashed into pieces by Xiao Fan's heavy punch, and immediately, blood once again stained the entire sky red. Dear family, let your people come out too, and we will work together to slaughter this little beast, otherwise, after today, what face will our two families have? Seeing Xiao Fan beheading a clan elder again, Wang Mo said to Xiao Fan the river flooded in the distance. Zhang Hengbo took a deep breath, then nodded, now, there is no other way. Zhang Xian's face was pale, and his eyes were full of despair. She knew that if On's father really took action against Xiao Fan, then everything would really be irreparable. Before, her father had clearly promised her that she would not do anything to Xiao Fan, but now. Zhang Hengbo then sent a sound transmission to the two top Zhang family experts who were nearby, asking them to attack together. At the same time, Zhang Hengbo and Wang Mo also joined the battle. 6 great saint powerhouses launched a fierce attack on desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan at the same time. Ha ha ha, the more you come, the better, just borrow your strength. Sharpen my will to fight. Xiao Fan then said loudly, the aura in his body became more and more majestic, and he became more courageous as he fought, and the power belonging to the desolate ancient sacred body was also brought into full play by him. The timing was almost right. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and there were no strong people around Zhang Xian paying attention. However, Chen Luo feels that the best time is still not reached, and he still needs to wait for a while. Xiao Fan, let's capture it with nothing, you have no chance, because of the past love, I can give you a way to survive. Zhang Hengbo continued with a fierce attack. Opportunity? Daddy hates you the most. You're the one who humiliates me over and over again. Xiao Fan's eyes were full of fierceness. Every time Zhang Hengbo saw him, he always showed a condescending gesture of charity. Although a lot of cultivation resources are given each time, in Xiao Fan's view, these resources are simply not worth the damage to him. Huang Ancient God Punch. Xiao Fan then yelled loudly, a violent and unparalleled aura erupted suddenly, and everyone around felt as if they were falling into an abyss. All the great saint powerhouses surrounding Xiao Fan felt their bodies stagnate, almost immobilized. Xiao Fan used the ancient god fist to blast Zhang Hengbo not far away. Zhang Hengbo's pupils shrank, and he immediately felt extremely fearful, but he was completely unable to move due to the suppression of the majestic air mechanism. Boom! With a loud noise, Zhang Hengbo was directly killed by Xiao Fan's fist. Blood and minced flesh splashed everywhere. Everyone was terrified by this scene. Xiao Fan actually killed the current head of the Zhang family, which really broke the sky. Not far away, Zhang Xian's face also became stiff, and his mind went blank. Xiao Fan big brother beat my dad to death. Why? 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 Master! Little BD, you dare to kill the head of our Zhang family, you are looking for death. Immediately afterwards, two startled voices sounded, and the space around Zhangxian was slightly distorted. Two top powerhouses exuding majestic aura appeared in front of everyone. They are the two top great saint powerhouses who are protecting Zhangxian by Zhangxian's side. The two then galloped angrily towards Xiao Fan's place, wanting to get rid of Xiao Fan quickly. This is the best opportunity. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Because of Zhang Hengbo's death, no one pays attention to Zhangxian anymore. The person who secretly protected Zhangxian also left. Opportunity? What opportunity? Mu Luli was stunned, not understanding what Chen Luo would say. Hold tight, I'm going to act. Chen Luo whispered, and then directly hugged Mu Luli in his arms. His body disappeared in a flash, and he galloped towards Zhangxian's place. I want this girl doll, you guys continue. Chen Luo hugged Mu Luli, and quickly went to Zhangxian's side, and hugged Zhangxian in his arms as well. Chapter 127, Heavenly Devil Zone must have done it. Chen Luo was wearing a black robe, and at the same time, bursts of black aura appeared on his body, continuously infecting the surrounding space. Under the rendering of the black atmosphere, Chen Luo seemed to be a big devil, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Who are you? You want to take away the little princess of our Zhang family? The two top great saints who had just rushed out not far away froze, and immediately spotted Chen Luo. After the two found out, they quickly turned around and walked towards the area where Chen Luo was. Zhangxian's is too important, and she is determined not to have any problems. Not only the two top great saints, but everyone else present was stupefied, and they still hadn't shaken off the shock of death, the head of the Zhang family just now. What the hell is going on? The fight is in full swing, the head of the Zhang family is dead, why did someone else want to kidnap Zhangxian again? You don't have the right to know the name of this old man. Chen Luo said hoarsely, and the black breath on his body kept churning. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo waved his right hand, and the surrounding void trembled. Boom! 9 black lotus flowers appeared from the void, and the black lotus flowers exploded with extremely violent aura, once again causing a sensation in a large area. A black mist covers a large area. Not far away, the two great saints who rushed towards Chen Luo and the others were repelled by the terrifying aura. The other people around felt that their eyes were blocked, as if they were covered by something. Ah, no matter who you are, if you dare to do anything to our little princess, our Zhang family will use all the power of the whole family to kill you. The great saint then said angrily, and at the same time drove Saint Yuan quickly dispelled the surrounding fog. Zhangxian's being taken away seemed to make him more angry than the death of Patriarch Zhang. Not long after, the mist dissipated, and there were no traces of Chen Luo and Zhangxian around the banquet. The battle between Xiao Fan and others not far away also stopped temporarily. Who is it that kidnapped Xian? Xiao Fan's expression also became extremely ugly. He came here just for Zhangxian. Now that Zhangxian was gone, there was no need for him to stay here. The most urgent task is to get Shihan back as soon as possible. People from the Wang family and the Zhang family, just wait for me, today's enmity will be avenged tomorrow. Xiao Fan coldly said. After speaking, he quickly turned into a streamer and left here. There is only a mess around, and a devastated banquet. Immediately seal off the entire city, no one is allowed to leave. If no one can be found, even Heavenly King Daddy will not even think about leaving Chaotic City. Not far away, Wang Mo's expression was also extremely ugly at this time. This marriage is not just his intention. It is because of the ancestors' order that Zhangxian is an extremely important person who must be turned into a member of the Wang family. In order to marry Zhangxian, the Wang family has already paid a lot. If things don't work out in the end, even thinking about the consequences, Wang Mo would feel terrified. Especially, now, the person has been kidnapped directly, if he can't be found. Wang Mo immediately issued an order to search and arrest Zhang Xian in the whole city. The top great saint powerhouses of the Zhang family also quickly dispatched a lot of people to search for them as soon as possible. The surrounding guests were also guarded and checked one by one. You two seniors, you can see the details of that person. Wang Mo then looked at the two great saints of the Zhang family who were protecting Zhang Xian. The two shook their heads. Chen Luo's speed was too fast for them to react in time. Moreover, Chen Luo didn't use any attack methods at all, so he was unrecognizable. Except for the black lotus flower formation in the void. Patriarch, that formation seems to be the Black Devil 5 Lotus formation of the Heavenly Devil Sect. At this moment, a member of the Wang family walked up to Wang Mo and said, Heavenly Devil Sect's Black Devil 5 Lotus formation. Wang Mo frowned slightly. Is the Heavenly Devil Sect so strong? Yeah, really, but this should be the improved Black Devil 5 Lotus formation, which is more powerful than their Black Devil 5 Lotus formation. Maybe it should be called the Black Devil 9 Lotus formation, and besides the Heavenly Devil Sect no one knows the Black Devil 5 Lotus formation. I see. That person is the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect. I've heard that voice, and that tone. I can't go wrong. Yes, yes, it is definitely the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Apart from him, no one would dare to be so bold as to snatch the little princess of Jiang's family. That's right, I heard that the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect is lawless, a giant of Devil Dao, and has no scruples in doing things. I saw it today, and it is true. This guy is a lunatic. Other people around also commented one after another, seeming to recognize the details of this formation. The faces of Wang Mo and the two top great saints of the Zhang family were both cloudy and uncertain, and they turned out to be members of the Heavenly Devil Sect. They didn't have too much doubt, after all, although Zhang Xian was distinguished, his appearance was astonishing. However, no one knows her physique. Under such circumstances, no force in the Ancient Desolate Continent dared to act casually, and even kidnapped Zhang Xian in front of everyone. It's really not necessary. If it's the Heavenly Devil Sect, then it makes sense. Damn it's Heavenly Devil Sect, it's fine to mess around in other places, but dare to do this kind of thing in our Wang family's Heavenly Devil City, I really want to die and go crazy. Wang Mo continued coldly, his expression was extremely cold. The two top great saints next to him were also aggrieved. They had heard about the reputation of the Heavenly Devil Sect a long time ago, but they never heard of it. They never thought that it would be theirs now. Humph! Immediately find the Devil Dao Alliance and ask them to hand over all the members of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Otherwise, the entire Devil Dao Alliance will bear the wrath of our Zhang family and Wang family. The great saint of the Zhang family next to him then gritted his teeth. After knowing the enemy, the great saint of the Zhang family breathed a sigh of relief, at least there was still a little clue. As long as the person is found, everything can be saved. Senior, the Heavenly Devil Sect has already been expelled from the Devil Dao Alliance. The Devil Dao Alliance said that their Devil Dao Alliance cannot tolerate the great Buddha of the Heavenly Devil Sect. A member of the Wang family next to him continued. Removal? The two great saints of the Zhang family were stunned for a moment. Why did this kind of thing still happen? Seeing that the two great saints were a little puzzled, that subordinate went on to explain the matter of the Heavenly Devil Sect. It turned out that not long ago, after the leader of the Devil Dao Alliance left, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect had not been found to take over. So another top Devil Dao giant was chosen to take office. After the new leader took office, the Heavenly Devil Sect did something a little bit out of the ordinary. The top leaders of many top forces came to the door one after another, asking the new leader to give an explanation. Under pressure, the new leader directly removed the Heavenly Devil Sect. And said that Heavenly Devil Sect will never be accepted again, and everything Heavenly Devil Sect does has nothing to do with their Devil Dao Alliance. Hearing the words of the Wang family's subordinate, Jiang's great saint's face turned black. Is this heavenly devil sect so arrogant? Let the Devil Dao Alliance be removed, this is really the first time in the world. Chapter 128 How do you know? The Devil Dao Alliance is an alliance that has been established for a long time. Since its establishment, there has been no precedent for the removal of any force. The Heavenly Devil Sect's treatment is really the first. Then no one else knows where the members of the Heavenly Devil Sect are. Zhang family great saint continued to ask. He couldn't believe that such an ancient desolate continent, no one could cure this Heavenly Devil Sect and make him dance so happily. Senior, it really isn't true. The Heavenly Devil Sect is so famous in the ancient desolate continent. In addition to their super strength, there is also their concealment method. As long as they don't want to appear, no one knows where they are. There are many those who want to join the Heavenly Devil Sect can't find a way. The subordinate continued. Several other cultivators beside him also nodded, approving what the subordinate said. Both Zhang family great saint and Wang Mo's hearts sank. This Heavenly Devil Sect is so evil, I can't find it. It doesn't matter, the whole city is under martial law immediately, and if you look for clues to the Heavenly Devil Sect, not only the chaotic city, but the entire northern territory will issue a reward. Wang Mo continued coldly. Zhang Xian is too important to have any mistakes. The great saint of the Zhang family also nodded, even if they searched the entire chaotic city, they must be found. Immediately afterwards, they began to deploy more manpower, mobilized various relationships to find the whereabouts of Heavenly Devil Sect leader and Zhang Xian. Ancient Desolate Continent. Zhonggaihu, Ye family. In the final, 6-3. After fierce competition, it is now the final stage. There are only 6 people left, competing for 3 places to enter the sword pool. On the square, the 5 contestants from the Ye family all had different expressions, and their expressions were slightly nervous. After all, this is the final battle. If you win, you can enter the Tianshan sword pool and receive the baptism of the sword spirit. If you lose, the previous victories are worthless. Those 5 contestants are all the top talents of the Ye family's generation, and their strengths have all reached the mid-rank saint realm, and there are even 2 high-rank saint realms. Standing on the square, there was also a young man in white robes, waiting in the square with a calm expression. It seemed that he was extremely confident in himself. It was Ye Chen. The other 5 contestants looked at Ye Chen with a trace of fear in Chen Du's eyes. I prayed in my heart, not to draw Ye Chen and fight Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen's realm is the lowest, no one can deal with Ye Chen with full confidence. Although, the rules have been revised again. After the top 24 entered the top 12, under the interference of the ancestors of the Ye family, the rules of the trial were revised, and the use of sword pills was not allowed. In the ensuing 12-6 battle, Ye Chen made another shot. Everyone thought that Ye Chen lost his sword pill, and there was a high probability that he was going to die. After all, his cultivation base is really too low. However, Ye Chen still exhibited powerful means, using 18 holy swords to form a top-grade holy sword array, directly deterring the opponent, and also won without making a move. The appearance of the holy rank top-grade sword array made everyone's scalp tingle and their faces stunned *n. It's just a trial competition of Tianshan sword pool, and even this kind of big killer is used. The best holy soldiers are incomparably precious in the first place, and they contain terrifying and unparalleled attacking power. Not to mention, it is a top-level sword formation composed of 18 top-quality holy swords, and its power is no longer as fast as that of ordinary emperor soldiers. Using such a powerful weapon to participate in this kind of trials is simply killing ants with a dragon-slaying knife. Anyone who saw it had to shout. Because Ye Chen's top sword array appeared. Now, the rules have been revised again, and everyone is not allowed to use any swords or spirit treasures. Everyone is unarmed, and they can't even wear armor. However, even so, everyone was still a little uncertain about Ye Chen. Who knows what he will come up with again? The patriarch of the Ye family, who was not far away, was a little confused and still in shock. When did own son have so many good things? Didn't he join a first-class force? Did he rob the sacred land treasury? Young Master Ye Chen should have no other means now. You can't use any treasures, even if you have emperor's soldiers. Yet, you can change the rules of the sword pool trials twice. Mr. Ye Chen is really a role model for us. Not necessarily, in case he has any other means. I feel very suspenseful. Around the square, many members of the Ye family were discussing. The focus of the discussion was all on Ye Chen, and they watched the battle throughout. From the appearance of Jianwan to the subsequent modification of the rules, the sword array composed of 18 holy swords that was comparable to the emperor's soldiers was simply blinding their eyes. Although the rules have been revised again, no one can hold Ye Chen. On the main seat of the square, next to the head of the Ye family, there is an old man with a childlike face and white hair. It was the ancestor of the Ye family. The ancestor of the Ye family was also unpredictable. After Ye Chen came back, he seemed to have an inexplicable aura about him. Covering his aura, even the ancestor of the Ye family couldn't see through it. Forget it, if he really has the means, so what if he is allowed to enter the Tian Shan sword pool? The ancestor of the Ye family sighed slightly. Old ancestor, didn't you say that the selection competition is to rely on one's own strength to win? The Ye family patriarch next to him continued. My own chance, my treasure, isn't it a part of my own strength? The ancestor of the Ye family seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of loneliness appeared in his eyes. Perhaps, I am too strict to the rules. Soon, the trials continued. The result of the lottery also appeared. The one who got Ye Chen was a high-rank saint, a top powerhouse of the Ye family, Ye Qi. Ye Qi, who got Ye Chen, was a little nervous. He would rather get another high-rank saint than get Ye Chen. Ye Chen is too wicked. The others breathed a sigh of relief, as if they didn't get Ye Chen. The final match, the first round, Ye Chen vs. Ye Qi, now begins. Soon, the referee announced the start of the final game. Both Ye Chen and Ye Qi jumped onto the ring. Everyone looked directly at Ye Chen and Ye Qi, and more people looked at Ye Chen. Want to see if he has any means? Ye Chen, you. If you have any hole cards, just show them. Ye Qi looked at the confident Ye Chen in front of him, and his heart trembled. I'm afraid that Ye Chen will pull out some big killer with his backhand. How do you know? I still have cards. Ye Chen said slowly. After speaking, a blue-purple thunder force appeared on Ye Chen's body. Ho 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 ho! With an extremely violent roar, a brontosaurus exuding majestic and terrifying aura appeared beside Ye Chen. Chapter 129 Reward Order. This brontosaurus was shimmering with blue-purple lightning, and the surrounding air became slightly violent. The moment Thunder Dragon appeared, the entire arena was under the suppression of violent thunder force. Everyone felt their souls tremble, as if they were about to be destroyed by this thunderous power. Great Saint-level Thunder Dragon Soul. The ancestor of the Ye family who was not far away was stunned, and the cup in his hand was directly crushed. UFG have this kind of thing, take it out early, the position of the ancestor will make it for you, it's better than a hammer. Looking at the front of his eyes, he can kill his own Thunder Dragon Soul with just one breath. Ye Qi fell silent, no more fighting intent in his eyes, and quickly jumped off the ring. It's too outrageous, the Thunder Dragon Soul of the Great Saint rank, the ancestor has to kneel even if he gets on. I knew it, Mr. Ye Chen is awesome, invincible. Think that changing the rules can restrict me? It doesn't exist. After a brief silence, heated discussions erupted around the arena. Everyone is looking at Ye Chen on the stage enthusiastically. 2 days later. Chaotic City. At this moment, people from the Wang family and the Zhang family are patrolling everywhere in Chaotic Sky City. Above Chaotic City, there are more than a dozen extremely powerful mental energy waves, sweeping back and forth around chaotic city. These mental energies are all released by the mental energy Great Saint whose soul power has reached the Great Saint level. They are carefully inspecting, not letting go of any corner. In a bustling restaurant in chaotic city, a young man and two stunning women wearing veils are dining in a restaurant. Master, is it really okay for us to be here? A girl wearing a silver mask next to her whispered to Chen Luo. After Chen Luo kidnapped Zhang Xian, he didn't leave chaotic city, but continued to play in chaotic city. He doesn't care about the many inspections around him, and the mental energy exploration in the sky. Mu Luli also heard that the Wang family invited a quasi-emperor level patriarch to find Zhang Xian's whereabouts. And now, Zhang Xian is by Mu Luli's side. If it is found, you can imagine the consequences with your toes. That was the ancestor of the quasi-emperor, the pinnacle figure of the ancient desolate continent. Although Mu Luli has confidence in Master Own, quasi-emperor is the figure who almost stands at the apex of ancient desolate continent. It is too scary. It's okay, it's the heavenly devil sect leader who kidnapped Zhang Xian, it's none of our business. Chen Luo said slowly while enjoying the food. After a long period of hard practice, Chen Luo's Dayan Shen Shu has reached a very advanced level. Even the patriarch of the quasi-emperor, Chen Luo, didn't say anything. Mu Luli didn't speak, but obediently ate the delicious food. Zhang Xian next to her still hadn't recovered, and seemed to be immersed in the pain of her father being beheaded by Xiao Fan. Chen Luo was not in a hurry, and when he got to a safe place, he pulled Zhang Xian over and asked how to condense the immortal holy soul. Search, don't move, we're looking for someone. Just as Chen Luo and the others were enjoying their food, a group of cultivators in heavy armor quickly walked in. The leader was a burly man with extremely sharp eyes. Humph, are you blind? Didn't you see that I was eating? Get lost! Chen Luo snorted coldly. The momentum on his body exploded, as if he wanted to suppress the whole world. The bodies of the many cultivators who came in trembled, and the blood flow almost stopped. Senior, forgive me. We are members of the Wang family. I don't know how disturbing the senior is eating here. Let's retreat immediately. The burly man turned pale, and then said. After finishing speaking, he quickly left Chen Luo's room with his men. After the few people left, Chen Luo also restrained his own aura and continued to eat in the room. Dage, we are members of the Wang family. That person is too arrogant. Just let us go. Do you want to report to the ancestor? A subordinate next to the burly man asked. Reporting such a trivial matter to the ancestors, why are you raising you? All the seniors in the cultivation base are like this. It's fine if we don't just kick us out. The burly man said disdainfully. That subordinate looked a little dazed. Is this the case for all advanced cultivation base? We are the people of the imperial clan. Remember, you must have good eyesight when doing things in the Wang family. Although we are members of the imperial family, we are not from the imperial family. The burly man saw the emotions of his subordinates and continued. The subordinates were stunned. Yes, fate is own, really angered someone, dead, would the ancestor care? Won't. Boss, I just saw a woman inside who looks a bit like our little princess. At this moment, another subordinate whispered. Snapped. Hearing this, the burly man immediately slapped him across the face. Idiot, Chaos Sky City has become like this. How dare the sect leader of the heavenly devil sect eat in the restaurant? Are those mental energy great saints in the sky trash? I think you messed up last night and your brain went wrong, come on. The burly man then cursed angrily. Yes, the boss is right, I'm so stupid. The subordinate quickly stood up and smiled apologetically. The burly man snorted coldly, and then led the crowd to continue to inspect the surroundings. Okay, we've had enough food and drink, we're about to leave, let's go find the secret treasure of Zhiyang Supreme. In the room of the restaurant, Chen Luo stretched his waist and continued. Let's go, let's go, let's go treasure hunting. Mu Luli's eyes lit up. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then galloped out of the city with Zhang Xian and Mu Luli. North Territory. Pinewood City. Pinewood City is a super city in the Northern Territory. It is also extremely prosperous, and it is extremely lively everywhere. Grandma Xiang, it should be fine if we hide in the Northern Territory. On the side of the city, a middle-aged man with a black mask heaved a sigh of relief, and his heart slowly became calm. Yes, Lord Sect Leader is really wise. The Central Territory and the Eastern Territory can't stay here at all. There are people trying to mess with us everywhere. You don't have to worry about it when you get here. That's right, it's absolutely safe to move to the Northern Territory. This is the last time our Heavenly Devil Sect moves. The air in the Northern Territory is so fresh. This is the taste of freedom. From now on, we will take root in the Northern Territory. Beside the middle-aged man, there are many cultivators with tired looks. Although these cultivators are tired, their eyes are full of longing for freedom and longing for the future. These people are really members of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Their Heavenly Devil Sect's reputation in the central and eastern regions is really too loud, and they have basically provoked all the forces worthy of the name. For his own safety, Lin Yuanhong decided to move to the Northern Territory. After all, the Northern Territory is relatively far away, and it seems that the forces in the Northern Territory have not been offended. They can do whatever they want. Daddy is practicing quietly in the Northern Territory. No one cares. I don't believe that those people can still dance in the Northern Territory. Lin Yuanhong continued with a cold snort. Sect Leader, look, there seems to be a reward order from our Heavenly Devil Sect ahead. At this moment, a subordinate of the Heavenly Devil Sect spoke out. Lin Yuanhong. Chapter 130 Battle Platform. Lin Yuanhong's heart stagnated, and his blood almost flowed backwards. What a joke, I just arrived in the North Territory, why did the reward order come up, did I make a mistake? Go get one and come over to have a look, maybe you've made a mistake. Lin Yuanhong's face darkened, and he continued to speak. Impossible, I won't admit my mistake, I am familiar with offering rewards, I can see that it belongs to our Heavenly Devil Sect from a long distance. The subordinate then said firmly. If you tell me to go, go. Lin Yuanhong shouted angrily, with veins popping up on his forehead. That subordinate then quickly went to get a reward order. I robbed the little princess of the Zhang family, and was wanted by the Zhang family and the Wang family at the same time, with a huge reward. The highest reward is a half-emperor soldier. Lin Yuanhong looked at the reward message in his hand, his body froze, and a sense of fear rushed straight to the sky. F***ck. Zhang family and Wang family, the two imperial clans, offering rewards with half-emperor armies. Many of the men next to them were stunned. This matter is too big. They just arrived in the Northern Territory, and before they found a new home, they were offered a reward by two great emperor clans. Sect Leader, when will our Black Devil 5 Lotus Formation be upgraded to the Black Devil 9 Lotus Formation? Sect Leader, you don't really have some hidden power, do you? In fact, those things were really done by you. Sect Leader, don't hide anymore, do you have any hidden cards? Is that person your avatar? Yes, yes, we don't want to move anymore, please, don't hide it anymore, I haven't cultivated for a long time. The subordinates next to him chattered one after another, looking at Lin Yuanhong with extremely strange eyes. If I have those skills, why should I hide everywhere? Lin Yuanhong sighed, and then said quietly. As soon as Lin Yuanhong's words came out, many of his subordinates fell silent. Fleeing together and moving for so long, everyone has shared weal and woe, and they have long been like brothers. Regarding the strength and character of the sect leader, they are all clear that those things are really unlikely to be done by the sect leader. Okay, never mind, isn't it the two imperial families? We are not afraid of the chaos sacred land. At worst, we don't go to the Wang family's area. The northern territory is so big, I don't believe there is no place for us. Lin Yuanhong, seeing that everyone was a little depressed, he suppressed the fear in his heart and continued to comfort him. Only then did everyone have a little confidence in their hearts. That's right, the northern territory is so big, no matter how strong the Wang family is, they can't shroud the heavens single-handedly. As for the Zhang family, they belong to the central territory. When the limelight passes, they will naturally go back. They have already experienced such things. I survived such dangers in the central territory and the eastern territory before, but now it's just a reward from the two forces, it's no big deal. Outside the chaotic city. Since Zhang Xian was kidnapped, the entire chaotic sky city was filled with panic. There are tyrannical mental energy waves sweeping back and forth here and there. Chen Luo, Mu Luli, and Zhang Xian walked slowly outside the city towards the secret store of Zhuyang Supreme. Master, what kind of tricks are you doing? Those guards let us out obediently. Mu Luli asked curiously while holding Chen Luo's arm. In the city gate just now, there are obviously many top powerhouses guarding against it. However, after Chen Luo approached, those people didn't stop them at all, as if they didn't see them. They just ignored them, and they just walked out like this. You can do it when your Dian Shen Shu and mental energy are cultivated to a high level. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Chen Luo did it by relying on the powerful Dian Shen Shu and the mental energy of the holy rank. After pushing Dian Shen Shu to the extreme, it can completely erase the traces of own, and ordinary people can't even notice it. However, Chen Luo can only erase it for a short time now, and it consumes a lot of mental energy. Just wiping out a few breaths just now consumed half of Chen Luo's mental energy. Mu Luli pursed her lips, her delicate face became embarrassing. Naturally, she has also practiced Dian divine art, but this secret art is too difficult to learn, and it is just initiation now. There is still a long way to go to reach Chen Luo's realm. Master, look, there seems to be someone fighting there. Just as Chen Luo and the others continued to walk forward, Xiao Bai's paw and Chen Luo's arms pointed to a direction in the distance. I saw, above the high sky outside chaotic sky city, there was a void battlefield. In the void battlefield, there are churning violent air machines everywhere, and the waves of air blowing out of it almost cover the sky. There are still many people watching around the void battlefield. Shouts, cheers, and collisions quickly came from inside. Master, let's go and have a look, what's going on over there? Mu Luli also saw the excitement over there, and then looked at Chen Luo next to him. Chen Luo nodded, it's okay to go and have a look. Immediately afterwards, several people flew towards the sky. In the void battlefield, there was a tall young man in a robe. The young man's face was indifferent, with the tyrannical aura in his eyes, and the red spirit power was churning on his body, almost burning everything. The young man's body was already stained with a lot of blood. In various places in the void battlefield, there are still many broken, rotten flesh and blood-stained clothes. Obviously, not long ago, there was a very fierce battle here. Around the void battlefield, there are many onlookers, all staring at the youth in the void battlefield. Wang Tong is worthy of being the capital of the great emperor. The Saint 7th stage can fight the Saint King one day, and he has already defeated several Saint King ancestors. That's right, although I don't want to admit it, but Wang Tong's strength is really strong. Chao Tian Great Emperor's bloodline is really too strong. No matter how strong it is, it didn't matter how strong it was. Didn't it lose to Xiao Fan 2 days ago? Xiao Fan is the best. Wang Tong only got to this point relying on his bloodline and family background. I think so. Xiao Fan is the one who rose from the bottom. The Zhang family is really blind. Don't want Xiao Fan. You want to marry the Wang family. Now both ends are gone. Even the head of the family has been beheaded by Xiao Fan. Their intestines, I'm going to regret it. The sect leader of Heavenly Devil Sect is really awesome. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he snatched away the woman that both Wang Tong and Xiao Fan love. Many people around talked about it. What they were talking about was what happened at the engagement banquet between the Zhang family and the Wang family 2 days ago, as well as Wang Tong in front of them. It turned out to be Wang Tong. Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic. Amidst the surrounding discussions, Chen Luo already knew that the void battlefield in front of him was the battle platform prepared by the Wang family for Wang Tong. Chapter 131 Who Can Give Me a Defeat? It turned out that after Wang Tong lost to Xiao Fan, he was in a slump. There is no fighting spirit anymore, the whole person seems to have been sucked out of the soul, and there is no aura of peerless arrogance. In order to save Wang Tong and let Wang Tong rekindle his fighting spirit, the Wang family set up a fighting platform outside chaotic Sky City. This fighting platform is an extremely ancient void battlefield, with special laws of heaven and earth, and no treasures can be used. You can only use your own strength to fight, even if it is an emperor's soldier, it cannot play any role in it. Inside, every victory will greatly increase the will to fight. However, if you lose, you will lose your fighting spirit and be devastated. If your will is not strong enough, it will be difficult for you to get out of it for the rest of your life. In order to allow more people to participate in this fighting platform, Hone Wang Tong. The Wang family also issued high rewards. As long as they can hold 2 breaths in Wang Tong's hands, they can get a reward of 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. There is a superb holy medicine of 10,000 years. However, there are not too many restrictions on participating in this battle arena. All cultivators below the Great Saint Realm can participate. Even the most powerful Saint King Patriarch can also participate. In order to better hone Wang Tong. In this battle arena, there are very powerful rules of heaven and earth, which will suppress the power of the cultivator. At most, it can only display the power of the Saint King 3rd stage, even the ancestors of the Saint King 9th stage will be suppressed. Under the high reward, many people participated in this battle arena. In just 2 days, Wang Tong has fought more than 100 battles in the fighting arena. Wang Tong's will to fight has also been recondensed, and his fighting spirit is extremely high. These emperors are really rich and powerful. In order to let Wang Tong regain his fighting spirit, they gave such an excellent reward. Chen Luo thought in his heart. As long as you persist for 2 breaths, you can get a reward of 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. Defeating Wang Tong is the best holy medicine that rewards half-emperor armament and 10,000 years. The half-emperor armament is above the best of the holy rank, but it is a top-notch treasure that has not yet reached the emperor rank, and its value is extremely expensive. As for the 10,000 years top-quality elixir, it is even more priceless top-quality elixir, even for cultivators at the Great Saint level. In more than 100 battles, almost 50 cultivators persisted until 2 breaths. In other words, in just 2 days, the Wang family had already paid 5 million top-quality spirit stones. Master, the Wang family is really generous. I heard that those spirit stones are all cashed in. Mu Luli tugged on Chen Luo's sleeve and continued. Chen Luo nodded. As an imperial family in the Northern Territory, the Wang family has a profound heritage. He dared to put on such a posture under the eyes of everyone, so naturally he would not break his promise easily. Reputation is much more important to them than those resources spirit stones. Master, why don't you go up and beat this guy up? That Wang Tong looks like the boss of the sky and my second son, I've already disliked him. Mu Luli seemed to have thought of something, and then turned to Chen Luo Road. No, we at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, when we do things outside, the most important thing is to keep a low profile, don't cause trouble, don't show off, and don't do good deeds. Chen Luo continued calmly. The corners of Mu Luli's mouth twitched slightly, keeping a low profile, so, is this why you took Zhang Xian away? At this time, Wang Tong in the void battlefield was full of fighting spirit, and felt that his aura had reached its peak. If I meet Xiao Fan again, I will definitely not lose again. Wang Tong thought to himself. But are all these people so cowardly? There are so many people here, no one dares to go up. The fighting platform is that the more the number of battles, the better the effect. I feel that if I experience a few more hearty victories, my fighting will reach another level, the peak of breakthrough. Are everyone here trash? Who can give me a defeat? Wang Tong was bursting with confidence, and then said loudly. Wang Tong's voice surged out like a wave of air, resounding around the entire void battlefield. What does Wang Tong mean? How dare he call me trash? He deserves it. I'm not Xiao Fan's defeated opponent. Wo Cao, this Wang Tong is too arrogant, I can't bear it. I can't take it anymore. Who can go up and give this guy a hard blow? Let him taste the taste of failure again. As soon as Wang Tong's words came out, the people around him were all fried. Taunting everyone directly is like opening a map. However, no one dared to go up. After all, although Wang Tong lost to Xiao Fan with arrogance, he still had strength. The more than 100 victories in these 2 days are the best interpretation. Chen Luo, not far away, also frowned slightly. This Wang Tong started going crazy after winning more than 100 games? Ding, it is detected that someone around has a strong wish. As the strongest peak master, how can he not satisfy his wish, and now release the wish task? Wish task, defeat Wang Tong, let him try the taste of failure, after completion, reward the best martial arts of the imperial rank, Chaos Fist. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Wish task? Reward Chaos Fist. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Chaos Fist is a top-level fist technique that contains the power of chaos. If you have this Chaos Fist, combined with own Chaos Divine Body, the lethality is absolutely invincible. Since there is such an excellent reward, Wang Tong, let your wish be granted. Luo Li, you are here looking at Zhang Xian, I'm going to teach this Wang Tong a lesson. Chen Luo then said to Mu Luli beside him. Mu Luli's eyes lit up, and the master was about to deal with that guy. Zhang Xian seemed to be still immersed in pain, and had never recovered. Don't worry, master, leave it to me. Mu Luli patted On's chest and said. Shua. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo jumped lightly and entered the void battlefield. When the people around saw someone entering the void battlefield, they stopped making noise one after another and concentrated on watching the scene in the void battlefield. That's right, someone finally came in. Seeing Chen Luo entering the void battlefield, Wang Tong felt a frantic fighting spirit in his heart. After continuous fighting, Wang Tong's self-confidence has returned, and it seems that he has become the high-spirited, young master of the Wang family, Wang Tong, who has the capital of the great emperor. If I beat you, where can I get the half-emperor's armament and the ultimate holy medicine? Chen Luo then asked slowly. Chen Luo wants the rewards from the system, and Chen Luo also doesn't want to let go of the rewards from the Wang family. 10,000 years ultimate holy medicine is still somewhat useful to Chen Luo. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Wang Tong was stunned. What reward after winning me? This guy is here for the half-emperor armament and the top-grade holy medicine? You don't think you can really defeat me, do you? Wang Tong said sarcastically with a smile on his lips. Chapter 132 Saint King 9th Stage Days. Whether I can beat you or not is my business. I want to know where to receive the reward after defeating you. Is there any problem? Chen Luo then said lightly. Wang Tong frowned slightly. This young man is so confident, does he really have any means? Among the previous opponents, he has never been so indifferent. The reward is in my hands. If you defeated Tong'er, I will naturally give you the reward. Our royal family is an imperial family, so we will not lose our reputation. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Not far from the void battlefield, a white-haired old man spoke slowly. Name, Wang Yun. Age, 4253 years old. Realm, Great Saint Realm 7th Stage Day. Identity, Ancient Desolate Continent, the 13th elder of the royal family of the Northern Territory. Chen Luo looked at the old man, and the system's detection function was slowly turned on. It's the elder of the royal family, Great Saint 7th Stage. After finishing speaking, the interspatial ring on Wang Yun's right hand lit up, and immediately, a spear with black and golden lights, engraved with some dense textures and a sacred medicine exuding a strange fragrance appeared in front of the old man. That's the dragon-patterned black golden gun of the Black Dragon Venerable. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of the Wang family. That's a top-half Emperor weapon. It is said that when the Black Dragon Venerable was attacking the Quasi-Emperor, he planned to upgrade the dragon-patterned black golden spear to become an Emperor weapon. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. He failed. Even the Black Dragon Venerable was seriously injured by the power of the heavenly tribulation. Failed to break through Quasi-Emperor. That holy medicine is the top-quality 10,000-year white spirit orchid, which can help gather holy souls, and it is also a top-quality treasure. The Wang family is really generous. In order to hone Wang Tong, this kind of treasure is willing to take it out. I don't know how many tricks this guy can support under Wang Tong's hands. Around the fighting platform, people have already recognized the half-emperor armament and the holy medicine brought out by the elder of the Wang family, and they are talking about it. Many people are very excited, but, obviously, most people do not have this confidence. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. Yes, these two things are quite good. It just so happened that I was about to condense the holy soul, which happened to be useful. As long as the reward is there, if he doesn't give it, Chen Luo doesn't mind taking some drastic measures. You have also seen the reward, let's start now. Wang Tong then said slowly. He was a bit confused about Chen Luo. However, consecutive victories have made his self-confidence peak. In this fighting arena, he has the confidence to defeat all enemies, even if Xiao Fan comes, he is also confident to win the battle. Okay, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Chen Luo continued with a slight smile. In a hurry? A tyrannical look flashed across Wang Tong's eyes. He dared to underestimate himself so much. Since you're in a hurry? Then I'll settle the battle quickly. Wang Tong said coldly, his momentum constantly surging. After finishing speaking, Wang Tong stimulated the chaos of heavenly emperor blood in his body was like a cannonball, and shot towards Chen Luo's place. Suddenly, the entire fighting arena seemed to be in a violent storm. It's over, Wang Tong is angry. It seems that this guy can't even survive Wang Tong's move. Yet, he used the Emperor's blood stunt from the very beginning. This guy is dangerous. This guy is still too young, please have a better attitude. Maybe Wang Tong will play tricks with him. If you stick to 2 breaths, you will get 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. Now, everything is gone. Seeing that Wang Tong had aroused the Emperor's blood, while Chen Luo was still standing there, as if he was frightened by Wang Tong's power, everyone concluded that Chen Luo would be defeated by one move. A moment later, Wang Tong was already in front of Chen Luo. Wang Tong mobilized all his strength, and the majestic momentum gathered in Wang Tong's right fist, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Give me death! The corner of Wang Tong's mouth curled up, and he punched out heavily. Just when Wang Tong thought he was about to defeat Chen Luo suddenly raised his right hand. A slap quickly slapped Wang Tong's face. Wang Tong's pupil shrank, his body froze, and fear immediately pervaded his whole body. Chen Luo obviously only raised his right hand, but Wang Tong felt that he was overwhelmed by a terrifying force. All power is unusable, and even the Emperor's blood in the body has stopped boiling, completely suppressed. Such a situation made Wang Tong fall into the abyss. How can it be? Who the hell is this guy? This terrifying aura made me even have no chance to resist. Wang Tong couldn't think any more. Snapped. With a crisp slap, Wang Tong's face was directly hit by Chen Luo's slap. The terrifying force was like a giant hammer, directly smashing Wang Tong's face. Wang Tong was sent flying like a dead dog, and hit a stone pillar not far away, completely losing consciousness. Is this guy so weak? Seeing Wang Tong, who was easily blown away by him, Chen Luo was stunned. Not only Chen Luo, but the entire void battlefield fell into stagnation and silence. Everyone thought that Chen Luo was about to be defeated by Wang Tong. Unexpectedly, the situation was reversed instantly, which was beyond everyone's expectations. The mighty Wang Tong was defeated by a slap. Mu Luli, who was not far away, blinked her own eyes, and there was also a little bit of astonishment in her eyes. She was extremely confident in Master Own, but she never expected that Chen Luo would defeat Wang Tong with just one slap. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the wish task and getting the reward, Chaos Fist. Following Wang Tong's defeat, a system notification sounded in Chen Luo's mind. The wish task is completed. Chen Luo's heart is full of joy. The Emperor's best martial arts, not bad. Wo Cao, Wang Tong was crippled with one slap. Who is this guy? He's too strong. My god, is that really Wang Tong, who is owned by the great emperor? He was defeated by a slap. It's outrageous. Who is this young man? When did such a peerless figure appear in our northern territory? After a moment of silence, the surroundings of the void battlefield suddenly boiled. People around the void battlefield were discussing one after another, looking at Chen Luo with extremely fiery eyes. The laws of heaven and earth in the fighting platform are extremely tyrannical, and there is no possibility of lifting the suppression. This young man can easily deal with Wang Tong, so his talent strength is obviously far beyond Wang Tong. Boom! At this moment, Chen Luo felt an inexplicable qi being pulled away from Wang Tong not far away. This energy was like a tide, rushing towards Chen Luo's body. Under the turbulence of this qi machine, Chen Luo felt that the spirit power in his own heart seemed to be rising steadily. At the same time, realm is also rapidly moving towards the Saint King 9th stage. Boom! After a while, Chen Luo felt an extremely violent force surging in his body. Chen Luo broke through the bottleneck of the Saint King 8th stage day and directly entered the Saint King 9th stage day. Chapter 133 Conditions. I'm breaking through now, and I slap Wang Tong. It seems that this fighting platform is still somewhat useful. That inexplicable aura should be all of Wang Tong's accumulated will to fight. Now, it's all transferred to me. Chen Luo's heart is full of joy, and he has gained a lot. Wang Elder, now, can you give me the reward? Chen Luo then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and walked to Wang Yun not far away. At this time, Wang Yun was still immersed in the shock of Wang Tong's defeat. It is completely unbelievable that the pride of their royal family was defeated by a slap. Wang Yun looked at the young man wearing a mask in front of him, his face became extremely ugly. Several members of the Wang family appeared around, rushed to Wang Tong's side quickly, and rescued Wang Tong with elixir. What? Your Wang family wants to renege on their debts? Chen Luo continued, seeing that Wang Yun had been silent. It's just a half-emperor soldier and the best holy medicine. Our Wang family can still afford to lose. Wang Yun came back to his senses, and said coldly. After finishing speaking, Wang Yun handed the dragon pattern black golden gun and the white spirit orchid to Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and took Wang Yun's half-emperor armament and the ultimate holy medicine. This Wang's family is quite good, if you ask for it, you will give it, Chen Luo thought to himself. May I ask who you are? Wang Yun took a deep breath and asked slowly. A young man who can easily defeat Wang Tong in the fighting arena is definitely not a simple person. I don't want to tell you. Chen Luo said. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo turned into a streamer and left the fighting platform directly. Wang Yun looked at Chen Luo, who left directly. His face was cloudy, but he still didn't do anything after all. Instead, he quickly came to Wang Tong's side and checked Wang Tong's injuries. A quarter of an hour later, under the nourishment of many elixir, Wang Tong finally regained consciousness, but his eyes were a little dull. Why is there such a strong person? Why, it's too scary, woo, it's really scary. At this time, Wang Tong's tears flowed down his face, his expression was extremely frightened, and he seemed to be completely immersed in a negative state of extreme fear. Looking at Wang Tong who was beaten like this before him, Wang Yun's heart was almost bleeding. Is this still the invincible young master of his royal family? Wang Yun knew in his heart that the negative effect of the fighting platform was too strong. Although you can quickly accumulate fighting will, once you fail, the consequences will be extremely serious. There is no way to avoid this. Trash, 2 failures have made you like this, what qualifications do you have to rebuild the glory of our royal family? At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. The surrounding void trembled, and a majestic middle-aged man appeared beside the members of the Wang family. I've met the patriarch. Wang Yun and the surrounding Wang family hurriedly saluted. The person who came was Wang Mo, a member of the Wang family. After knowing that Wang Tong was defeated by a strange young man, he rushed over immediately. Dad, it's terrible, I want to go home, I don't want to fight anymore, I want to go home. When Wang Tong saw Wang Mo, he immediately hugged Wang Mo's thigh, crying bitterly. Trash, keep fighting for me, if you can't hold on, then there is no need to live. Wang Mo said coldly, ignoring Wang Tong's fear at all. Patriarch, why don't you let the young master recover first, after all? Wang Yun next to him also begged at this time. Since his debut, Wang Tong has not had any setbacks, his journey has been smooth, and his belief is invincible. Unexpectedly, at the engagement banquet 2 days ago, he lost to Xiao Fan, which made him suffer a great blow. Just now on the fighting arena, he was defeated by a stranger with a slap in the face. His belief was completely destroyed and collapsed. If he continued to fight, he might become a useless person from now on. Old Shizan, needless to say, you should know what Tong'er has to bear. He has gone so smoothly all the way, these 2 failures may not be a bad thing for him. Wang Mo then said lightly. Road. Wang Yun frowned, and finally agreed with Wang Mo's words. If Wang Tong can transform again from this blow, his future, perhaps, will be even brighter. I understand, the battle continues, let Tong'er continue to participate in the battle on the fighting platform. Wang Yun took a deep breath, and then said firmly. Also, the person who defeated Tong'er needs to investigate carefully. Such an arrogance cannot be someone who is unknown. Within 3 days, I want all his information. Wang Mo then said slowly, there was a little coldness in the eyes. Master, why hasn't this Zhang Xian woke up yet? Could it be that his spirit has completely collapsed? In another mountain forest in the northern territory, Mu Luli, who was wearing a light green dress, blinked her big eyes and said. Beside Mu Luli, there is another pure and beautiful woman. The innocent woman lay on the soft mat woven by spiritual herbs next to her, seemingly falling into a deep sleep. While talking, Mu Luli pinched Zhang Xian's pure face, and there was a little longing in her eyes. She won't collapse so easily. Besides, she has taken the Emperor's soul pill just now, so she should be able to wake up soon. Chen Luo next to her continued. Zhang Xian has an immortal soul body, and his soul is so powerful that it is almost immortal, and it is impossible to collapse easily. Mu Luli nodded, still believing what Chen Luo said. After a while, as Chen Luo said, Zhang Xian who was lying on the morning mat slowly opened his eyes, but those moving eyes were full of exhaustion. My lord, where am I? Zhang Xian looked at the strange scene in front of him and whispered. Miss Zhang, this is in the northern territory. During the engagement banquet 2 days ago, it was very dangerous. My master and I rescued you. Mu Luli who was next to her hurriedly said to Zhang Xian. Engagement banquet. As if thinking of something, Zhang Xian's pure and peerless cheeks suddenly turned pale, without even a trace of blood. Both Chen Luo and Mu Luli didn't speak, just let him calm down his own emotions. Thank you too for saving lives, the little girl will definitely be. After a long while, Zhang Xian came back to his senses, and then said softly. No need, as long as you help me condense the immortal holy soul. Before Zhang Xian finished speaking, she heard Chen Luo's clear voice. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Zhang Xian's heart tightened, his face became even paler. The holy soul is immortal. Young master, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Xian then gritted his teeth. I know that you are the immortal soul body, as long as you help me condense the immortal holy soul, you can leave at any time, and we have nothing to do with each other. Chen Luo continued calmly. Zhang Xian bit her red lips lightly with her white teeth, her eyes were full of struggle. Mu Luli at the side was stunned, this Zhang Xian turned out to be the legendary immortal soul body. Does this body really exist? I can help you condense the immortal holy soul, but I want you to agree to one condition. After a while, Zhang Xian took a deep breath, and then said firmly to Chen Luo. Chapter 134 Spicy Rabbit Head. Want to promise her a condition? Chen Luo frowned slightly, this chick won't make any excessive demands. If you don't agree, no matter what, I won't help you. Seeing that Chen Luo was a little embarrassed, Zhang Xian continued. Let's talk about the conditions first. I've agreed in advance. If the conditions are too excessive, I won't talk to you. Chen Luo continued calmly. If this Zhang Xian really made any excessive demands, Chen Luo would not let her be spoiled. It's just an immortal holy soul, so it doesn't make Chen Luo pay too much attention. My condition is very simple, I want you to take me to Xiao Fan, let me meet Xiao Fan. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, then bit her red lips and said. Just to meet Xiao Fan. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, he didn't expect Zhang Xian to just raise this condition. That's right, just let me meet Xiao Fan, and I'll help you gather the immortal holy soul. Zhang Xian gritted her teeth and said firmly. It seems that she was really heartbroken by Xiao Fan, and even now, she still wants to see Xiao Fan who killed her father again. Okay, I promise you, but first help me gather the immortal holy soul. Chen Luo then said slowly. Zhang Xian lightly clenched her fists, her eyes full of struggle. However, it was soon agreed. Next, you can follow me for the time being. When I reach the peak of the Saint King 9th stage and gather the immortal holy soul, I will take you to meet Xiao Fan. Chen Luo then said to Zhang Xian. You haven't broken through the Great Saint realm yet. Zhang Xian's eyes were full of shock when Chen Luo's words came out. Zhang Xian's spirit power is extremely powerful, and she can clearly feel the turbulent power in Chen Luo's body. Even some top Great Saint level venerables don't have such a strong background as Chen Luo. And he has not yet broken through the Great Saint realm, which is really unbelievable. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrifying strength he will have after breaking through the Great Saint realm. Don't worry, within a month, I will definitely reach the peak of the Saint King 9th stage. If I don't reach it within a month, I will take you to find Xiao Fan first. Chen Luo thought that Zhang Xian couldn't wait, so he came out soundtrack. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, then nodded lightly, she could still wait for a month. After the two parties reached an agreement, Chen Luo didn't waste any time, and continued to take the two of them to the area where the secret stash of Nine Suns Supreme was located. Yao Yunzhou. In a huge mountain forest with abundant spirit power. There are towering trees growing everywhere here, and all kinds of vegetation are also huge, with a rich vitality. In a hidden jungle place in the mountains. A black-haired young man in a blue robe, holding his breath, lay down in the jungle, his eyes always watching his surroundings. Next to the young man, there is a young and beautiful girl. The girl's pretty face is rosy, and there are two soft rabbit ears on her head, which looks extremely cute and moving. Tang Chi, big brother, we are hiding here in the giant monster forest, that old thing will definitely not be able to find us. The girl whispered to the young man next to her, her voice was extremely soft. The young man next to him heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with joy. Xiao Xian, little sister, it's really thanks to you this time, otherwise, I might really be taken to the Soul Yuan temple by that old thing. Tang Chi said gratefully to the pretty girl next to her. Xiaoxuan's pretty face flushed slightly, as if Tang Qi words made her feel extremely shy. Tang 7, big brother, Xiao Xian is willing to do everything for Tang 7, big brother. Xiao Xian then whispered, her face was already rosy. Tang Chi touched Xiaoxuan's rabbit ears, his eyes were full of softness. It turned out that after Tang Chi was invited by the people of Soul Cloud Temple, Tang Chi first pretended to join. Later, after finding the right time, Tang Chi quickly left. After the people from the Temple of Soul Origin found out, they immediately started chasing him. Although Tang Qi's soul power is strong, but not enough, he was almost caught. At the critical moment, Tang Chi was rescued by Xiao Xian, and quickly escaped from the danger. Xiao Xian is a monster clan of the Xingling Rabbit clan in Yeyun Prefecture, although the Xingling Rabbit clan is not the top monster clan. However, due to its dexterous speed and super explosive power, it can be regarded as the upper middle class among the many monster clans in Yeyun Prefecture. When fleeing with Tang Chi, it was Xiaoxuan's astonishing speed that escaped the siege and interception of the Soul Yuan Temple. Xiao Xian, I'm just a half-demon, I don't deserve you to treat me like this. Seeing Xiaoxuan's words, Tang Chi said with dark eyes. The half-demon is an integrated union of the demon race and the human race. Innate has flaws, and it is doomed not to reach the extreme in the future. And Xiao Xian is a super genius of the Xingling Rabbit clan, and her future is extremely bright. It's not something Tang Chi, a half-demon, can compare to. Tang Chi, big brother, I believe in you. You are different from those half-demons. One day you will stand on top of the Ancient Desolate Continent. Seeing that Tang Chi was not confident, Xiao Xian comforted her. Tang Chi looked at the girl in front of him, and felt warm in his heart. Xiao Xian. Although we only knew each other not long ago, this girl walked into Tang Qi's extremely closed heart, filling his heart with a lot of warmth. If it can continue like this, it seems that it is not bad. Tang Chi couldn't help thinking about it. Spicy rabbit head is really delicious, do you want to have another bite? At this moment, a hearty voice sounded. Followed by it, there was a burst of extremely strong meaty aroma. Tang Chi looked in the direction of the scent, and found several cultivators from the Soul Yuan Temple, eating spicy rabbit heads with big mouthfuls. While eating the spicy rabbit head, they looked around for something, with extremely relaxed expressions. It looks delicious, Tang Chi thought to himself looking at the spicy rabbit head not far away. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely violent momentum erupted around Tang Chi. Tang Qi's pupil shrank, no good, Xiao Xian saw it. No, Xiao Xian, it's dangerous. Tang Chi whispered. Swish swish swish. Before Tang Chi finished speaking, Xiao Xian beside her had already rushed out with a frosty face. The bunny is so cute, why do you want to eat the bunny? Xiao Xian gritted her teeth, and with unparalleled explosive power on her slender legs, she instantly kicked several cultivators who were eating spicy rabbit heads not far away. A moment later, those cultivators were kicked away by Xiao Xian, and they slammed into the big tree in the distance, and there was a violent collision sound. Bold, who are you, you dare to attack us? We are from the Temple of Soul Essence. A cultivator of the Temple of Soul Essence struggled to get up from under the big tree, with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Chapter 135 Protoss Secret Technique. This cultivator is named Wei Gao, and he is an elder of the profound palace of the Soul Essence Temple, with astonishing strength. It was under Du Wuxuan's order to look for the escaped Tang Chi. No matter who you are, if you dare to eat rabbits, you will bear my anger." Xiao Xian then gritted her teeth, her 2 rabbit ears exuding a terrifying demon power. "You are the Xingling rabbit clansman who took Tang Qi away." Wei Gao looked at Xiao Xian in front of him, and suddenly remembered. Du Yuxuan told the pursuers some basic information about Tang Qi and Xiao Xian. The pure and sweet girl with 2 rabbit ears in front of her was obviously the Xingling rabbit clan member who rescued Tang Qi. Swish swish swish. As soon as Wei Gao's words fell, suddenly there was a violent burst of wind around him. Several lines of blue lotus grass turned into blue spears and shot through quickly, aiming directly at Wei Gao. Wei Gao's body froze, and before he could react, he was hit by the terrifying spear again. Carrying a huge penetrating power, the blue spear directly pierced Wei Gao's body, nailing Wei Gao hard to a big tree not far away. "Xiao Xian, let's go, the people from the Soul Yuan Temple are going to chase after us." Tang Qi then pulled up Xiao Xian, who was trying to continue fighting, and galloped away towards the distance. His mental energy has already sensed it. Not far away, there is an extremely terrifying aura, approaching extremely fast. "Run, where can you go, just a half-demon of the Blue Lotus clan, it is your honor to invite you to join us in the Soul Yuan Temple, you dare to play such a small trick, you really don't know your life." Tang Qi and Xiao Xian didn't run far, when a hoarse voice rang in their ears. Followed by it, there is an aura of suppressing the world, as if to suppress the entire world. The 2 of them suddenly felt their bodies froze, and their souls were constantly trembling. That's too late. Tang Qi's face became extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, he was finally discovered. "Tang Qi, big brother, I'm sorry, it's all because of me." Xiao Xian said tremblingly, there was no trace of blood on her pale face. "It's okay, if it wasn't for you, I would have been caught a long time ago." Tang Qi sighed, his expression was full of loneliness. Is there really no other way? He was about to be captured by the Soul Yuan Temple. He knew that the special thing about On was that although he was a half-demon, it was the rare soul power of innate holy realm. If the Soul Essence Temple wants to find him, there will definitely be no good things. "I am willing to go with you, but you have to let Xiao Xian go." Tang Qi then said slowly, without the slightest fear in his eyes. In front of Tang Qi and Xiao Xian, a skinny man in black robe appeared. It was Du Yuxuan. "Talk to me about the conditions, what qualifications do you have?" Du Yuxuan's expression was cold, and an extremely violent momentum erupted from his body, directly suppressing Tang Qi and Xiao Xian fiercely on the ground. The 2 people who were suppressed by the terrifying force were completely unable to move. Xiaoxuan's rabbit ears exuding terrifying demon power also drooped. Obviously, even Xiao Xian couldn't resist this terrifying suppressive force. The bones on Tang Qi's body continued to shatter, and his eyes were red. Soon, Tang Qi's body was covered with blood, and countless blood seeped out from Tang Qi's body. Tang Qi felt a little panic in his heart. This guy really wanted to kill him. How could it be possible? Didn't he want to join the Soul Essence Temple by himself? What's the value of killing yourself? "I am willing to join, don't kill us, just let me and Xiao Xian go, I am willing to join, I am willing to do anything." Under death's fear, Tang Qi finally couldn't bear it anymore and began to beg for mercy. "It's late, when you ran away, it was doomed, and I thought very clearly, what I want is your soul, life, I don't care." Du Yuxuan said indifferently, the aura on his body was like a tide, the same continues to surge away. Tang Qi's brain was buzzing, is this the end? There are still so many things I haven't done, my life experience, and my Xiao Xian. However, it seems pretty good to die with Xiao Xian like this. Tang Qi then turned his head with difficulty, looking at Xiao Xian who was enduring great pain. Tang Qi felt like a knife was twisting his heart. If only I were stronger, just a little stronger. Tang Qi, big brother, live a good life, not only for you, but also for me. Just when Tang Qi was about to lose consciousness, a soft voice flooded into Tang Qi mind. Tang Qi pupils shrank, and his eyes widened. Xiao Xian. The secret skill of the star spirit, the sacrifice of the spirit. Xiaoxuan's cherry lips parted slightly, and an incomparably gentle force swayed from Xiaoxuan's body. This incomparably gentle power rushed towards Tang Qi body, and the power in Tang Qi body was constantly surging and getting stronger. In Tang Qi body, there seemed to be another hidden power slowly born under the surge of soft power. As Xiaoxuan's power scattered around, Xiaoxuan's body seemed to turn into a protoss, slowly dissipating. No, Xiao Xian, don't, let me die with you, don't. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tang Qi felt unprecedented fear. He had heard before that the Star Rabbit clan had an extremely powerful secret technique. You can sacrifice everything you own in exchange for the mysterious power of the protoss. This mysterious power has incredible mysteries. Tang Qi is not clear about it, but he knows that once Xiao Xian uses this power, everything about Xiao Xian will be taken away by the protoss, and Xiao Xian will never exist in this world again. Life after life, she will no longer exist. The Star Spirit secret technique of the Star Spirit Rabbit clan is interesting. Let's see what is so mysterious about this secret technique. Du Wuxuan looked at Xiaoxuan's sacrifice in front of him indifferently, unmoved. As the top powerhouse in the Temple of Soul Origin, Du Wuxuan has the confidence to solve all problems. Even the extremely mysterious Protoss clan. Tang Qi big brother, I'm sorry, I can't walk with you. Xiao Xian smiled as her body became unreal. In Xiaoxuan's mind, she thought of the 2 days she had with Tang Qi. Although it was short, it was more exciting than her whole life. She is willing to give everything she owns to keep Tang Qi alive. No, don't, I don't want to, I want to die with you, don't. Tang Qi couldn't accept the scene before him at all, he didn't want to live alone. Boom. After a while, Xiao Xian completely turned into starlight, and the strength in Tang Qi body still reached its peak. Countless blue streamers and black streamers surged on Tang Qi body, and Tang Qi momentum continued to rise. The blue and black streamers merged with each other, and the surrounding space made a tearing sound. This power, this is... Du Wuxuan's pupils shrank, and a solemn look finally appeared on his indifferent face. Chapter 136 Secret Entrance. Tang Qi power is extremely powerful. The black streamer and the blue streamer merged with each other, and this brand new force almost suppressed everything. The aura on Du Wuxuan's body could not be suppressed at all. This Tang Qi actually has another bloodline from the peak powerhouse of the Daoist clan. Du Wuxuan took a deep breath, his expression becoming extremely serious. Except for the blue lotus grass, that black power seems to have an aura of tyranny and destruction. Especially that black power made Du Wuxuan feel as if he was facing an unparalleled great emperor. Apparently, that black power is the bloodline belonging to the great emperor. In addition to the blue lotus grass, Tang Qi also had a great emperor bloodline. How could that be possible? How can the rubbish of the blue lotus grass be combined with the bloodline of the great emperor? It's impossible. Du Wuxuan's heart is full of look of disbelief. Blue lotus grass is the most trash group among the demon clan, and the great emperor is the peak powerhouse, the true top figure of the ancient desolate continent, a superpower who can control everything. The difference between the two is simply cloud and mud. How can the two kinds of power be in the body of a half-demon? This is impossible. Under the fusion of the two forces, Tang Qi seemed to be a different person, filled with a terrifying aura. Coupled with the secret technique of the Protoss family, Tang Qi aura reached an unprecedented level. You killed my Xiao Xian, how do you want to die? Tang Qi voice was incomparably hoarse, black streamers and blue streamers surged crazily around him, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. Dead? Just a half-monster, with such a powerful force, you can control it. Du Wuxuan raised his head slowly, his face extremely cold. Stab! Before Du Yuxuan finished speaking, the blue-black streamer beside Tang Qi turned into a sharp blade, which directly cut off Du Yuxuan's right arm. Don't worry, I will torture you well. Tang Qi slowly raised his right hand, and the blue-black power formed an extremely terrifying blade storm behind Tang Qi. North Territory. In a beautiful valley, a young man and two stunningly beautiful women walked slowly towards the depths of the valley. The young man was playing with a long spear engraved with a mysterious rune. The long spear seemed to have extremely strong power, and there was an incomparably cold light at the tip of the spear. Master, is this really a half-emperor armament? It doesn't look like it has much power. Mu Luli asked, looking at the dragon-patterned black gold gun in Chen Luo's hand that radiated a cold glow. This spear is exactly the half-emperor armor, dragon-patterned black golden spear that Chen Luo won from Wang Tong. This is indeed a half-emperor soldier, but this half-emperor soldier belongs to the Black Dragon Venerable, and it is contaminated with a lot of demon power. I temporarily banned those powers. Chen Luo continued slowly. This half-emperor weapon is indeed extremely powerful, but it contains a very strong Black Dragon Venerable's monster power. People with low cultivation base, if they are careless for a moment, are very easy to be polluted by the power inside and lose their will to own. Naturally, the moment Chen Luo got it, he discovered the clues inside. However, Chen Luo didn't care, his methods were astonishing, and he could suppress this force with just one strike. Moreover, this demonic power may sometimes have some effect. Zhang Xian at the side silently followed Chen Luo, without saying anything. Chen Luo didn't care either, and walked inside while chatting with Mu Luli. Soon, several people approached the depths of the valley. The depths of the valley are filled with bursts of scorching heat, and the surrounding valleys are full of fire flowers. Huoyanghua is a fire attribute flower, which contains a strong fire attribute spirit power. However, this spirit power cannot be absorbed by the cultivator, so it has no value. However, the scorching heat made the entire valley churn with endless heat waves. Master, according to the mark on the map, the secret of 9 Suns Supreme should be here. Mu Luli said excitedly with the secret map in her hand. Is it right here? Chen Luo's eyes microphoned, and then opened his own mental energy, and began to explore the surroundings. The surrounding valleys don't seem to have anything unusual, only because of the existence of Huoyanghua, there is a lot of scorching heat. The entrance is there. Just as Chen Luo was looking around, looking for the secret entrance, a crisp voice sounded. Zhang Xian next to him lightly tapped his right hand, and a beam of light burst out, exploding in the void not far away. Suddenly, a fiery red vortex appeared from the void in front of it. At the same time, the secret token in Chen Luo's hand was also shining brightly. As expected of the immortal soul body, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat with such a powerful perception ability of divine soul power. Mu Luli's eyes lit up when he saw the vortex channel not far from Le. She felt the extremely vicissitudes and ancient breath coming out of that vortex. Sister Zhang, you are so amazing that you found it all at once. Mu Luli walked to Mu Luli's side and hugged Zhang Xian's arm tightly. It's just a trail, not worth mentioning. Zhang Xian said softly with a slightly red face. Okay, then let's go and see what good things are in this secret store of 9 Suns Supreme. Chen Luo next to him continued. The two women nodded, and then they stepped into the red vortex together with Chen Luo. After several people entered the vortex began to dissipate slowly, and then disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Swish swish swish. Not long after the few people entered the secret hiding place, several streamers of light suddenly appeared in the sky. A group of cultivators wearing fiery red spirit armor appeared in the entire scorching valley. The leader is a man with a flame imprint on his forehead. The man's body is full of scorching heat, and he looks extremely powerful. Second brother, there's nothing wrong with it. There was a special aura fluctuation in this area just now, and the entrance to the secret store should be in this area. A grey-haired man next to him said with his eyes slightly closed. The secret treasure of that old dog in Zhuyang is indeed hidden here. Unfortunately, without the secret treasure token, we can't get in at all. The flame-marked man then said slowly, a look of loneliness flashed across his eyes. Second brother, don't worry, now we just have to wait, those guys can actually get the secret token, and they will definitely be able to bring that thing out, as long as we get that thing back, the position of the young patriarch of the Fire Spirit clan will not be second. No brother. The grey-haired man slowly opened his eyes, and continued. It turned out that this group of people belonged to the Fire Spirit clan. The man with the flame imprint was Bai Qishan, the pride of the Fire Spirit clan. The grey-haired man was named Bai Qirong, who was also the pride of the Fire Spirit clan. Chapter 137 The Spirit of Inheritance. I hope so, Qirong, take my token and invite a team of Xian Tianwei over here. This time, I will be safe. Bai Qishan took out his own identity token and handed it to Bai Qirong next to him. Second brother, is it too exaggerated to invite Xian Tianwei? I found their residual aura. They are just ordinary saints. There is no need to invite Xian Tianwei. Bai Qirong continued. Bai Qirong's mental energy is extremely powerful, and after practicing top-level meditation and soul secret techniques, his perception of breath is extremely obvious. The Xian Tianwei is an extremely powerful guard of the Fire Spirit clan, and asking them to take action will cost an incomparably huge price. This thing is too important to make any mistakes. In addition, please also bring out the third uncle who is in the closed-door training. I will definitely take back what that old Zhuyang stole this time. Bai Qishan clenched his fists, his eyes were full of firmness. Second brother, I understand, I'm going right away. Bai Qirong took a deep breath, and then quickly left with the token. Bai Qishan looked at the scorching valley in front of him, with raging fire shining in his eyes. In a strange space, there is an incomparably strong scorching aura gushing out everywhere. There are a large number of caves around the space, and the bottom of the caves is rolling with extremely hot magma. Magma flows in the cave, exuding a heat wave that almost melts everything. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Occasionally, countless magmas would turn into giant pillars of magma that shot up to the sky, gushing out from the ground. Above the magma, a young man and two beautiful and pure women galloped towards the depths of the cave. There are quite a few heat waves around the three of them, but there seems to be a mysterious force around the three of them, which isolates all the hot breath and impact. Master, we are about to leave this cave, the exit is ahead. Mu Luli hugged Chen Luo's arm and pointed to a bright place in the distance. Both Chen Luo and Zhang Xian looked forward and found that there was indeed an exit ahead. Well, it should be fine to go out ahead. Zhang Xian on the side also said. Obviously, she also sensed that the exit was safe. This Zhuyang Supreme is really boring, a secret store, and such a large magma space, wasting our time. Mu Luli stuck out her tongue and said. After several people entered the secret storehouse of Zhuyang Supreme, they appeared in this cave space full of magma. This space is extremely huge, and due to the flood of flames, it is impossible to accurately perceive the direction. Fortunately, both Chen Luo and Zhang Xian had extremely powerful souls, and after a few twists and turns, they found the way out. If you change to someone with weaker spirit power, you may not be able to find the exit after spending several years. Boom! Just when everyone was about to approach the exit, there was a sudden violent roar from the magma at the exit. The heat waves around were constantly churning, and the scorching breath almost melted everything. Both Zhang Xian and Mu Luli were pale, and they hugged Chen Luo in the middle unconsciously. Chen Luo, on the other hand, showed no signs of fear, and looked at the sudden change in front of him calmly. Ho 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 ho! A moment later, there was a violent roar, and a group of flame monitor lizards with thick scales crawled out of the surging magma. This group of flame monitor lizards are extremely fierce, with extremely sharp thorns on their bodies, they look extremely sharp. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The space where many flame monitor lizards are located seems to be surging with hotter aura, almost melting the entire space. For those who are destined, if you want to enter the core of the secret store, you must pass the test I set before you can enter. Followed by a strange voice. At the entrance, a soft aura appeared, and a white spirit body appeared above the group of flame monitor lizards. Do you have to pass the set test to enter the entrance? Chen Luo frowned slightly. What are you? Chen Luo then asked slowly. For those who are destined, I am the inheritance spirit that Zhuyang Supreme left behind in order to select a suitable inheritor. The white spirit body said softly. Is this the spirit of inheritance? It seems that this Nine Sons Supreme has left behind a lot of good things, otherwise, the spirit of inheritance would not be left behind. Mu Luli, who was beside her, said. Ordinary secret treasures do not have such things as spirits of inheritance. Only those top powerhouses whose inheritance is extremely precious will keep this thing and choose a suitable inheritor. Zhang Xian on the side also nodded. As a member of the Zhang family's imperial family, Zhang Xian naturally knew more about the spirit of inheritance. Senior, what kind of test is it? Mu Luli then asked obediently. Although this spirit of inheritance does not seem to have a particularly strong power, Mu Luli knows that the spirit of inheritance can control the entire secret realm and has a very large dominance. The test is very simple. To avoid the flame impact of the flame monitor lizard, as long as you can persist for 3 sticks of incense, you will pass my test. The inheritance spirit then said slowly. Boom. After finishing speaking, the flame monitor lizard next to him suddenly spewed out a burst of extremely violent flame impact. The extremely violent flame impact immediately blasted a deep pit out of the distant cave. Mu Luli and Zhang Xian's pupils shrank. The impact was so strong, if they were hit, it might take a long time to recover. This evasion has extremely high requirements on movement technique and perception. After passing the test, not only can you enter the core of the secret storage, but at the same time, I will give you a bottle of 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual jelly. Seeing that both Zhang Xian and Mu Luli were a little scared, the spirit of inheritance said with a smile. 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual syrup. Mu Luli's eyes lit up. This is a top-quality fire attribute treasure, which has a very good effect on cultivation, and it is also a 10,000-year, which is even more valuable. Zhang Xian next to her also felt a little hot in her heart. Although she is from the imperial family, after all, the realm is still low, and it is impossible for the Zhang family to give her very precious treasures. I thought this supreme secret was just an ordinary supreme secret, but unexpectedly, the first test was 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual syrup. Swish swish swish. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of violent wind breaking around. A long spear exuding a strange aura burst towards the area where the group of flame monitor lizards were located not far away. Boom! With the sound of an extremely violent explosion and roar, the spear with the strange power killed the group of flame monitor lizards in an instant, and the scorching breath flew around. Mu Luli was stunned for a moment. Those terrifying flame lizards are gone? That long gun? Its master. The smile of the inheritance spirit not far away suddenly froze. What happened? Okay, the garbage has been cleaned up, can we hand over the 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid now? A clear voice resounded in this space where the scorching hot air was rolling. Chapter 138 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid. Chen Luo stared straight at the spirit of inheritance not far away, his eyes full of impatience. A mere entrance would waste so much time, what a joke. Mu Luli and Zhang Xian next to them were silent, but Chen Luo didn't expect to kill those flame monitor lizards directly. In this way, how to test? You, like this, it's against the rules, you have to pass the test. The inheritance spirit continued tremblingly, and Chen Luo's eyes made him feel a little fear. Rules? Hand it in as soon as you tell me. Here, I am the rule. Chen Luo continued slowly. Hu. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo waved his right hand, and a divine fire of primordial origin that exudes extreme flames spewed out, entangled around the side of the inheritance spirit. Sensing the divine fire of primordial origin that contained a terrifying aura around him, the face of the inheritance spirit turned green. This is the first time he has seen such an unruly person. Is this FG person here to accept the inheritance or to rob? Who is the spirit of the inheritance? The divine fire of absolute beginning is the top-level God-level spiritual fire, which has a very powerful restraining effect on the soul body and mental energy. Although this spirit of inheritance is powerful, it still looks a little small in front of the divine fire of absolute beginning. Is it okay if I give it? The spirit of inheritance continued bitterly. Chen Luo's divine fire of absolute beginning was too strong, he had no choice. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual light on the spirit of inheritance flashed, and 3 streams of light quickly flowed towards the hands of Chen Luo and Mu Luli. Exactly 3 bottles of 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual syrup. Zhang Xian next to her was stunned. Could it be that this is the correct way to open the hidden adventure? Only 3 bottles? Are you sending beggars away? Hand over all the 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid. Chen Luo reprimanded after seeing that the inheritance spirit had only given 3 bottles. Spirit of inheritance. I don't have any, the last 3 bottles, this thing is extremely precious, there are really only 3 bottles left. The spirit of inheritance shook his head frantically like shaking a rattle. Humph, it seems that I have to tell you the rules. Chen Luo then said lightly. The divine fire of absolute beginning around the spirit of inheritance erupted with even more violent flames, as if it wanted to burn everything clean. I'll give it all to you, don't. The spirit of inheritance said hastily. After speaking, more than 100 streams of light appeared on his body, all of which flowed into Chen Luo's hands. More than 100 bottles, that's about the same. Chen Luo looked at the more than 100 bottles of 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid in front of him. Showed a satisfied smile. Inheritance of inspiration. Chen Luo showed a satisfied smile and heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was some cunning in his eyes. It is impossible to try to take away all my Tianyang spiritual fluid. Zhang Xian next to her was already completely dumbfounded, threatening the spirit of inheritance and directly going to take away all the Tianyang spiritual fluid. Can this still happen? If I find out that you still have Tianyang spiritual fluid, you should prepare to go down and be with those flame monitor lizards. Chen Luo continued, seeing that there seemed to be something wrong with the inheritance spirit's expression. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, the spirit of inheritance suddenly felt his hairs stand on end. Being with those flame monitor lizards? No. Ahem, fate. Sir, I remembered, I still have a little bit of Tianyang spiritual fluid, it's better to keep it with you. The spirit of inheritance continued. After finishing speaking, the spiritual light flashed on his body, and more than 300 streams of light appeared and flew towards Chen Luo's side. Are you sure you don't have any? Chen Luo asked lightly after accepting more than 300 bottles of Tianyang spiritual fluid again. No, this time it's really gone. The spirit of inheritance then replied. Chen Luo took a deep look at the spirit of inheritance, and said nothing more. Luo Li, here you go, drink more, your cultivation base is too low. Chen Luo then gave Luo Li dozens of bottles of 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid. Master, I don't need so many. Mu Luli continued. Although this thing is of great benefit to her, her cultivation base is still low, and she cannot completely refine this Tianyang spiritual fluid. It's okay, just drink it as water, drink more, you won't go wrong. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Chen Luo has sensed it. Although this 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid contains fire attribute power, the spirit power is mild, and there is no major problem even if you drink it every day. Chen Luo drank a bottle while talking. The scorching breath stirred slightly in Chen Luo's body, and the spirit power was slowly increasing. "Thank you, Master, I understand." Seeing what Chen Luo said, Mu Loli took the Tianyang spiritual fluid, and drank a bottle of it with a gurgling gulp. The scorching spirit power surged in Mu Loli's body, and Mu Loli's face suddenly turned rosy, and her momentum was rising steadily. "My lord, drinking Tianyang spiritual fluid like this is too wasteful." The spirit of inheritance not far away saw that Chen Luo was so reckless, his eyes were almost red. The Tianyang spiritual fluid that he regarded as a treasure was actually used like this. 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid is an extremely precious treasure, it is best to take it with medicine pill, and then refine every trace of spirit power. How can you drink it like this directly? It is too wasteful. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chen Luo snorted coldly, and the divine fire of absolute beginning not far away spewed out scorching flames again. "Don't dare, dare not, my lord, whatever you want, whatever you want." The inheritance spirit then showed a very forced smile. "This Tianyang spiritual fluid is good, if I drink more, maybe it will allow me to break through to the peak of the Saint King 9th stage." Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. Under the practice of many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo's cultivation base is improving every moment. However, the promotion of the Chaos Divine Body requires too much spirit power, and it takes a long time to accumulate the spirit power of the Saint King realm. It is very difficult for Chen Luo to reach the Saint King 9th stage in just a few days. Now, with this 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid, it will be different. Drinking more can help improve the cultivation base and speed up the cultivation of the Saint King realm. Zhang Xian on the side was also a little speechless. The 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid is considered a precious treasure among their imperial clan, and they will not use it lightly. This strange young man used it so casually, which made her feel incredible. "Okay, now take us to the core of the secret store." Chen Luo then continued to drink 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid, while speaking to the spiritual inheritance not far away. "Yes, my lord, please follow me." The spirit of inheritance took a deep breath and said. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of the spirit of inheritance, the group of people walked slowly towards the entrance of the core not far away. After a while, several people passed through the entrance and stepped into the core area of the secret storage. Chapter 139 Cracks. The core area of the secret store is a huge great hall, which is filled with rich spirit power of heaven and earth. Strange formations are carved around the great hall, and many spiritual plants can be seen on the edge of the great hall, exuding a refreshing fragrance. "My lord, this is the core area of the secret store." The inheritance spirit continued respectfully. Chen Luo nodded and looked around. In the depths of this great hall, there are 5 different passages, all exuding different auras. The first passage is the Cultivation Technique Pavilion, the second passage is the Spirit Pill Pavilion, the third is the Weapon Pavilion, and the fourth. The Spirit of Inheritance then introduced to Chen Luo where each passage leads. "Okay, pack all those things, I'm going to take them away." Chen Luo continued impatiently. The Spirit of Inheritance was stunned. "Pack it up and take it away? My lord, it's impossible. To take those things away, you have to go through a special test. There is a Spirit of Inheritance in each channel. Without their permission, you can't take anything away." The Spirit of Inheritance then gritted his teeth. "Road. Oh, don't let those inheritance spirits get out of here, I want to see how they want to test me." Chen Luo said, and continued. Chen Luo has no interest in playing any testing games with these guys, if you don't give them, just beat them all to death. The Spirit of Inheritance froze for a moment, telling them to get out. The Spirit of Inheritance wanted to say something else, but saw Chen Luo's indifferent gaze, which contained a profound coldness. Obviously, Chen Luo didn't want to hear any excuses. "Alas, after waiting for so many years, I thought that some excellent inheritors would come, but unexpectedly, a evil star came, and the family fortune would be ruined. The heart of the spirit of inheritance is full of bitterness. Mu Luli and Zhang Xian next to them were also treated by Chen Luo. The seniors in their clan taught them to listen to the words of the inheritance spirit if they entered a secret realm or a secret store with the inheritance spirit. Don't have any conflicts with the spirit of inheritance, and passing the test seriously is the kingly way. They have never heard of such a method of directly threatening the spirit of inheritance. Could it be that this is the correct way to open the inheritance? My lord, please wait a moment, I'll call them out right away. The inheritance spirit took a deep breath and continued. After speaking, the spirit of inheritance walked to the central area of the Great Hall, and the aura on his body burst towards the central area. Boom! The moment the spiritual light burst away, the entire Great Hall resounded with a violent roar. There were bursts of powerful auras in the 5 passages, and the 5 different auras almost suppressed the entire Great Hall. Mu Luli and Zhang Xian's faces were pale, and they felt a great sense of oppression. A soft aura suddenly appeared on Chen Luo's body, protecting the 2 women beside him. Xiao Qi, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy the entire Great Hall of Inheritance? You don't guard the entrance, what kind of plane are you doing? Stop, wait, continue, the consequences will be very serious. Followed by, there was a rush of shouting. 5 inheritance spirits of different colors galloped out from the 5 passageways, staring angrily at the white inheritance spirit in the center of the Great Hall. My lord, they are all here. The spirit of white inheritance then came to Chen Luo's side and spoke respectfully. Who? Chen Luo nodded, and immediately let out the divine fire of On in the beginning. The divine fire of absolute beginning, which contained the fiery aura, immediately surrounded the angry 5 inheritance spirits. The hot breath made the 5 inheritance spirits feel cold sweat in their hearts. Xiao Qi, you brought someone in, do you want to ruin everything? The inheritance spirit in the cultivation technique pavilion looked at the white inheritance spirit not far away with red eyes. The other spirits of inheritance also had different expressions, their faces were extremely cold, and they uttered ear-piercing reprimands. As spirits of inheritance, they are high-ranking figures no matter where they are, and no one dares to disrespect them. Now, it is a shame to be surrounded by people using the divine fire of absolute beginning. If you say one more word, I'll send you on your way. Chen Luo said flatly. The divine fire of absolute beginning not far away became even more intense, causing the 5 surrounded spirits to feel their scalps tingling and their bodies trembling constantly. Under the threat of Chen Luo's divine fire of absolute beginning, all the spirits of inheritance are like little chickens, and dare not say anything more. Now, immediately, send over all the treasure resources you are guarding. My patience is limited. If I can't see all the treasures within a quarter of an hour, there is no need for you to exist. Chen Luo continued indifferently opened the mouth. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, the spirits of the inheritance all looked terrified, and their faces became extremely ugly. They didn't expect that Chen Luo would say such a thing and ask them to hand over all the treasures. Impossible, if you want our treasures, you must pass our test, otherwise. The spirit of inheritance of Lingdan Pavilion gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of resentment. Who? Before he could finish his words, the divine fire of absolute beginning that surrounded him surged past. The terrifying flames continued to rise, and in just a moment, it burned the spirit of inheritance in the Lingdan Pavilion to ashes. The other spirits of inheritance were stunned by the scene in front of them, their bodies froze, not daring to make any changes. This guy really dares, how dare he? A look of horror flashed in the eyes of the white inheritance spirit beside Chen Luo, apparently he did not expect that Chen Luo would be so decisive that he would directly kill an inheritance spirit. At the same time, I was a little thankful that I didn't resist, otherwise, I would be the first one to be destroyed. Can I go get the treasures now? My patience is limited, within a quarter of an hour, no, within half a quarter of an hour, I want to see all the treasures. Chen Luo then said lightly, with an extremely solemn tone. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he removed the divine fire of absolute beginning around the many inherited spirits. The spirits of inheritance immediately galloped towards their respective passages, fearing that they would be burned to death by Chen Luo later if they were too slow. "What are you doing in a daze? Go and take out all the treasures guarded by the dead spirit of inheritance." Chen Luo then looked at the white spirit of inheritance beside him and said, "Yes, my lord, I'll go right away." The spirit of white inheritance immediately said respectfully, and then quickly rushed into the passage of the Lingdan Pavilion not far away to collect the treasures there. Zhang Xian and Mu Luli at the side finally came to their senses at this time, and looked at Chen Luo with very different eyes. "Why, is there something on my face?" Chen Luo saw that the two women were looking at him like this, and then asked. No, master, you are really amazing," Mu Luli said, holding Chen Luo's arm. Zhang Xian didn't speak, but just guessed in her heart, she couldn't find out the details of who Chen Luo was. "Miss Zhang, can you sense something in there?" Chen Luo touched Mu Luli's head, pointed to a void above the Great Hall, and asked slowly. Zhang Xian raised her head and looked in the direction Chen Luo said. "I saw a crack in the void in front of me, and there were bursts of strange streamers around the crack, as if a majestic aura was seeping out from the crack in the void." Chapter 140 Secret Realm. This crack in the void was caused when the white spirit of inheritance summoned other spirits of inheritance to come out. With Chen Luo's mental energy, one can only vaguely feel that there seems to be an incomparably powerful aura inside. This breath was so majestic that Chen Luo felt a little palpitation. Zhang Xian's beautiful eyes were full of splendor, releasing the power of own soul, sensing the breath in the crack. Chen Luo didn't bother, and asked Zhang Xian to examine it carefully. Zhang Xian's soul power was extremely powerful, and he penetrated into that crack with ease. Due to the immortality of the immortal soul body, even if there was something terrifying inside, it would not cause fatal damage to Zhang Xian. Mu Luli and Chen Luo waited quietly by the side. After a while, Zhang Xian's face became extremely pale, and a smear of blood oozed from the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth, as if mental energy had received a strong impact. Seeing this, Mu Luli at the side immediately took out the medicine pill for treating mental trauma and subdued it for Zhang Xian. "Miss Zhang, you can find out what's going on inside." After a while, Chen Luo asked Zhang Xian, who had recovered a little. Mu Luli next to her also stared at Zhang Xian. Obviously, she was also extremely curious about what was in that crack. "Master Chen, this crack seems to have a secret realm." Zhang Xian took a deep breath, and then said slowly. "A secret realm?" Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "In the Great Hall of the Inheritance of Zhuyang Supreme, there is actually a secret realm connected." "I see, Miss Zhang, let's take a rest first, and when the inheritance spirit comes over, I'll ask them." Chen Luo then said to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded, then closed his eyes and rested his mind, recovering his own mental energy. "My lord, we have moved all the treasures here." After a while, the white spirit of inheritance galloped out of the passageway along with the other spirits of inheritance from the Great Hall. When they reached the front of Chen Luo, they took out a lot of treasures one after another. All kinds of holy weapons, medicine pill, top-notch cultivation technique, martial arts, elixir, the Great Hall is almost full. Needless to say, the best spirit stones piled up into several hills. Among them are some top-grade sacred treasures, as well as 9 Suns Supreme's unique cultivation technique, 9 Suns Heavenly Scripture, and some top-secret techniques supernatural power. As expected of a supreme treasure, there are indeed many good things. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Among these treasures, Chen Luo saw that many of them were useful to him. "Master, this is the Emperor Armor of 9 Suns Supreme. I brought it all for you." The white inheritance spirit then took out a top-level treasure armor and a long sword with a terrifying flame aura. The Ling Yuan Emperor Armor and the Yanjian Emperor Sword are both top-level middle-grade imperial weapons, containing extremely terrifying imperial prestige. Especially the Yanjian Emperor Sword is the natal imperial weapon of Zhiyang Supreme. After countless years of cultivation and the baptism of the Emperor's prestige of Zhiyang Supreme, its power is not inferior to ordinary high-grade imperial soldiers. Not bad, not bad, middle-grade Emperor armament. Chen Luo is playing with the Emperor Yanjian sword handed over by the spirit of white inheritance. It seems that this Zhiyang Supreme is quite strong, and it has such a terrifying Emperor soldier. This Yanjian Emperor sword contains extremely powerful power, and Chen Luo can sense the hot breath inside. With one strike, the ordinary great saint must not be able to bear it. This Ling Yuan Emperor armor is also extremely powerful, with strong defense power, which can resist most of the damage. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo put on the Ling Yuan Emperor armor without hesitation. Congratulations, Master, I am delighted to have won the Emperor's soldier, and my strength has risen to a higher level. Seeing that Chen Luo has gained a lot, Mu Luli said happily. You can take whatever you like, don't be polite to me. Chen Luo touched Mu Luli's forehead. Hey, thank you Master, Master is so kind. Mu Luli smiled slightly, kissed Chen Luo, and then began to choose from the side. Miss Zhang, take whatever you like. Chen Luo then looked at Zhang Xian who was beside him. Can I do it too? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment, never expecting Chen Luo to say this to herself. Of course. Chen Luo continued softly. In that lava space, with Zhang Xian's assistance, Chen Luo could quickly reach the core. And, it was to help him explore that crack just now. It's just some treasures, Chen Luo doesn't care. Then I won't be polite. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, and then said slowly. After being forcibly married into the Wang family and being murdered by her father, Zhang Xian already understood that only strong strength can change everything. No matter the status or family background, they are not as useful as the powerful strength of own. If he had Chen Luo's extreme strength, how could he have fallen to this point? And these treasures of Zhiyang Supreme can make oneself grow faster and have powerful strength. Both Zhang Xian and Mu Luli were picking suitable things in the Great Hall. Several inheritance spirits trembled aside, not daring to make any noise, for fear that Chen Luo would wipe them all out with a fire. What's going on with the secret realm in that crack, do you know? Chen Luo then looked at the many inheritance spirits beside him and asked. Many inheritance spirits looked at each other, their eyes were uncertain, as if hesitating. If you continue to babble, you will know the consequences. Chen Luo snorted coldly, and then summoned On Taisha Shenhuo again. The moment the divine fire of absolute beginning appeared, the temperature of the entire Great Hall rose again. The several inheritance spirits felt their hairs stand on end, and fear arose spontaneously. My lord, the one in that secret realm is our boss, and we don't know what's in it. The white inheritance spirit then hurriedly screamed. Boss? Seeing that the white inheritance spirit had confessed, several inheritance spirits told Chen Luo everything in a hurry. It turned out that in that secret realm space, there was a strongest spirit of inheritance, who was their boss. That inheritance spirit has the strongest power and can easily control other inheritance spirits. However, that inheritance spirit is usually asleep. Only when the inheritance Great Hall encounters life and death crisis, will it wake up. In this void secret realm, there seems to be a treasure left by Nine Sons Supreme. Many inheritance spirits don't know what that treasure is. Are there treasures? Chen Luo's eyes lit up, he didn't expect that besides the Emperor armament, there are other treasures, so he must not let them go. Chapter 141 Holy Spirit Orb. Then take me in now, I want to see what treasures are in the secret realm. Chen Luo continued. This treasure must not be let go. My lord, you can't go in and disturb our boss. If the boss comes out and sees us like this, he will kill us. Many inheritance spirits not far away continued to panic. Even the white inheritance spirit looked terrified, as if the boss was something very scary. If you don't let him get out, then let's send you on your way now. Chen Luo then said calmly. Hu. After Chen Luo finished speaking, the surrounding divine fire of absolute beginning erupted with even more violent flames. The surrounding inheritance spirits lost their temper in an instant, and Chen Luo would not let them go if they didn't lead the way. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo put away all the treasures, and led Mu Luli and Zhang Xian into the secret realm under the leadership of several inheritance spirits. In the void secret realm, it is full of full-bodied spirit power everywhere. There are many kinds of precious elixir in the secret realm, fragrance and spirit power are constantly drifting away. Where is the treasure? Chen Luo looked at the surrounding scene and asked. He didn't find any treasures in this secret realm. Although these elixirs were precious, in Chen Luo's view, they were just that, far from being treasures. My lord, that treasure is in the sky. The white inheritance spirit then said slowly. Chen Luo, Mu Luli and the others looked up, and suddenly, they found a round bead shining brightly above the sky. This orb continuously releases rich spirit power and endless rays of light. It is precisely because of the existence of this round bead that this secret realm is full of vitality and a refreshing atmosphere. After so many years, has anyone finally passed the test left by the master? Just as Chen Luo and others were checking the round beads high above the sky, a hoarse voice sounded in the entire secret realm. Boom! Not far away, a violent roar sounded. A golden spirit exuding a terrifying aura appeared not far away. That spirit body was filled with a majestic aura, and there were traces of vicissitudes in the eyes of the spirit body. Xiao, why did you come in too? The golden spirit body asked in astonishment when it discovered the spirit of inheritance not far away. A long time ago, he had told many inheritance spirits. Only inheritors who have passed all the tests can come in, and they, the spirits of inheritance, are not allowed to come in. Hey, old man, what is that round bead on it? Bring it here and show me. Chen Luo then said to the golden spirit body not far away. The golden spirit body was stunned. Old thing? Who are you calling? Do you want to die, kid? After a while, the golden spirit body realized that Chen Luo was calling him, and immediately erupted with terrifying power. In an instant, the majestic power turned into a mountain that suppressed the world, and moved towards the area where Chen Luo and others were located. Stab! Chen Luo took out the Yanjian Emperor sword, and with a light swipe, a fiery sword chi burst out, tearing towards the front. In just a moment, the mountain containing the terrifying aura was split open, and the violent aura flew around. The scorching sword chi continued to slash forward, blasting towards the golden spirit body. As expected of an imperial soldier, Chen Luo's eyes lit up as his attacking power was unparalleled. It just consumes too much, just a light swipe consumes more than half of Chen Luo's spirit power. Seeing Chen Luo's erupting hot sword chi, the golden spirit body's expression changed drastically, and it mobilized all its power to form a shield in front of it. However, the scorching sword chi was too strong, easily destroying all the protection and hitting the golden spirit body. After the golden spirit body was hit, its face turned extremely pale, and it crashed into a distant mountain range. FK, you evil pens, why did you give the emperor's soldiers to the inheritors? The golden spirit continued to curse, with an extremely terrified expression. Hoo! Just when the golden spirit body was about to do something more, several primordial fires containing scorching aura quickly surrounded the golden spirit body. The divine fire of absolute beginning made the golden spirit body feel extreme fear. Although he is powerful, he still belongs to the spirit body and is extremely afraid of spiritual fire. This is a natural restraint and cannot be avoided. Not to mention, absolute beginning Shen Huo is still a top-level Shen Huo. Can we bring that thing over now? Chen Luo's figure flashed past, and then appeared in front of the golden spirit body. Looking at Chen Luo who was holding the Yanjian Emperor sword in front of him and writhing with the scorching fire of absolute beginning all over his body, the golden spirit bowed his head in a very sensible way. Immediately afterwards, the golden spirit body summoned round bead from high above the sky and handed it to Chen Luo. At the same time, it also told Chen Luo the origin of the bead. It turns out that this bead is called the Holy Spirit Bead, which Zhuyang Supreme obtained from the Fire Spirit clan, and it is the most precious treasure of the Fire Spirit clan. When Zhuyang Supreme was alive, he had instructed that only after finding the best inheritor, he could give this Holy Spirit Orb to the inheritor, otherwise let this Holy Spirit Orb be kept in the secret realm. The Holy Spirit Bead, Chen Luo felt that this bead contained a very terrifying power. This power seems to contain the law of heaven and earth, the mystery of the origin of all things. Just holding the Holy Spirit Orb, Chen Luo could feel the spirit power in his body slowly increasing, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable force circulating in On's body. I didn't expect the Holy Spirit Orb of the Fire Spirit clan to be in the hands of Zhuyang Supreme. Zhang Xian next to her blinked, her eyes were full of surprise. Miss Zhang knows this Holy Spirit bead? Chen Luo asked after seeing the surprise in Zhang Xian's eyes. Of course I know, the Holy Spirit Orb of the Fire Spirit clan is the famous treasure of the Ancient Desolate Continent, and its preciousness is no less than that of the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Zhang Xian slightly parted her cherry lips, and then said slowly. Not inferior to the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect this Holy Spirit bead to be so precious. This Holy Spirit Orb is not only a treasure for attacking Wushuan, but also contains many laws of heaven and earth, which can help the power of cultivator insight laws. Zhang Xian continued to explain. The power of cultivator insight can help. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, he didn't expect that this Holy Spirit bead could have such a magical effect. The power of law is the power that contains the principles of heaven and earth, and at the same time, it is also one of the necessary conditions for the great saint breakthrough Quasi-Emperor. Although there is only one step difference between the great saint and the Quasi-Emperor, their strengths are vastly different. The reason is not only the quantity and strength of spirit power, but more importantly, the insight into the laws of heaven and earth. Only those who have comprehended the laws of heaven and earth are qualified to attack the realm of Quasi-Emperor and become the top figure of Ancient Desolate Continent. Among the Ancient Desolate Continent, there are quite a few people who can reach the peak of the Great Saint, but those who can break through the realm of Quasi-Emperor are all amazing and brilliant figures of various eras. By relying on this Holy Spirit Orb, the Fire Spirit clan became the overlord of the Ancient Desolate Continent a long time ago. Zhang Xian seemed to have thought of something, and continued. Chapter 142 Gathering the Immortal Holy Soul. Chen Luo nodded, he knew the Fire Spirit race. After accepting Biao and Chen Luo talked a lot about the Fire Spirit clan. A long time ago, the Fire Spirit clan was indeed a dominant force comparable to the sacred land of chaos and the Temple of Soul Origin. There are many ancestors of the Quasi-Emperor level in the clan, all of them are big men with monstrous combat power. However, due to some reasons, it was slowly hidden. Now it seems that because of the loss of the Holy Spirit Orb, the Overlord level force had to keep a low profile. Boom! A moment later, just as Chen Luo was about to say something more, a burst of violent energy suddenly broke out in Chen Luo's body. With the help of the Holy Spirit Orb, Chen Luo's cultivation base reached the peak of the Saint King 9th stage without knowing it. No wonder those protagonists like to wander around so much, it is indeed faster than lying down to practice. Feeling the vigorous power in his body, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. Miss Zhang, I have reached the peak of the Saint King 9th stage, now help me gather the immortal holy soul. Chen Luo then said to Zhang Xian in front of him. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Zhang Xian beside her blushed slightly, and there was a gleam in her charming eyes. It's Breakthrough Saint King 9th stage day. Master Chen, are you gathering here? Zhang Xian then said softly, gnashing her teeth. Chen Luo was stunned. Could it be that to condense the indestructible holy soul, you still need to choose a feng shui treasure, burn incense and bathe, and fast for 3 days? Probably not. Miss Zhang, just gather here. When I gather the immortal holy soul, I will take you to find Xiao Fan. Chen Luo took a deep breath and continued. He himself did not expect that in a short period of time, he would reach the peak of the Saint King 9th stage day. Now that the realm has arrived, it is natural to condense as soon as possible. After reaching the peak of the Saint King 9th stage, the spirit power in the body will stop improving, and will not continue to improve unless it breaks through the Great Saint realm. Moreover, Chen Luo is a chaotic divine body, without any bottleneck. As long as he condenses the immortal holy soul, he will be able to break through the Great Saint realm naturally. Mr. Chen, let's find a hidden place, to condense the immortal holy soul. We, soul blending, be honest with each other. Zhang Xian's blushing color became more obvious, the red one is almost dripping water. Blending of souls, be honest with each other. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and he immediately understood what Zhang Xian meant. Mu Luli next to her stared wide-eyed, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her two small hands tightly hugged Chen Luo, staring at Zhang Xian in front of her jealously. Unexpectedly, the master he had protected for so long would be snatched away by a fox spirit whom he had just met. Master, it's me first, I can't let this girl. Mu Luli then said anxiously to Chen Luo. Little girl, what are you thinking? Let's think about it when you grow up a bit. Chen Luo said with a slight arc in front of Mu Luli. Mu Luli lowered her head, looked at the shallow curvature of her own, and then at Zhang Xian's turbulent waves in front of her. Suddenly, her delicate face turned bitter melon-colored. Miss Zhang, other than this method, is there any other way to condense the immortal holy soul? Chen Luo took a deep breath and continued. Although Chen Luo didn't resist this kind of thing, Zhang Xian was also a first-class beauty, the heavenly daughter of the imperial clan. However, for this kind of thing, Chen Luo felt that both parties needed a little affection. Master Chen, there is only one way. Zhang Xian then lowered his head and said softly. Looking at Zhang Xian, who had a good figure and a charming temperament, Chen Luo sighed, forget it, then let me wrong myself. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took out a set of top-level secret formations and arranged them around. Luo Li, stay on guard outside, don't let anyone get close, I'm going to condense the immortal holy soul. Chen Luo then said to Mu Luli, who was a little inferior next to him. Mu Luli pouted, but nodded in agreement. In addition, those inherited spirits were all suppressed by Chen Luo into the life and death diagram of own samsara. In the entire secret realm space, only Chen Luo, Zhang Xian, and Mu Luli were left. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo brought Zhang Xian into the hidden formation. Mr. Chen, you can start now. Unleash all the power of your spirit and leave your physical body. In the hidden formation, wearing a long purple dress, the stunningly beautiful Zhang Xian said. At this time, Zhang Xian was wearing a long purple dress, with a delicate face and an outstanding temperament, and her long and slender legs were extremely eye-catching. Don't you need to take off your clothes? Chen Luo asked suspiciously. Zhang Xian's face turned red with embarrassment again, and said in a low voice, No, it's just the fusion of souls, not the physical body. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, so what you said to be honest with each other made me think crookedly. The merging of souls is a more private matter than the merging of physical bodies, of course it is to be honest with each other. Zhang Xian then said softly, not daring to look up at Chen Luo. Okay, I see, let's get started. Chen Luo took a deep breath and said. It's just a blend of soul and soul, that's fine. Master Chen, can I have a look at you under the mask? Zhang Xian next to him seemed to have thought of something, and then looked at Chen Luo expectantly. Chen Luo frowned slightly, but in the end he didn't refuse. The two of them were going to be in harmony, so naturally it didn't matter. I can't see it now, but I can see it after the soul power leaves the body. Moreover, after getting along for this period of time, Chen Luo already knew Zhang Xian's temperament, so there would be no problem. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo gently took off his own mask. Chen Luo, who took off the mask, had nothing to cover his face, and he could clearly see that peerless face. Seeing the extremely handsome Chen Luo in front of him, who looked like a banished fairy, Zhang Xian's eyes were completely attracted. Although it has long been speculated that Chen Luo's temperament is so outstanding, the appearance under the mask must be good. However, seeing this appearance like a banished fairy now, Zhang Xian was still deeply attracted. After a long while, Zhang Xian recovered from the trance, and there was no doubt in his heart. Master Chen, let's start. Zhang Xian then spoke softly, with a slight tremor in her tone. Chen Luo nodded, and the two of them then released all their soul power. After the soul power of the two left their bodies, they turned into two tiny figures. The stature and appearance of the villains are no different from their real bodies, only smaller. Moreover, the psychic villain's perception is stronger, and he can clearly perceive every subtle change and emotional fluctuation. Even the slight movement of the surrounding air can be clearly felt. Chapter 143 Broken. Master Chen, next, don't resist, I will guide you to absorb the indestructible power in my soul, and help you condense the immortal holy soul. Zhang Xian's soul villain then said to Chen Luo in front of him. Chen Luo nodded, and then handed over the control to Zhang Xian. Immediately afterwards, under the guidance of Zhang Xian's spirit power, the two spirit villains became entangled together in a short while. The moment the two of them merged with each other, Chen Luo felt an unprecedented joy. The spirit is floating, like falling into the clouds, like a dreamy feeling. All kinds of beauty and comfort are indescribable Chen Luo's current feelings. Chen Luo even had the feeling that he wanted to sink here forever. At the same time, Chen Luo's soul power can clearly perceive the indestructible power in Zhang Xian's soul power. With the merging of the soul power of the two, Chen Luo could feel that there seemed to be a trace of indestructible power in own soul. Zhang Xian, let's start. Chen Luo also fell into a more wonderful and enjoyable feeling. Central Region, Jiangdi City. In an ancient Great Hall deep in Jiangdi City. Above the Great Hall, there is a golden jade tablet, and a trace of terrifying power flows on the golden jade tablet. There are a large number of top-level formations surrounding the golden jade tablet, releasing terrifying energy to guard the golden jade tablet. Crack! After a while, the golden jade tablet suddenly made a crisp cracking sound. The golden jade tablet was completely shattered, and the terrifying power inside was completely dissipated. Boom! After the golden jade pendant shattered, the entire Great Hall began to shake violently, and all the surrounding formations collapsed. At the same time, the entire Jiangdi city seemed to shake violently, as if it had been hit hard by some force. Ha ha ha! After a while, there was a wave of fluctuations in the deep space of the Great Hall, and an old man wearing a torn robe appeared in the Great Hall. The power of immortality is gone? The power of immortality is gone? How is it possible? How is it possible? The old man looked at the shattered golden jade tablet in the Great Hall, his expression became extremely ugly, and he let out a sharp cry. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A moment later, the surrounding space trembled, and several elderly cultivators with terrifying auras appeared in the Great Hall. The faces of all the aged cultivators were extremely ugly, and their bodies trembled slightly. Zhang Xian's indestructible power is extremely important, it can already affect the foundation of their Zhang family, how could it be lost so easily? How did Zhang Hongbo lead the Zhang family, so that Xian's indestructible power was taken away? Does he want to die? A crooked old woman tremblingly asked with a cane in her hand. The old woman's voice was so majestic that it almost brought the entire space to a standstill. Third Patriarch, Zhang Hongbo has fallen. At this moment, a middle-aged man ran into the Great Hall, knelt down and said tremblingly. As soon as the middle-aged man's words came out, the expressions of the other elderly cultivators in the Great Hall froze. The head of their Zhang family died unexpectedly. What a joke! Their Zhang family is an imperial family in the central region, who would dare to kill the head of their Zhang family? Also, Zhang Xian's indestructible power was gone, which made everyone in the Great Hall even more angry. Tell me, what happened recently? Is it because we haven't moved our muscles for too long? People from the Ancient Desolate Continent don't put our Zhang family in one's eyes anymore. Young man. North Territory. Broken Yuzhou. In an incomparably bustling restaurant. Here is full of voices of yin-yang and yan-yan, feasting and feasting, wine and beauty. In an incomparably luxurious room, a handsome young man with a slender figure is playing with several attractive women in the room. People game. All kinds of fascinating sounds filled the room. After some wind and rain, the youth entered a calm mode. Immediately afterwards, he hugged several attractive women and tasted fine wine in the room. After a while, the young man suddenly felt stabbing pains in his heart, as if something had stabbed him hard in the bottom of his heart. Boom! The pain made the young man recover from his intoxication, and immediately smashed the wine jar in his hand. What happened? Why is there a feeling of heartache? Why is it so uncomfortable? The young man murmured softly, clutching his own heart. The few women next to her were all panicked, standing aside in a daze, looking terrified. The young man tried to swallow the medicine pill, but there was no effect. Even taking the medicine pill for healing was of no use at all. Young Master Xiao, do you want me to call young Master Yuan? A beautiful young girl next to her asked softly, with extremely worried eyes. Don't make noise. Xiao Fan said angrily, and slapped the girl directly. The terrifying force caused the girl to lose her life in an instant, and scarlet blood spattered on the ground. The other two women's faces were pale, and they stood there blankly, at a loss. After a while, the young man seemed to think of something, and took out a delicate pendant from On's chest. The originally delicate and beautiful pendant became full of cracks. Although it wasn't completely broken, the aura emanating from it was constantly surging, and it seemed that it was about to shatter at any time. Xian, did something happen to you? Xiao Fan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of grief and indignation. Xiao Fan thought that she didn't have much affection for Zhang Xian at all, but after leaving, Xiao Fan found out that she was very wrong. Although I haven't even touched Xian's hand, my feelings for her have already penetrated deep into my heart. Moreover, after losing Zhang Xian, Xiao Fan always felt that he had lost something very important in his life, and this feeling made Xiao Fan very uncomfortable. I can only numb myself by immersing myself in drunken sensuality every day. A moment later, the pendant was completely shattered, and Xiao Fan's heart was also twisted fiercely, as if it had been torn apart. Xiao, young Master Xiao, don't worry, young Master Yuan said, we will as soon as possible. A woman with fox ears next to him comforted tremblingly. I told you not to quarrel. Xiao Fan sternly said, the power in his body exploded. The remaining two girls in the room were Angsha, who were easily swayed by Xiao Fan's sudden burst of power. Minced meat and blood splattered everywhere. A strong smell of blood immediately permeated the entire room. Brother Fan, what happened? Are those women making you unhappy? I'll exchange you some super stuff. After a while, the door was pushed open, and Yuan Shan, who was dressed in brocade, walked into the room and said apologetically. Help me make an appointment with the ancestor of Tianhu. I can agree to that deal, but I still have one condition. Seeing Yuan Shan coming in, Xiao Fan suppressed his emotions and said. Chapter 144 Breakthrough Great Saint Realm. Brother Fan, I have finally come to my senses. It is definitely not a loss to trade with the ancestor of the Tianhu. Those coquettish hooves of the Fox clan are all very attractive. If you know that you have agreed to the conditions of their ancestors, all of them will be very attractive. I'm going to get into your bed desperately. As soon as Xiao Fan's words came out, Yuan Shan opened his mouth and said, a trace of fire flashed in his eyes. Ever since Xiao Fan showed off her strength at the Zhang family and Wang family's engagement banquet, many forces have thrown an olive branch at Xiao Fan, trying to attract Xiao Fan. Moreover, the conditions offered are also very attractive. However, Xiao Fan refused all of them. After experiencing the incident with the Zhang family's imperial family, Xiao Fan was already very resistant to joining other people's forces. He has confidence in himself, even if he doesn't rely on those top powers, he can reach the top. Let's talk about it, you know, I'm not very interested in beauty. Xiao Fan then said lightly. Yuan Shan's nose moved, and he smelled the strange smell in the room. Apparently, Xiao Fan had been through a tough fight not too long ago. Moreover, judging by Xiao Fan's expression, it was almost exhausted. Not interested in? Yuan Shan was speechless for a while, and the people who entered the calm mode were indeed different, and their words were rigid. Okay, brother Fan, I'll help you get in touch right now, and you should recharge your batteries and wait for my good news. Yuan Shan continued smiling. North Territory. In the Void Secret Realm. Wearing twin ponytails, the pure and charming Mu Luli was on the edge of the formation, listening to the imaginative voice from the formation, her face was blushing. There is resentment in the eyes, and a little longing and anticipation. At Mu Luli's feet, there are still large petals. The surrounding trees that were originally full of flowers are now bare, and all the beautiful petals have been plucked. Smelly woman, bad woman, robbing my master, it's really bad, it's been 7 days, and I still haven't come out. Mu Luli bit her red lips, while picking the fragrant branch petals in her hand, muttered. Chen Luo and Zhang Xian have been together for 7 days, but the strange voice inside has never stopped. It's just that Zhang Xian's voice was clear and loud from the beginning, but now it has become a little hoarse. Because of this strange voice, Mu Luli's eyes were full of spring, and her clothes had been changed several times. At this time, Mu Luli was wearing a light-colored long dress, tightly holding the branch in her hand, her bright eyes were wide open, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Qi Tian, if I follow the master in the future, wouldn't I be alone? Mu Luli seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help shivering. No, I have to become stronger quickly, otherwise I won't be able to grasp opportunities when I find them in the future. Mu Luli continued softly. After finishing speaking, Mu Luli took out a bottle of 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid, and drank it with a gulp. Then, while refining the power of 10,000-year Tianyang spiritual fluid, he listened to the strange voice from the formation. Boom! After a while, a more violent momentum erupted from the formation ahead. The entire secret realm was severely suppressed by this force, and Mu Luli also felt a little frightened, so she quickly stopped her cultivation and launched defensive measures. In the formation, Chen Luo's soul radiated bright light, and strands of indestructible power radiated from Chen Luo's soul. On the other side, Zhang Xian's spiritual power exuded a faint brilliance, and the original pure temperament became more bright and charming, quite a different flavor. Successful, the condensing of the immortal holy soul was successful. Zhang Xian's spirit then showed a smile. Chen Luo's soul nodded, his eyes were full of joy. 7 days of fusion of spirit and soul, coupled with the fusion of Zhang Xian's immortal power, Chen Luo has successfully condensed the immortal holy soul. After condensing the immortal holy soul, Chen Luo's soul power skyrocketed, from the strength of the original Saint Realm to the Great Saint Realm directly. Moreover, the indestructible power inside is extremely powerful, and Chen Luo can feel that own soul seems to have completely transformed, with all kinds of incredible mysteries. When merging with Zhang Xian's soul, Chen Luo also knew the mysterious part of the immortal soul. The immortal soul body can only condense the immortal holy soul for one person in a lifetime. After condensing the immortal holy soul, there will be huge benefits when breaking through the great emperor realm in the future. However, Zhang Xian didn't know, but the ancestors of the clan, thousands of exhortations, 10,000 exhortations, the candidate who can condense the immortal holy soul is very important and should not be used at will. Originally, they planned to train Xiao Fan to try, but later, when the Wang family wanted to marry, they chose Wang Tong without hesitation. Unexpectedly, after a series of things happened, Chen Luo was finally taken advantage of. Next, it was time to break through the Great Saint realm. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then drove his soul power back to his physical body. On the other side, Zhang Xian also returned to her own body. Boom! As soon as Chen Luo returned to his own physical body, he felt the strength in his body rising steadily. With 7 days of cultivation base accumulation, Chen Luo's spirit power is already enough to be promoted. Now, the immortal holy soul has successfully condensed the Great Saint realm, without any obstacles. After a while, Chen Luo's cultivation base rapidly improved. The violent aura flew around, and the fierce aura almost tore everything apart. A large amount of spirit power was transferred to Chen Luo's body, and 10 acupoints emitting countless divine lights slowly appeared in Chen Luo's body. These acupoints are holy acupoints, representing Chen Luo's successful transformation, breakthrough to the Great Saint realm. With the appearance of the 10 holy acupoints, the aura belonging to the first stage of the Great Saint realm circulated in Chen Luo's whole body. The Great Saint realm is the process of filling up the holy acupoints. Every time a holy acupointment is filled, it means that the realm has improved the first stage. On the day of the Great Saint 9th stage, if you fill up all the saint acupoints, you will be considered the Great Saint and become the Venerable. Majestic power circulated in Chen Luo's body, and golden divine light and indestructible power rapidly circulated around Chen Luo, making Chen Luo look like a fairy god. 10 holy acupoints? Sensing the number of holy acupoints in his body, Chen Luo was stunned. Ordinary Great Saint powerhouses have 9 saint acupoints, but their own saint acupoints are 10. Moreover, the own holy acupoints seem to be larger than the holy acupoints of ordinary cultivators, which means that to fill the holy acupoints, more spirit power is required. Could it be because of the chaos divine body? Chen Luo thought to himself. Chen Luo has never heard of any cultivator with 10 holy acupoints. Chapter 145 Ambush in the Valley. Forget it, there are many holy acupoints, which means strong strength, anyway, there will be no harm. Every time the holy acupoints are filled, the strength will have a leap forward. However, if there are more holy acupoints, more spirit power will be needed to fill up all the acupoints after the Great Saint 9th stage days. Soon, Chen Luo also relaxed. Isn't it because there are too many acupoints? Piece of cake. As for spirit power, don't worry, there are so many people in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, they will make a move. Not far away, Zhang Xian looked at Chen Luo with brilliant eyes. She naturally felt that Chen Luo had already achieved a breakthrough. Moreover, Chen Luo's aura made Zhang Xian feel extremely powerful, not much weaker than those old monsters in the clan. Obviously, Chen Luo's foundation and potential are first class, to the point of being very exaggerated. I hope I did nothing wrong, Zhang Xian thought in his heart. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, for breaking through the Great Saint. Then, Zhang Xian slowly came to Chen Luo's side, congratulating softly. Chen Luo smiled slightly. The majestic power in his body gave him great confidence. As long as he didn't encounter those old monsters of the quasi-emperor level, Chen Luo would have the confidence to win the battle. Chen Luo raised his head slowly, looking at the beautiful and moving Zhang Xian in front of him, his eyes lit up. Due to the violent aura of Chen Luo's breakthrough just now, Zhang Xian's clothes were already torn to pieces, and she could see the delicate skin and the alluring spring light under the torn clothes. Although Chen Luo already understood all the details of Zhang Xian's body when his soul and soul were in harmony, but this scene still made Chen Luo feel a little hot. Feeling Chen Luo's fiery gaze, Zhang Xian's pretty face flushed slightly. Mr. Chen, you, don't look at it. Zhang Xian blushed, covered her majestic place, and said softly. Ahem, it's not like I haven't seen it. Chen Luo muttered in a low voice, and then turned around. Seeing Chen Luo turn around, Zhang Xian was relieved. If Chen Luo refused, she really had nothing to do. Although the two have been fused with each other, they don't have any secrets about each other's bodies. However, Zhang Xian still felt embarrassed to change clothes in front of Chen Luo. Then, Zhang Xian took out a new set of dresses and quickly changed them here. After Zhang Xian finished changing, she found a familiar soul force wandering around. Zhang Xian's face froze suddenly, he just. Master Chen, you, how could you look at me with your soul force? Zhang Xian, who was wearing a purple dress, lowered her head and said softly. This, I didn't do it on purpose, the soul power suddenly soared, and I couldn't hold it in. Chen Luo continued to explain, recalling Zhang Xian's moving body just now in his mind. Yan thin ring fat, pure and peerless, it must be Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian bit her red lips slightly, her eyes were full of glances, her soul power could not be controlled, Zhang Xian couldn't refute this reason. The two of them agreed tacitly and didn't talk about it anymore. After sorting everything out, they left the formation. Zhang Xian, you are finally willing to come out. Mu Luli looked at the radiant Zhang Xian who looked like a young woman behind Chen Luo, her eyes were red, and she was so angry that she was about to cry. Chen Luo naturally knew what this little traitor was thinking, and patted her head to comfort her. Why did this little rebel change his dress again? Seeing the light-colored long dress on Mu Luli, Chen Luo felt a little doubt in his heart. However, Chen Luo didn't think too much about it. Mu Luli is a little girl and likes to change her outfits frequently. Every time she helped her awaken bloodline, she would change into a new set of dresses. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo collected all the other elixirs in the secret realm. Inheritance Great Hall, and all kinds of valuable things in the secret realm were all taken away by Chen Luo. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Chen Luo then said to Mu Luli and Zhang Xian. The two nodded and stood beside Chen Luo. After a while, Chen Luo left the secret realm with the two of them and returned to the Inheritance Great Hall. Whether you want to stay here or follow me, I'll give you half a quarter of an hour to choose for yourself. In the Inheritance Great Hall, Chen Luo asked many inheritance spirits. The eyes of the remaining spirits of inheritance lit up, and there was a hint of joy in their hearts. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo was really willing to let them go. Do you even need to think about it? Of course, stay here, follow this evil star, and sooner or later, he will be wiped out by him. Boss, let's stay here, don't go with that evil star. Many inheritance spirits then said, looking at the golden inheritance spirit expectantly. The spirit of the golden inheritance is there, and they all listened to the opinions of the spirit of the golden inheritance. The golden inheritance spirit nodded, the risk is too great to go with this evil star. Ahem, take a look at the surrounding environment, and then decide. At this moment, the spirit of white inheritance said. Many inheritance spirits, including the golden inheritance spirit, were stunned and looked around. There is no spiritual qi in the Great Hall. There are no treasures and resources in the passage they guarded, and even the spiritual bricks on the floor have been pried away, and it is pitch black. Without the slightest vitality and inspiration, if you stay here. Many inheritance spirits are silent, stay here? Oh, we have no choice. The golden inheritance spirit shook his head and said with a wry smile. Second brother, the fire sunflowers in the valley have all withered. It seems that those people have successfully obtained the inheritance of Zhuyang Old Dog, and the Holy Sun Pearl will definitely be brought out smoothly. In the depths of the valley, Bai Qirong said to Bai Rongsheng beside him. In the void around the valley, there is an incomparable aura exuding, as if there is a mysterious force imprisoning this side of the world. Around Bai Qirong and Bai Qishan, there were more than a dozen warriors wearing flame armor. These fighters exude extremely powerful holy power, obviously, they are extremely powerful. On the edge of the distance, there are more fire spirit warriors. They surrounded the entire valley like an iron barrel. Bai Qishan nodded, and said slowly, the next step is to wait patiently. I'm sure they will be pleasantly surprised when they come out. Of course, we have set up a large array of the best 5 holy ranks here. As soon as they appear, they will be imprisoned by formation immediately. Everything is under our control. Bai Qirong, who was next to him, looked at the valley in front of him and said softly, road. Boom! At this moment, the many holy level top-grade formations around the valley suddenly erupted with terrifying power, as if they wanted to suppress the entire world. A fiery red vortex appeared in the void of the valley, as if something had drilled out of it. The surrounding 5 top-tier holy formations exploded continuously, and countless chains appeared in the void, and quickly dispersed towards the vortex. Second brother, they are coming out. Bai Qirong's eyes lit up, and he continued. Bai Qishan on the side looked tense, and finally came out, the Holy Spirit Pearl is going back to our clan. Stab! Suddenly, an extremely hot sword ray appeared in the fiery red vortex. The scorching sword ray carried an incomparably terrifying aura, and instantly, it destroyed many of the surrounding top-grade holy rank formations. Chapter 146 The Power of the Emperor's Sword. The scorching sword ray is like a behemoth that destroys everything, easily destroying the formation carefully arranged by Bai Qishan and others. After sword ray tore apart the formation, it continued to erupt with earth-shattering power, and violent auras flew around. The fire spirit warriors around the valley were hit by this terrifying air machine, and the orderly formation was quickly dispersed. There are also a large number of fire spirit warriors who lost their lives in this terrifying air machine. Bai Qishan and the flame spirit armor warriors around him were also blasted back by this terrifying air machine, and their bodies flew upside down over a large area. What happened? Why is there such a violent attack all of a sudden? Looking at the mess around him, Bai Qishan's face became extremely ugly. Bai Qirong next to him was also pale, with a little fright in his eyes. This sword ray's offensive was so strong that he felt as if he was facing Tianwei. It's you rats, are you trying to ambush us? At this moment, a voice sounded, and Bai Qishan and the others felt their scalps go numb, and the blood in their bodies almost stopped flowing. In the fiery red vortex, there appeared a man wearing a golden mask whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Beside the man were 2 women who also wore silver masks. Although they couldn't see the faces of the 2 women clearly, just from their figures and auras, one could tell that they were 2 stunningly beautiful women. The moment he saw Chen Luo appearing, Bai Qishan felt a shock in his heart. The breath on Chen Luo's body made his scalp tingle, almost suffocating. How is it possible? Isn't it 2 saints and a good fortune realm cultivator who went in? What's going on with this horrible sense of oppression? Bai Qirong next to him was also dumbfounded. Before that, he was obviously investigating, and what went in were 2 saints and a good fortune realm. The aura of that man now is already comparable to the elders of their fire spirit clan, it is really terrifying. Mr. Chen, they seem to be from the fire spirit clan. Zhang Xian beside Chen Luo said softly, with a little sparkle in his eyes. Chen Luo nodded, and his system detection function also found out that these people are members of the Fire Spirit clan. It seems that they came for the Holy Spirit Pearl. Chen Luo said softly. After all, the Holy Spirit Orb is the treasure of the Fire Spirit clan, so it is not surprising that there are any means to detect it. Now that the people of the Fire Spirit tribe have discovered themselves, they can only be wronged and go on the road. Just when he left the Great Hall, the inheritance of Zhuyang Supreme, Chen Luo felt that there seemed to be something outside that was emitting traces of dangerous breath. Chen Luo released a terrifying sword qi to destroy any possible crisis. Unexpectedly, it really was a meritorious service, destroying the top-grade holy rank formation that was trying to imprison them. We were catching spirit beasts around, and accidentally disturbed the senior, please forgive me, we will leave now. Bai Qishan on the other side then gritted his teeth, his tone full of sincerity. Yes, senior, we are here to capture the spirit beast. Bai Qirong next to him also said out loud. Obviously, they all knew that it was impossible to take Chen Luo down by force. The current strategy can only be to save his life first, and then plan later. Catch the spirit beast? Do you think I'm a fool? Chen Luo then said lightly. How could it be possible to use so many top-grade holy rank formations to capture the spirit beast? Moreover, just when he came out, he launched an action. Senior, we're really not targeting seniors. Bai Qirong's heart sank to the bottom after hearing Chen Luo's words, and he hurriedly explained. Now, the masters in the clan haven't come yet, so it's a little bit of a delay. Swish swish swish. Chen Luo ignored Bai Qirong's words, but took out the Emperor Yanjian sword, and slashed a fierce sword ray at Bai Qishan and others in the distance. Boom! The majestic sword qi swayed suddenly, and the fierce and unparalleled qi was like a storm, raging towards the surroundings, extinguishing all life wherever it went. When Bai Qirong and Bai Qishan saw this terrifying sword qi, their hairs stood on end, and they immediately deployed all protective measures. The Xian Tianwei on the edge also launched a defensive formation to resist Chen Luo's imperial sword attack. However, Chen Luo's offensive was too violent. Under the ravages of this terrifying sword qi, all the protections were easily torn apart, and blood and flesh were splashed everywhere. The sound of collisions and howling made the whole valley look like Shura the underworld. After a while, all the members of the surrounding Huiling clan died, and even Xian Tianwei was killed or injured, and the loss was extremely heavy. Not far away, Bai Qirong and Bai Qishan both had no blood on their faces, and their eyes were full of despair. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up beside Chen Luo. Chen Luo's strength was beyond his imagination. Those Xian Tianwei are all peak powerhouses at the mid-rank Great Saint level. Unexpectedly, under Chen Luo's hands, they are like paper, without the slightest resistance. That's right, this Yanjian Emperor sword is indeed powerful, containing incomparably terrifying power. Seeing the scene of extinction of life around him, Chen Luo felt a burst of joy in his heart. This terrifying impact is already comparable to some high-rank Great Saint level offensives. However, those few people are lucky, there is no death. Not far away, Bai Qirong, Bai Qishan, and several Xian Tianwei were already dying, their lives hanging by a thread. Fellow Daoist, isn't it a little too much to slaughter our fire spirit clan members like this? At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded in the messy valley. Wow! There was a wave of fluctuation in the void not far away, and a majestic old man with red hair appeared in the valley. Seeing the old man who suddenly appeared, Bai Qishan's eyes full of despair showed a little life. It's the third uncle who's here, that's great, we're saved now. Name, Bai Weapon. Age, 5256 years old. Realm, Great Saint Realm 9th Stage Day. Identity, Ancient Desolate Continent, Elder of the Fire Spirit Race. It is the Elder of the Fire Spirit Tribe, the venerable figure of the Great Saint 9th Stage, and Chen Luo's micro-eye. Unexpectedly, the Fire Spirit clan would send someone to support them so soon. It's okay, I haven't tried my own strength for a long time, so let's try this guy to see how strong I am now. Excessive? I don't know how to write the word excessive. Chen Luo then slowly opened the mouth, and at the same time activated On Huangling Tianxian transformation. With the unfolding of Huangling Tianxian transformation, Chen Luo's aura suddenly increased. After a while, Chen Luo's cultivation base climbed to the 4th stage of the Great Saint. Since this cultivation technique requires the bloodline of the Phoenix family to practice, Chen Luo can only rely on Mu Luli's practice to return the cultivation effect. Chapter 147 Fighting Bai Weapon. Mu Luli's realm is too low. Although she has worked hard to cultivate, the returned cultivation effect is only enough for Chen Luo initiation. After full stimulation, Chen Luo can only raise 3 small realms. Arrogance, do you think you can despise everything with an imperial weapon? Sensing Chen Luo's aura and the Yanjian Emperor sword in his hand, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Bai Yuepen's eyes. He had seen many people like this, and thought that with the power of weapons, he would be invincible in the world. As everyone knows, only a powerful cultivation base is the foundation to support everything. Bai Yuepen also activated the domineering spirit power in acupoints, the holy spirit in his body. At the same time, 2 blades, one blue and one red, appeared in his hand, which were obviously 2 semi-emperor weapons. With Bai Yuepen's inspiration, a fiery red breath circulated around Bai Yuepen's body. Chen Luo ignored Bai Yuepen's words, but attacked Bai Yuepen with the Emperor Yanjian sword. The Yanjian Emperor sword instantly tore through the space with a terrifyingly hot aura, and slashed towards Bai Yuepen. Bai Yuepen narrowed his eyes slightly, with his 2 knives in front of him, trying to resist Chen Luo's terrifying attack. The swords of Emperor Yanjian and Bai Yuepen collided in an instant. The 2 sides collided and set off countless air waves, and the surrounding space made a piercing roar. How is it possible, this guy? Sensing the terrifying power from Emperor Yanjian's sword, his expression changed drastically, and he felt the sharp howls of pain from the own half-emperor's soldiers. Bai Yuepen's 2 half-emperor armaments are in pairs. Although they are only half-emperor armaments, when they are combined, their power is not inferior to ordinary first-grade emperor armaments. Boom! A moment later, with the sound of a violent collision, Bai Yuepen was severely repelled, his hands trembling constantly. That's right, my strength is already comparable to these top great saints. Seeing that Bai Yuepen was easily repelled by himself after using the half-emperor's soldiers, Chen Luo was overjoyed. Although Chen Luo also has other means to solve this elder. However, being able to overcome this kind of hard power still gave Chen Luo a sense of security in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo broke out with continuous attacks again, which completely put Bai Yuepen at a disadvantage. Even if Bai Yuepen used all kinds of top-secret techniques, he was still beaten by Chen Luo. Not far away, Zhang Xian's eyes widened, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the battle between Chen Luo and Bai Yuepen, and she was shocked. She naturally knew that Chen Luo had just broken through the Great Saint. Just breaking through the Great Saint realm is able to fight against the venerable Great Saint. This combat power is truly terrifying. Although it has the blessing of the Emperor's soldiers, it is also very frightening. The gap between each first stage of Great Saint realm is huge, and it is even more difficult to fight at a higher level. Not to mention, Chen Luo just broke through the Great Saint realm. This combat power is really outrageous. Master's Dam Charm has captured another little fox spirit. Mululi, who was beside her, looked at Zhang Xian whose eyes were full of splendor, and muttered in her heart. At the same time, there was a strong crisis in my heart. Heavenly Bamboo Peak already had so many women, and they all coveted their master. I have to get in the car quickly, otherwise, it will be very difficult to get in the car later. Who the hell are you? Bai Yuepen used a top-secret technique to avoid Chen Luo's attack. However, Chen Luo's continuous terrifying attacks just now caused Bai Yuepen to suffer a lot of injuries, and there were some cracks in the 2 half-emperor soldiers. At this time, Bai Yuepen's face became extremely serious, and there was no trace of contempt in his heart. Such a terrifying strength made him even a top great saint feel terrified. When did such a terrifying person appear in the Northern Territory? He could feel that Chen Luo's cultivation base was far lower than his own, but the strength he displayed was obviously unreasonable. Moreover, there seems to be an extremely terrifying power in Chen Luo's body that has not been revealed. If he reveals all of it, then You don't have the right to know the name of this old man. Chen Luo then said calmly. Black Devil 7 kills. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo launched a terrifying formation. After knowing his own strength, Chen Luo didn't want to waste any more time, and decided to resolve the battle quickly. Bursts of black aura appeared in the surrounding void, and the entire space was in an extremely depressing atmosphere. The black aura carries an incomparably terrifying killing aura, constantly tearing apart everything around. Is this the formation of the Heavenly Devil Sect? Are you the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect? Seeing the sudden appearance of formation, Dao Weapon couldn't help exclaiming. The recent reputation of the Heavenly Devil Sect is too resounding, and the information related to the Heavenly Devil Sect is also known to everyone in the Ancient Desolate Continent. Many people are aware of their secret techniques, their formation, and their methods. This Black Devil 7-kill formation is exactly the unique formation of the Heavenly Devil Sect, with terrifying and unparalleled destructive power. GGG, I didn't expect you to know this, old man, so I won't be able to keep you. Chen Luo continued coldly. Dao Weapon looked terrified, and then deployed all his strength, trying to leave this area. However, just as Dao Weapon was about to evacuate, an inexplicable banning force appeared around him. This banning force imprisoned Dao Weapon in place, making it impossible to evacuate at all. How could this Heavenly Devil Sect leader be so strong, and with this method, Dao Weapon's heart almost sank to the bottom of the valley. Not far away, the dying Bai Kishan was full of anger. The Heavenly Devil Sect turned out to be the Heavenly Devil Sect, damn it! To deal with this old man is the most stupid decision you fire spirits have ever made. Chen Luo exclaimed. Devil Emperor destroying immortal finger. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo raised his right hand lightly, an aura that almost destroyed everything appeared on his body, and a deep black aura condensed on the tip of Chen Luo's right finger. Not far away, Dao Weapon, who was imprisoned by Suandi's forbidden immortal technique, suddenly stood on end, and a wave of extreme fear welled up in his heart. I am the elder of the Fire Spirit clan, you really want to kill yourself? Dao Weapon opened his mouth quickly, and at the same time burned the holy soul of On in exchange for powerful power, wanting to leave this dangerous area. However, the imprisoning forces around him were like divine pillars that suppressed the world. No matter how hard Dao Weapon struggled, it was of no avail. Since you have no way out, you Huoling clan are also worthy. Chen Luo raised his head slowly, his eyes were cold. In an instant, a huge imaginary finger that contained the aura of ultimate disillusionment bombarded Dao Weapon's body. Boom! With an extremely violent roar, the huge virtual finger pierced through the space and exploded on Dao Weapon's body. Dao Weapon's pupils were full of despair, and the holy body exuding fiery red aura shattered. Chapter 148 Clues. Accompanied by a painful wail, Dao Weapon's body exploded, and countless ideas scattered. The fiery red spirit power and scarlet flesh splashed everywhere like gravel. The elder of the Fire Spirit clan, the great saint, has just fallen. The violent breath continued to rage around, almost destroying the entire valley. Third uncle. In the distance, Bai Kishan roared in his heart, his pupils were full of madness. The back teeth were about to be crushed, and I wished I could peel off Chen Luo's cramps and devour all his flesh and blood. The other surviving fire spirit people around were also buzzing, their brains were trapped in the pump, and their elder of the fire spirit family was killed. Not far away, Zhang Xian couldn't help being shocked. Chen Luo actually directly killed a venerable. This was completely beyond Zhang Xian's expectation. I thought that even if Chen Luo could suppress venerable, he would not have the means to kill him. Unexpectedly, he was killed in a short while. Dao Weapon had almost no power to fight back. Did he really just break through the Great Saint realm? It must be too scary. How could there be such a strong person? Mu Luli's eyes were also full of splendor, and she looked at Chen Luo with extreme fanaticism. That's right, the Devil Emperor's immortal destroyer finger is too strong. Although it consumes a lot, its power is beyond doubt. Chen Luo looked at Dao Weapon, who had been blasted into pieces in front of him, and felt joy in his heart. With Hua Yuntian's return of 20 times the cultivation effect, the Devil Emperor's immortal extinguishing finger has already reached an extremely advanced level. After this battle, Chen Luo also had a clearer understanding of own strength. Under Quasi-Emperor, it should be possible to walk sideways. As for the ancestor of the Quasi-Emperor level, Chen Luo doesn't know how strong it is, and there is no way to compare it. After killing Bai Yuepan, Chen Luo then began to put away Bai Yuepan's spoils. Although there were some cracks in the pair of double-bladed imperial soldiers, after repairing, they were still extremely powerful half-emperor armaments. As a top craftsman, Biao must be able to repair it. In addition to the two pairs of half-emperor weapons, Bai Yuepan's interspatial ring also had a lot of treasures, and Chen Luo collected them all. Let's go, now we can go look for Xiao Fan. After collecting all the trophies, Chen Luo came to Zhang Xian and Mu Luli's side. With such strength now, Chen Luo no longer has much fear. Even if Xiao Fan really has some tricks, Chen Luo is sure to counter it. Zhang Xian and Mu Luli nodded, and then left the valley that was almost in ruins. Mr. Chen, there seem to be a few more people alive over there, haven't they all been settled? Outside the valley, Zhang Xian asked Chen Luo suspiciously. Judging from Chen Luo's behavior just now, he is not the kind of person who let the tiger go back to the mountain. What does it mean to deliberately keep those few alive? It's just a few miscellaneous fish, they have a greater effect. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Chen Luo didn't care about the lives of Bai Qishan and others. Moreover, sometimes extermination may not be the best choice, leaving a few witnesses is a better choice. After all, the matter was done by the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, and it has nothing to do with me, Chen Luo. What if they kill everyone and they can't find the murderer? Zhang Xian nodded half understanding, then left with Mu Luli and others. Heavenly Devil Sect, our fire spirit clan is incompatible with you. On the side of the ruins of the valley, Bai Qishan clenched his teeth, his eyes were full of anger. The Holy Spirit Divine Orb was not recovered, and their fire spirit clan suffered heavy damage. Even Zhu Dian Great Saint fell, which was a very big loss. In particular, Bai Yuepan's talent is astonishing, and he has the hope of hitting the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Second brother, the people of the Heavenly Devil Sect are deceiving too much. We need to report to the Patriarch and dispatch elites to destroy them all and take back the Holy Spirit Orb. Bai Qirong, who was next to him, also regained some vitality at this time, and then gritted his teeth. Relying on powerful mental energy and soul secret art, Bai Qirong sensed the aura of the Holy Spirit bead on Chen Luo. Wow! At this moment, the surrounding void trembled. An old man in black robe with a mark of flame between his brows appeared in front of Bai Qishan and the others. The old man was filled with extremely majestic aura, and the terrifying aura emanating from his body almost distorted the entire space. The old man is the great elder of the Fire Spirit clan, the extremely powerful ancestor of the Quasi-Emperor. Qishan, what happened? How could there be such a heavy loss? The old man in black robe looked at the miserable situation around him, his face became extremely cold. Big elder, it's like this. Bai Qishan gritted his teeth, and then told the black-robed old man what happened here. Oh, the people from the Heavenly Devil Sect took away the Holy Spirit Orb and killed the elder of our Fire Spirit clan. The elder of the Fire Spirit clan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of coldness appeared in his heart. The elder of the Fire Spirit tribe then checked the surrounding situation and found that it was indeed related to the Heavenly Devil Sect. Coupled with recent rumors, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect is active in the Northern Territory. What's more, if there is Bai Qishan, the elder of the Fire Spirit clan doesn't have too much doubt. The Heavenly Devil Sect is so bold that it is perfectly normal to do such a thing. The Heavenly Devil Sect has provoked me, the Fire Spirit tribe. Okay, great. You saw the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect fighting, did you find any clues? The elder of the Fire Spirit clan then asked in a deep voice. Due to the huge rewards offered by the Wang family and the Zhang family, the entire Northern Territory is now looking for the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect. However, they found nothing, and there were some clues, which were fabricated by others in order to defraud the rewards, without any authenticity. Even Tianji Pavilion has no information about Heavenly Devil Sect's whereabouts. Just now Bai Kishan and others saw the Heavenly Devil Sect leader, maybe they can know some obvious characteristics as clues. Big Elder, his concealment methods are too powerful, I haven't found any information. Bai Kishan then lowered his head and said guiltily. The battle was so fierce that Bai Kishan didn't find any effective clues at all. The elder of the fire spirit tribe sighed, feeling a little powerless in his heart, and it would be difficult to find it in this way. However, no matter how difficult it is to find, you must find it, and the Holy Spirit Pearl must be found. Big Elder, that Heavenly Devil Sect leader's concealment method is very powerful, and he has always displayed his own cultivation base in the Saint Realm. If we start from here, we may gain something. At this moment, Bai Qirong next to him as if thinking of something, he continued. The Big Elder's eyes of the Fire Spirit clan brightened. The sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect has been hiding his own cultivation base in the Saint Realm. No wonder it has been unable to find it before. It turns out that this Heavenly Devil sect leader has hidden its own cultivation base. Chapter 149, A Principled Jiao. Generally speaking, cultivators will not hide their own cultivation base. Before, many cultivators of the Ancient Desolate Continent were looking for the Heavenly Devil Sect leader, and they also paid more attention to cultivators of the Saint King and Great Saint levels. For Saint Realm's cultivator, not too much attention. Now that we have this clue, maybe we can make some progress. Okay, Qirong, you did a good job. Next, we will vigorously investigate the cultivator in the Saint territory of the Northern Territory. Don't reveal this clue for now. The Holy Spirit Orb is in his hand. We must first find the Heavenly Devil sect leader. The Great Elder of the Fire Spirit clan continued. Middle Domain. Ye Family, Tian Shan Sword Pool. In the very center of Tian Shan Sword Pool, there is a sword pool exuding fierce sword intent. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the sword pool was a handsome young man, dressed in a white robe, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, exuding a piercing sharpness all over his body. Above the young man in the central sword pool, there is a sword-shaped spirit exuding a strong sword intent. The sword-shaped spirit body continuously released an unusually bright streamer of light surging towards Ye Chen's body. With the continuous influx of streamers, Ye Chen's aura became more majestic, and the body of the innate sword seemed to be undergoing incredible transformation. Boom! Half an hour later, the sword-shaped spirit body above was completely absorbed by Ye Chen, and Ye Chen's whole body was entwined with an extremely sharp sword intent. It still doesn't work, all three sword spirits have been fused, and the innate sword body still hasn't transformed successfully. Ye Chen opened his eyes, and a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. After Ye Chen won the sword pool selection competition, he entered the Tian Shan sword pool and merged with the sword spirit. Ye Chen is the innate sword body. If he can fuse enough powerful sword spirits, then his innate sword body will undergo a huge transformation. Transformed into the supreme sword body. The Taishang sword body is a top-level divine body, possessing the power of the supreme sword, and its power is unmatched. After 7 days of fusion, Ye Chen fully fused the three sword spirits, but still failed to transform successfully. To transform into the Taishang sword body, the spiritual accumulation required is too huge, but 3 sword spirits are not enough. Could it be that we can only wait until the next time? Ye Chen clenched his own fist unconsciously. All the people who enter the Tian Shan sword pool can only fuse 1 sword spirit. The reason why Ye Chen can fuse 3 is because he made a deal with the guardian of the Tian Shan sword pool to fuse 3. The guardian of the Tian Shan sword pool is the guardian spirit beast of the Ye family, Aoki Jiao, who is in charge of all the sword spirits in the Tian Shan sword pool. No, wait until next time, the gap between me and senior brother Hua and senior sister will become wider and wider. This transformation must be successful to have the opportunity to chase them. When Ye Chen left Heavenly Bamboo Peak, both Hua Yuntian and Li Yan'er had transformed into God-level qualifications. Ye Chen naturally felt a little sense of urgency. Jiangzihu's pride made him not want to lag behind others. It seemed that there was only one more trick to do, and a trace of firmness appeared in Ye Chen's heart. Aoki Sr., Ye Chen has something to see, please show up. Ye Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and then said, "Ha ha ha." As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, the void around the sword pond trembled. Immediately afterwards, a flood dragon exuding a blue aura tore through the space and appeared in front of Ye Chen. This dragon's aura is majestic, and its aura connects to the Tian Shan sword pool, as if it has the power to suppress the sword pool. It's just that Aoki Jiao's expression was weak for a while, his eyes were dull, and his sharp claws trembled slightly, as if he had gone through a fierce battle not long ago. "Ye Chen, why are you looking for me again? Let me tell you, don't try to bribe me, I, Aoki Jiao, am not that kind of dragon." Aoki Jiao said, looking at Ye Chen who had already fused 3 sword spirits. After fusing the first sword spirit, Ye Chen bribed him with fine wine brewed from 1,000 years spirit fruit. Aoki Jiao didn't resist the temptation of the fine wine, allowing Ye Chen to fuse the second sword spirit in an unconventional way. After the second time, Ye Chen arranged a delicate and attractive spirit python for Aoki Jiao. As a senior, Aoki Jiao felt that he had to teach this charming beauty Jiaolong a lesson, so Aoki Jiao compromised again. Aoki Jiao has been indulging in the whipping of the beautiful spirit python for the past few days, and he is already a little weak, and has no desires. Now I have good wine, beautiful spirit python, everything is missing, I am already returned to origin, it is absolutely impossible to be bought by Ye Chen, Aoki Jiao thought in his heart. Ahem, Aoki Sr., Junior just want to honor you, can this be called a bribe? So many sword spirits are left alone, why not help me build a supreme foundation, wouldn't it be beautiful? I have some other things here, maybe the senior will like it very much. Ye Chen then said slowly, with a hint of sincerity in his tone. Humph, no matter what you say, I won't let you fuse with the sword spirit again. I, Aoki Jiao, am a principled dragon. This kind of thing can't be done. You just have to die. If you can fuse the 3 sword spirits are already a great opportunity. Aoki Jiao then said firmly, it seems that nothing Ye Chen puts out will work. Hiss. Ye Chen didn't speak, and waved his right hand. Immediately, a pair of ferocious and strong spirit pythons appeared in Ye Chen's spirit beast bag. The eyes of the 2 sturdy giant pythons were scarlet, but the aura on their bodies was one cold and the other hot, as if they were 2 giant pythons with different attributes. Aoki Jiao looked at the 2 strong spirit pythons, and there was a little fiery color in his eyes, but it quickly subsided. Ye Chen, 2 spirit pythons, what do you think of me as a dragon? I said, I am a principled dragon, put away your spirit pythons, I, Aoki, don't like this. Aoki gritted his teeth and continued road. Ahem, senior, let me tell you a secret that these 2 spirit pythons are male. Ye Chen next to him continued quietly. What? These 2 beautiful spirit pythons are male. Aoki Jiao's eyes widened, his body trembled, and exclaimed. These 2 spirit pythons are so beautiful, how could they be male? They couldn't be framing me. Senior can check it himself. Ye Chen continued softly. Aoki Jiao then exuded his own soul power and began to investigate. After some investigation, he found that these 2 beautiful and moving spirit pythons were really male. After knowing that the 2 spirit pythons were male, Aoki Jiao's breathing became short of breath, his fatigue was swept away, and his heart was full of passion. If the 2 beautiful male spirit pythons are not taken down, they will be struck by lightning. Seeing Aoki Jiao's expression in front of him, Ye Chen knew that there was something to be done about continuing to merge with the sword spirit. This Aoki Jiao's habit was told to Ye Chen by Ye Chen's father before entering the Tian Shan sword pool. This is the biggest secret of their lineage. Aoki Sr., I wonder if Junior's matter of merging the sword spirit can be more accommodating. Ye Chen continued to ask. I think it is necessary to support the juniors who have talent. You can fuse the sword spirits here as you like. For the next time, don't bother me with anything. Aoki swallowed his saliva, released a bunch of sword spirits, then rolled up 2 spirit pythons, and left the sword pool directly. Chapter 150 Ye Chen's Transformation. Seeing Aoki Jiao who left directly, Ye Chen was stunned. Could he just be so impatient? Blend casually? What about your principles? It seems that what my father said is true, this Aoki Jiao does have principles, but his principles are very flexible. It was Ye Chen's father who told Ye Chen to use those things to buy Aoki Jiao. The 2 male spirit pythons were also prepared by Ye Chen's father. Ye Chen still didn't quite believe that 2 male spirit pythons could do anything. Unexpectedly, Aoki Jiao actually adopted this set. These 2 male spirit pythons of water and fire attributes really played a huge role. Ye Chen looked at the many sword spirits exuding mysterious aura released by Aoki Jiao in front of him, and his heart felt a little hot. When Aoki Jiao left just now, there were 10 sword spirits left behind, and the entire sword pool was filled with bursts of mysterious aura. With so many sword spirits, there must be enough of them to succeed. Then, start to fuse the sword spirit now, and achieve the supreme sword body. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chen suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and began to fuse the surrounding sword spirits, transforming his own innate sword body. After having so many sword spirits, Ye Chen let go of his means and quickly merged with the surrounding sword spirits. Time passed so slowly. 3 days later. North Territory. An incomparably huge airship with many powerful formations engraved on its body is galloping forward. There is a very strong heaven and earth spirit power and refreshing fragrance inside the flying boat. This holy spirit orb is really a good thing. Inside the flying boat, on top of a spiritual chi futon, Chen Luo felt the continuous release of the spirit power from the holy spirit orb in his body, and felt a burst of joy in his heart. After fusing the holy spirit beads into his body, Chen Luo felt that his own body was changing every moment. Mysterious insights burst out from time to time in my mind, and the spirit power in my body is also growing rapidly. In addition to helping others understand the power of laws, the Holy Spirit Orb also contains very strong spirit power. These spirit powers are extremely docile and extremely pure, even more pure than those 10,000-year spirit fruit spirit powers, and can be directly absorbed. People with higher cultivation base can absorb the Holy Spirit Orb faster, so Chen Luo decided to use this Holy Spirit Orb for himself. Mu Luli's cultivation base is too low, even if it has the effect of returning 10 times, it is far behind Chen Luo's own absorption speed. The reason why the 9 Yang Supreme can achieve the supreme position so quickly is also the existence of this Holy Spirit Divine Orb. After 3 days of continuous absorption, coupled with the return of the cultivation base from Heavenly Bamboo Peak's many disciples, Chen Luo's cultivation base has reached the peak of the early stage of the Great Saint first stage, and is not far from the middle stage. This speed of improvement is really terrifying. If this continues, Chen Luo may break through to the second stage of the Great Saint in another half a month. In the Great Saint realm, there is a huge gap between each first stage and each first stage day. To fill up each holy A cup ointment requires a large amount of spirit power, and it is extremely difficult to fill up the acupoints. For an ordinary Great Saint realm cultivator, if there is no precious opportunity, it is very possible to fill up a holy acupoints for decades, or even hundreds of years, and break through a small realm. Not to mention, Chen Luo's golden acupoints require more spirit power to fill up. Breakthrough first stage realm in less than a month, this speed is simply appalling. Ding! Congratulations to the host's apprentice, Ye Chen, who has successfully transformed into the Taishang sword body, and his aptitude has reached the level of a god, and now he is reissued with a gift package of a master's apprentice training. Ding! congratulations to the host, disciple Ye Chen, for breaking through the Saint Realm. The return effect of disciple Ye Chen's practice has increased to 20 times. Just as Chen Luo was absorbing the spirit power of the Holy Spirit Orb, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, Ye Chen's innate sword body transformed into a Taishang sword body, and broke through the Saint's realm. It seems that this Tian Shan sword pool is really a good opportunity to transform his innate sword body into a supreme sword body. The Taishang sword body is the top-level sword body, and its Taishang power is even more powerful and contains powerful destructive power. After condensing the Taishang sword body, Ye Chen's path of practice will be smoother and smoother. Chen Luo was relieved that all of the own apprentices had successfully transformed. By the way, let's see what's in Ye Chen's big gift bag. Opening the big gift bag, Chen Luo muttered in his heart. Ding! The apprentice gift package is being opened, please wait a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level high-grade cultivation technique, the Supreme Profound Spiritual Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level high-grade martial arts, the Supreme Sword Art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial grade middle grade medicine pill, Imperial pill * 100 bottles. That's right, it's another top Imperial level cultivation technique and martial arts. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Give it to Ye Chen when you get back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The Supreme Profound Spiritual Sutra has no effect on him. However, this Taishang sword art can be practiced when you are free, the Emperor rank sword art. I hope you won't let yourself down. Now that there is the Yanjian Emperor sword of the Emperor rank, if the two are combined, it must have incredible power. Master, we're in the northern demon state. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded. Pure and charming, Mu Luli, who was wearing a light green long dress, pushed open the door and slowly walked in from the outside of the flying boat. On Mu Luli's shoulder lay a milky white fox, which was Xiao Bai. After Mu Luli came in, she gently kneaded Chen Luo's shoulders. I see, then let's move on to the territory of the Spirit Fox clan. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said slowly. After Chen Luo left the elder who killed the Fire Spirit tribe, he led a few people to inquire about Xiao Fan's news. I thought it would be difficult to find Xiao Fan's location, but unexpectedly, I found it casually in Tianji Pavilion. At this time, Xiao Fan is in Beiyao State, the territory of the Spirit Fox clan. After knowing Xiao Fan's location, Chen Luo took his two daughters and Xiao Bai to Beiyao State. After all, after agreeing to Zhang Xian, after condensing the immortal holy soul, he brought her to meet Xiao Fan, and Chen Luo naturally wouldn't break his promise. Master, you haven't helped me awaken bloodline for a long time. Mu Luli's whole body was about to stick to Chen Luo's back, and she whispered in Chen Luo's ear, her voice was moving and charming. Feeling a little tenderness behind him, Chen Luo felt a little nostalgia in his heart. It seems that I haven't felt that feeling for a long time. Ahem, let's wake you up now. Chen Luo continued slowly. Now that he has just arrived in Beiyao State, he is still far away from the territory of the Spirit Fox clan, so he just needs to relax. Mu Luli's eyes lit up behind her, as if she had thought of something. Her body trembled slightly, and a little desire burst out from her eyes. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave YouTube channel. Thank you.